Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The fourth grade pills were considered relatively noble resources in the black market. Due to the massive purchases by large families and the astonishing handling fees charged by the Treasure Pill Pavilion, the pills have become not only extremely expensive, but also difficult to acquire. Classic high price, no supply. Thus, whenever a fourth grade pill appeared in the black market, it immediately sparked a frenzy, provided the price was reasonable. Some warriors would even end up fighting to the death over a single fourth grade pill. What's more, with the beast tide approaching, every warrior in the black market was now desperate for pills. Even the lowest grade first grade pills, with a markup of 50%, will be snatched up instantly without a single one left. Under such circumstances, Su Xiaobai not only brought out a large number of fourth grade pills, but each one was of perfect quality. How could this not drive the warriors into a frenzy? Line up, no need to rush. Su Xiaobai was unusually calm. He wasn't worried about these warriors attempting to seize the pills by force. The black market had clear rules. Any warrior who robs a stall would be executed on the spot without exception. The black market operates with its own rules. After paying the exorbitant stall fees, the market guarantees full protection. If anyone could rob freely, how would the black market sustain itself? However, fights or robberies during trades between independent warriors are beyond the black market's jurisdiction. Without paying, why would the black market protect you? Therefore, Su Xiaobai calmly let the warriors bid high prices one by one. I bid 30 million for this Breaking Shackles pill. Perfect quality Breaking Shackles pill. And you only bid 30 million? I'll bid 35 million. Stop fighting. I'll take it all for 40 million. The warriors quarreled fiercely over these perfect quality pills. Not only did the prices keep soaring, but they were also on the verge of drawing weapons to fight. They had no choice. The beast tide was imminent. The only way to improve their survival chances was by increasing their strength. The Breaking Shackles pill could help warriors at the Martial Master level break through or assist advanced warriors in advancing to beginner Martial Masters. A single perfect quality Breaking Shackles pill could increase the breakthrough success rate by 20%. This was a matter of life and death. How could they not fight desperately over it? Su Xiaobai was content to watch them argue. After all, he was the one profiting in the end. All he had to do was wait leisurely for them to bid. The highest bidder wins. After a full 3 hours, all the pills were sold out. Yet many warriors lingered at the stall, unwilling to leave. Master, do you have any more pills? Please sell me one. Master, do you have any stock left? I'll buy whatever grade you have. Master, will you come back tomorrow? The warriors kept asking. In their eyes, Su Xiaobai had already become a master alchemist. To be able to produce so many perfect quality pills, his alchemy skills must be of a very high level. They treated him with utmost respect. Tomorrow's matters will be discussed tomorrow. Su Xiaobai replied indifferently. The warriors sighed in disappointment, shook their heads, and reluctantly left. This profit is insane. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. Indeed, there's no such thing as the perfect price, only the perfect timing. These fourth-grade, perfect quality pills, if sold at the Treasure Pill Pavilion, could fetch a good price. However, he would face a hefty 15% handling fee and the risk of attracting unwanted attention. But in the black market, things were different, especially with the looming beast tide. Even common pills have become rare commodities. It was akin to people hoarding salt and food during a disaster. They'd spend whatever it took to protect themselves. This time, Su Xiaobai made a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. 52 billion. That's right. The total sale of all the fourth-grade pills amounted to an astronomical 52 billion. It was his highest profit ever, reaching a staggering record. Even he felt it was surreal and hard to believe. After all, the cost of those fourth-grade pills was at most $50 million, but they yielded over a 100-fold return. Upgrade immediately. What to do with the money? Of course, upgrade. System, upgrade my one-click cultivation feature. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai initiated the first one-click cultivation upgrade. Deducting $8.192 billion, one-click cultivation space upgraded to level 13. Space-time flow rate increased from 4,096x to 8,192x. Deducting $16.384 billion, one-click cultivation space upgraded to level 14. Space-time flow rate increased from 8,192x to 16,384x. He spent over $24 billion in one go, directly upgrading one-click cultivation to level 14. The space-time flow rate now reached an astonishing 16,384x. This meant one day of one-click cultivation equaled 44 years for others. And one-click practice was equivalent to over 20 years of nonstop effort per day. In essence, for every day Su Xiaobai spent cultivating, it was as if others had spent decades of hard work. The magnitude of this advantage was unimaginable. 1 week. Only 1 week left. In 1 week, both Immovable King Sutra and Unified Law Codex will reach the beginner level. Su Xiaobai's eyes glimmered with excitement. He could hardly wait to see how much the minor achievements in these techniques would enhance his abilities. An advanced martial general? At that point, he could crush them effortlessly. Even a martial commander would only be able to last a couple of moves against him. 24 billion spent, 28 billion left. Next, upgrade one-click auto hunting. The reason he prioritized one-click combat over one-click cultivation was simple. It was the core of his entire profit chain. Every alchemy recipe required rare beast materials. The higher the grade, the better. Purchasing them would only make him a sitting duck for extortion. Moreover, Xiao Bailong's evolution required a massive amount of beast meat. Lastly, to deal with the Lin family, the more shadows he could summon, the better. Thus, one-click auto hunting was the most cost-effective upgrade besides one-click cultivation. There was no competition. Deducting $874.8 million, one-click auto hunting upgraded to level 8, and the shadow count increased by 1. However, reaching level 9 for auto hunting required $2.6 billion, leaving Su Xiaobai unable to continue upgrading. Fortunately, this 8th shadow perfectly compensated for the one lost earlier, allowing him to resume harvesting Lin family strongholds. The remaining $1.5 billion. Upgrading one-click alchemy isn't worth it for now. Let's upgrade one-click collection instead. After all, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are a key link in the chain of profits. Among the pills Su Xiaobai produced, many rare materials were found by the treasure-hunting goblins. For instance, the purple-eyed tri-leaf flower from earlier was one such contribution, saving him significant costs. Naturally, adding another treasure-hunting goblin directly increased Su Xiaobai's profits. Moreover, one-click collection was already at level 4. He eagerly anticipated what new features level 5 might unlock. Deducting $409.6 million, one-click collection upgraded to level 5, and one treasure-hunting goblin added. Ding! Auto collection space upgraded to level 5, unlocking the new feature, Sprint. Sprint doubles the speed of treasure-hunting goblins. Sure enough, the new feature didn't disappoint Su Xiaobai. Doubling the goblin speed meant their efficiency in locating rare resources would increase, not just by twofold, but potentially several times over due to hidden factors. Additionally, the faster speed reduced their risk of being killed by guardian beasts often found near rare resources. Treasure-hunting goblins had no combat abilities. If their escape speed wasn't quick enough, they could easily be killed, requiring a 24-hour cooldown to respawn before resuming work. With faster speed, goblins could better survive and further boost efficiency. Still $1.1 billion left, just enough to allocate to one click Cultivation and Alchemy. Deducting 204.8 million. One-click cultivation space upgraded to level 12, increasing space-time flow from 8, 192x to 16, 384x. Deducting 409.6 million. One-click cultivation space upgraded to level 13, increasing space-time flow from 16, 384x to 32, 768x. Deducting 194.4 million. One-click alchemy space upgraded to level 6, allowing pill quality to reach mid-divine grade. The system notifications stopped there. Though Su Xiaobai still had 500 million left, none of the remaining system functions could be upgraded. This hinted that future upgrades would require exponentially larger investments. Everything to sell has been sold. Everything to upgrade has been upgraded. Next comes the quiet wait for the results to bloom. Su Xiaobai packed up his stall and left the black market. But through his keen spatial awareness, he sensed several advanced martial masters trailing him. Clearly, there was no shortage of greedy but brainless individuals anywhere. Ding! Qingquan technique upgraded to intermediate level. Suddenly, the system notification came. It succeeded. Su Xiaobai's expression lit up with joy. After days of effort and billions poured into upgrading auto-cultivation, it was finally complete. In an instant, a flood of unfamiliar knowledge poured into his mind. New understandings of spatial attributes, new development directions, and mastery over spatial properties. All this knowledge imprinted itself in his brain, instantly becoming second nature. After about half a minute, Su Xiaobai snapped back to reality. Spatial attributes truly live up to their reputation. His eyes burned with excitement, as if glimpsing a new world. Raising his hand with a thought, a crescent-like spatial blade materialized in his palm. Indeed, this was one of the significant changes brought by the intermediate Qingquan technique, spatial blade. It was silent yet visible, elusive yet tangible. It existed in one moment, but seemed out of sync with the world the next. The blade utilized spatial oscillations to unleash incredible destructive power. Its potency was so overwhelming it could instantly kill even advanced martial generals. Though methods to counter it existed, either one must possess sufficient strength, using spiritual energy to form a protective barrier to prevent being sliced by spatial oscillations, or have reflexes sharp enough to dodge the spatial blade before it makes contact. However, achieving either of these is no simple task. Even advanced martial generals would struggle, and martial commanders might also find it challenging. Only advanced martial commanders could hope to evade it with ease. That said, the spatial blade isn't invincible. Its effective range is limited. Within 15 meters, it can strike almost instantaneously, but the farther the distance, the more time it takes to reach its target, giving the enemy more opportunity to evade. As such, the spatial blade cannot be relied upon as a primary combat skill, but serves as a trump card to execute a swift counterattack in critical moments. The intermediate Qingquan technique, however, provided Su Xiaobai far more than just this ability. My spatial perception has extended even further. I can now clearly observe scenes up to 500 meters away. With his spatial perception activated, Su Xiaobai could, in the blink of an eye, cover a 500-meter radius around him. If any martial artists within that range lacked spatial attribute perception abilities, they wouldn't even realize they were being observed. Moreover, my spatial movement has improved. With my deeper understanding of spatial properties, my speed has effectively doubled. My Qingquan space has expanded tenfold. Even the range of my spatial teleportation has increased to 20 meters. Su Xiaobai quickly sensed the myriad enhancements brought by the intermediate Qingquan technique. He checked his current stats. Name, Su Xiaobai. Realm, Intermediate Martial Master. Strength level, Beginner Martial General. Endurance level, Beginner Martial General. Agility level, Advanced Martial General. Cultivation aptitude, lowest tier. Mastered skills, Diamond Body Supreme. Soaring Sky Transformation, Supreme. True Flame Hand, Supreme. Blood Attack, Supreme. Shinkuin Technique, Intermediate. Tiger Subduing Saber, Advanced. Ghost Sword Technique, Advanced. Rainbow Axe, Advanced. Golden Spear Strike, Supreme. Cloud Shattering Slash, Supreme. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 13. One-Click Training, Level 14. One-Click Auto Hunting, Level 8. One-Click Alchemy, Level 6. One-Click Collection, Level 5. Thanks to the intermediate Shinkuin technique, Su Xiaobai's agility had now reached the level of an advanced martial general. From now on, when facing advanced martial generals, he would no longer be defenseless. With his speed, he could easily maneuver and outpace them. As for those rats tailing me, since they're so eager to deliver themselves to me, I might as well oblige them. Distance, 13 meters, just within range. A smirk appeared on Su Xiaobai's lips. With a casual flick, the spatial blade in his hand vanished instantly. The next moment, 13 meters away, a group of advanced martial masters hiding behind a wall and wondering why Su Xiaobai had stopped suddenly felt a chill on their necks. Did anyone else feel like a cold breeze just brushed past their necks? One of the martial masters instinctively reached for his neck, only to find his hand covered in bright, glaring blood. All the martial masters stared wide-eyed, their confusion frozen in time. A moment later, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The spatial blade's lethality was as swift as lightning. Before one's brain could even process what had happened, their neck would already be severed. Witnessing this, Su Xiaobai became even more resolute in treating the spatial blade as his ultimate trump card. After all, the deadliest weapons are often those hidden from others' knowledge. With proper use of the spatial blade, he could even kill enemies far stronger than himself. Time to head back. Su Xiaobai withdrew his hand and began walking home. But halfway through his journey, boom, a surge of new energy suddenly erupted from him. Advanced Martial Master. The new realm and newfound strength coursed through Su Xiaobai like a tidal wave, significantly boosting his abilities once more. He quickly checked his updated stats. Name, Su Xiaobai. Realm, Advanced Martial Master. Strength, Intermediate Martial General. Endurance, Intermediate Martial General. Agility, Advanced Martial General. Cultivation Aptitude, Lowest Tier. Mastered Skills, Diamond Body, Supreme. Soaring Sky Transformation, Supreme. True Flame Hand, Supreme. Blood Attack, Supreme. Shinkuin Technique, Intermediate. Tiger Subduing Saber, Advanced. Ghost Sword Technique, Advanced. Rainbow Axe, Advanced. Golden Spear Strike, Supreme. Cloud Shattering Slash, Supreme. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 13. One-Click Training, Level 14. One-Click Auto Hunting, Level 8. One-Click Alchemy, Level 6. One-Click Collection, Level 5. As expected, my stats have risen to the level of an intermediate martial general. Although my realm progresses slowly, the foundation it builds is incredibly solid. Su Xiaobai's eyes flashed with determination. He had previously been puzzled about one thing. Why, despite his one-click cultivation equating to decades of effort for others in a single day, had he not advanced realms more rapidly? Given his cultivation rate, he should theoretically have climbed several levels within a single day purely through brute accumulation. But as his realm rose and his stats experienced significant leaps, he understood. The one-click cultivation process not only advanced his realm, but also consolidated it, refined it, and unearthed its potential. For most warriors, consolidating a realm required extensive resources, while refinement and potential extraction demanded supplemental pills. Only through such processes could they ensure seamless and worry-free breakthroughs. This was the reason auxiliary breakthrough pills were so highly coveted among warriors. They help compensate for unstable foundations. An unstable foundation during a breakthrough risks crippling failure, halting further advancement permanently. The one-click cultivation feature, however, achieved this consolidation without external aids like rare resources or pills. It used time. It invested time to build an unshakable foundation, ensuring a 100% breakthrough success rate. While Su Xiaobai's single day equaled decades of effort for others, this time was spent stabilizing his base. Only when a 100% success rate was guaranteed would the system allow him to advance. Thus, when Su Xiaobai advanced from an intermediate to an advanced martial master, his stats leapt from beginner to intermediate martial general levels, a testament to his rock-solid foundation. Decades, even centuries, of accumulated refinement had provided him with unparalleled benefits. This system is truly incredible. Su Xiaobai chuckled softly. But realm progression alone has its limits. The real game changer lies in comprehending techniques. Only through mastering techniques can one achieve exponential growth. He was now more certain than ever of this principle. A realm serves as the gateway to technique mastery. Many warriors struggle to comprehend higher-tier techniques simply because their realms haven't reached the required thresholds. For instance, without reaching the martial general realm and developing their mental C, they couldn't grasp the essence of lesser transcendent techniques. However, what truly distinguishes warriors within the same realm is their mastery of techniques. A mastered technique allows one to dominate peers, fight above their level, and even kill opponents whose realms are higher, but whose skills are inferior. One more week. In 1 week, I'll fully master my lesser transcendent technique. Anticipation filled Su Xiaobai's heart as he eagerly awaited the massive benefits his lesser transcendent technique would bring. While Su Xiaobai basked in triumph, with upgraded systems, breakthroughs, and skyrocketing power, the Lin family faced utter chaos from a barrage of bad news. The outpost in the Songlong territory has gone silent. A distress signal from the Hurricane Forest just came in. No martial generals can be contacted from the White Whale Sea. It's Su Xiaobai. He's invading our hunting outposts. One piece of devastating news after another sent waves of panic through the Lin family's upper echelons. The Lin family had dominated base number 18 for centuries, painstakingly establishing these hunting outposts as cornerstones of their power. While the family still had many operations within the base, the hunting outposts were their lifeblood. Losing resources like spirit coins or beast materials was tolerable, but the deaths of outpost warriors and the destruction of fortified settlements represented irreparable losses. Worst of all, if word of these incidents spread, the Lin family's reputation as one of the 4 great families would be utterly shattered. Where are the commanders? They said reinforcements had already arrived. Why haven't they killed Su Xiaobai and his companions yet? Lin Yuyang roared, his voice echoing through the family's grand hall, where all members wore grim expressions. Each fallen outpost marked a significant weakening of the Lin family's strength. If this continued, our entire revenue chain would collapse. Patriarch! At that moment, a trembling subordinate rushed in and knelt on one knee. The commanders, they're dead. For 1 second, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Yuyang's advanced martial general aura erupted with a roar, and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He grabbed his subordinate by the neck and lifted him up. What did you say? Lin Yuyang's eyes were fierce and cold, and his voice was full of venom as he ground out each word through gritted teeth. In the Lin family, only advanced martial generals could be called commanders. Intermediate martial generals were vice commanders. Beginner martial generals were usually captains of squads. With the same number of martial commanders and their reluctance to take action, the advanced martial generals formed the core backbone of the family. The greater the number of advanced martial generals, the stronger the family would be. But now that all the commanders were dead, it meant the core strength of the Lin family had collapsed. And this also meant Su Xiaobai had grown even stronger. The commanders received the rescue signal immediately and rushed to the most important outposts for support. But now, none of them can be contacted. Also, the outposts they went to help are unreachable. The subordinate trembled, speaking in fear. Communicators had to be on at all times. This was the Lin family's ironclad rule. But now, the commander's communications were cut off on their way to provide support, which already indicated something was wrong. Su, Xiao, Pai. Lin Yoyang's rage reached its peak, and he let out a beast-like roar. The aura of an advanced martial general swept through the entire hall like a violent storm, and everyone could feel the intense fury emanating from him. The people beside him from the Lin family were shaken to their core. What kind of force was behind Su Xiaobai's team of warriors? They had beginnerly been able to control him, but gradually he had grown stronger and stronger. He had become so powerful that even advanced martial generals couldn't escape death and were being slain on the spot. Master, there is no other way. It's time for the old master to intervene. A Lin family member sighed, offering advice. The old master, the family's only support, was Martial Commander Lin Futian. Ever since he was severely injured during a battle with the Beast King's army, he had been in seclusion and hadn't taken action. Otherwise, with Lin Futian's personality, how could he allow the Lin family to face such a crisis without intervening? But now, even the commanders were dead. If Martial Commander didn't intervene, who could deal with Su Xiaobai? I know of this matter. Suddenly, a distant and ancient voice echoed, filling everyone's ears in the hall. It was the old master. All the Lin family members immediately stood up, showing their respect. Before the beast tide breaks out, do not cause any trouble. If there is a next time, I will not show mercy. Lin Futian's tone was sharp and severe. Yes, all the Lin family members, including Lin Yuyang, nodded in response. Father, about the matter with Chen. This matter ends here. Lin Futian's tone left no room for negotiation. Do not bring it up again. Lin Yuyang clenched his fists, wanting to say something, but he knew that once his father had spoken, his words would not easily change, so he had to let it go. Time passed, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. There were no apparent changes on the surface of base number 18, but if one observed carefully, they would notice that warriors had become scarce on the streets. Instead, more and more warriors were gathering at the edges of base 18. To prepare for the upcoming beast tide, martial artists began hunting beasts around the base. Although these beasts might seem insignificant, when the beast tide arrives, they will gather in large numbers and become a serious threat. Therefore, it was crucial to eliminate as many beasts as possible before the tide came, to reduce the pressure when the time came. Ding! The shadow has been killed. Su Xiaobai was calculating the money needed to upgrade his system functions when a system notification suddenly rang out. Another shadow has been killed? It seems like the Lin family's martial commander has made a move. Su Xiaobai's eyes flashed. This was the 6th shadow to be killed in the past 3 days. Given that Su Xiaobai had already reached the peak of advanced martial general and had agility close to that of a martial commander, he could easily dodge multiple advanced martial generals at once and counterattack. But now that shadows were dying one after another, it was clear that the one killing them wasn't just an advanced martial general, but a true martial commander. Only a martial commander would have the strength to effortlessly kill Su Xiaobai's shadows. Clearly, the Lin family had received the second gift from Su Xiaobai. This ends here. With a martial commander involved, it's impossible to continue slaughtering the Lin family's hunting outposts. System: automatically send the remaining shadows to the monster hunting area. Su Xiaobai issued the command without hesitation. Martial commander, so what? The day I rise is the day you die. Su Xiaobai's eyes turned cold. Since Lin Shun harmed Su Linger and the Lin family issued a kill order on him, Su Xiaobai was locked in an unending feud with the Lin family. Had it not been for the martial commander, Su Xiaobai would have already stormed the Lin family and eradicated them like he did with the Yuan family. But now, the martial commander was still a problem, but not for long. Soon, even a martial commander wouldn't be able to stop him. At present, his one-click cultivation had switched from the Qingquan technique to the 10 absolute heavenly body star. Asterisk changed 10 absolute heavenly gang body to 10 absolute heavenly body. Originally, Su Xiaobai had planned to focus on cultivating the burning heaven flame, an attribute-based lesser transcendent cultivation technique. Once completed, the power boost would be terrifying. But when he realized that even with his current automatic cultivation speed, it would take a full 80 days to finish the burning heaven flame, Su Xiaobai decisively gave it up. Next, I'll just wait for my lesser transcendent cultivation techniques to finish. Once they're complete, even a martial commander will be no match for me. The Unified Law Codex and Immovable King Sutra were only 4 days away from reaching the beginner level, and the 10 Absolute Heavenly Body was on a similar schedule. Soon, all 3 lesser transcendent cultivation techniques will be completed at once, meaning Su Xiaobai's strength would undergo a massive increase. At that time, killing a martial commander would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Boom! Suddenly, the entire estate shook violently. What's going on? Su Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. But soon he realized the cause. Wasn't it said to be 3 months? It has only been a few days. Brother! Su Ling'er and Xiao Bai Long rushed over, their expressions anxious. There's an earthquake. No, it's not an earthquake. Su Xiaobai's face turned solemn. It's the beast tide. Woo! At the same time, a sharp and heavy alarm sounded from the sky above base number 18. The beast tide is here. How could it come so fast? At this moment, all the Martiauriers inside base number 18 changed their expressions drastically. Every year after winter sets in, the beast tide would come as expected, but according to the timeline, it should still be a month or 2 before it would truly arrive. Yet now it came early. The day of disaster is here. Quick, go into the house. Why is the disaster day alarm going off so early this year? Isn't it usually in the deep winter? Upon hearing the alarm, the ordinary citizens of base number 18, who were originally working or attending school, immediately turned around and hurried home. Disaster Day was a declaration from the government to the ordinary citizens. Whenever it arrived, it meant that base number 18 might face an apocalyptic disaster, and all humans must quickly return home to take shelter. Those with basements would also quickly stock them with food, water, and other daily necessities. There was an alarm for Disaster Day every year. However, there wasn't always a disaster. Over time, people had become accustomed to it, and even when they heard the marshalling, they didn't panic too much. Some even thought Disaster Day was a good thing. No work, but still getting paid. On the east wall of base number 18, a massive army of Martiauriers, armed with all kinds of weapons, had gathered. This army consisted of government Martiauriers from various families, and independent Martiauriers who had formed their own teams. All were gathered here, nervously watching the distance. On the horizon, a lush forest was visible. Normally, it would be a beautiful sight, but now, with the violent tremors shaking the ground, the lush forest looked terrifying to everyone. Every year at this time, the beast tide was a disaster for all Martiauriers, but at the same time, it was an opportunity. What did the beast tide bring? Countless, boundless, ferocious beast armies. As long as one could survive the battle and blend in, there was a chance to obtain rare beast materials. These rare materials could easily sell for millions in the outside world, and the more you had, the more you could profit. But of course, the most important thing wasn't the profit. If other Martiauriers died, who would those materials belong to? Exactly. They would become ownerless. As long as you picked them up, they were yours. The government's Martiaurier Corps, family Martiauriers, and the independently formed Martiauriers. They all received compensation for the deaths of their Martiauriers, ensuring their families would be well taken care of, which alleviated any concerns about the Martiauriers' safety. Thus, there was no need for the government to specially call for Martiauriers to join the fight. They came voluntarily. The profits were too great to ignore. As for their lives, Martiauriers indeed valued their lives, but when they thought about all the others fighting alongside them, with many strong ones in the front, their fear of death quickly decreased. Moreover, so far, the Martiauriers had always emerged victorious against the beast tide. If they hadn't, they wouldn't have survived to this day. If the human base truly fell, then they and their families would also perish. It would just be a matter of time. Therefore, for themselves, for their families, and for humanity. They would fight with all their might. Look, they're flying. It's a martial commander. That outfit, it's the base governor, Xiao Longyu. Be quiet. Calling the governor by his full name. Do you want to die? Another martial commander is here. It's Lin Futian from the Lin family. My idol. Also, martial commander Zhou Quan from the Zhou family. The Liu family and the Wang family's martial commanders are here too. Huh. With 5 martial commanders here, what do we have to fear? In the sky, 5 figures swept across and floated above the city walls, their gazes deep as they stared into the distance. Each one represented a powerful faction behind base number 18. When the Martialriers below saw them, their morale soared. Every year, it was because of the presence of these 5 that they could get through the beast tide. As long as these 5 appeared, it meant victory was certain. Brother Lin, are you okay? The battle with the White Dragon Mother of the Sky Sovereign White Dragon Tribe was intense a few days ago. Don't push yourself too hard. Wang Chu, the martial commander from the Wang family, glanced at Lin Futian and said indifferently, I also heard that your Lin family has stirred up a major trouble, and the middle ranks have all been slaughtered. Thank you for your concern, but it's just some small matters that aren't worth mentioning. If you're going to worry about anything, it's the beast tide that's coming. Lin Futian calmly replied with his hands behind his back. The beast tide came earlier than expected. Luckily, we've prepared 1 or 2 months in advance, or we would have been caught off guard by the beasts. Zhou Quan, the martial commander from the Zhou family, frowned and said solemnly, Everyone, it's been a year since we last encountered that creature, and it's probably gotten stronger again. Don't let your guard down. Base Governor Xiao Longyu's tone was heavy. Hearing this, a trace of worry flashed in the eyes of the other 4. Indeed, that creature had grown stronger every year. In the past, they could easily handle it, but as time passed, their own progress had been left far behind. Boom! A faint sound echoed from far away. The warriors below didn't hear it, but the martial commanders in the air sensed it immediately. The 5 of them stood still like statues, waiting quietly. Soon, a dark shadow appeared on the horizon. Upon seeing it, the warriors below became agitated. With the order from the leaders, all the warrior teams quickly took battle positions. It's here! In the sky, the 5 martial commanders had already spotted the familiar figure at the edge of the horizon with their sharp eyesight. It was a massive white ape. Its size was as tall as a mountain, and every step it took left a giant footprint on the ground. Its muscles were as solid as rocks, and the white fur on its body swayed in the wind. It seemed almost human-like with its dark golden eyes. Just staring into those eyes was enough to make anyone feel an unprecedented killing intent. What caught the 5 commanders' attention the most was the savage scar on the white ape's face. That scar had been left by base governor Xiao Longyu last year, and at that time, the scar had already cost the white ape its life. As expected, it's alive again, and even stronger this time. Lin Futian's words sent chills through the hearts of the 4 others. Alive again. The words sounded bizarre, yet they were undeniable facts. Only those who had experienced the annual beast tides understood that the massive white ape with dark golden eyes had already been killed 11 times by Lin Futian and the other 4. It had died 11 times, and yet here it was again. No one knew the reason. Even Xiao Longyu, the base governor, only knew that this white ape was tied to an immense secret hidden behind the world itself. But this secret was beyond his reach. He wasn't qualified to be involved. We've already killed it 11 times, and yet it's still not completely dead. This thing is unbelievably resilient. If it's coming, let it come. No matter how many times it comes, we'll keep killing it. Then, Xiao Longyu uttered something that made the others' expressions turn grim. Everyone, something seems off this time. As he spoke, their eyes immediately locked onto a new creature behind the colossal white ape, a massive red beast with fiery limbs and 3 blazing horns on its forehead. The Trihorn Flame Rhino. This flaming rhino's size nearly matched that of the white ape. Its massive hooves crushed trees with ease, leaving huge craters behind. Its sheer power suggested that its strength was likely on par with the white ape, a new beast we've never seen before. Fighting just one of them is exhausting enough, and now there's another. This year's Beast Tide won't be as easy to survive as before. What's the point of overthinking? One comes, kill one. Two come, kill them both. The 5 warriors each raised their weapons, their hands glowing with their respective elemental auras: fire, frost, wind, lightning, and metal. Each of them practiced a different elemental technique, yet their combined power was enough to shake the heavens and earth. Boom! The Beast Tide drew closer. As they neared a certain distance, the white ape and the Trihorn Flame Rhino broke into a full charge, their thunderous roars carrying a murderous aura as they stormed toward the city walls. Go! The 5 warriors didn't back down, transforming into streaks of elemental light and charging forward to meet the beasts head-on. While the Beast Tide raged outside the eastern city walls, ordinary civilians in the base remained hidden in their homes or underground shelters, quietly waiting for the disaster to pass. Compared to the raging battle outside, the streets inside the base seemed like another world. The streets were nearly empty, save for a few hooligans riding expensive Spirit Energy motorcycles, cheering and racing down the roads. Su Xiaobai, however, stayed home, uninterested in the commotion. Until he fully comprehended the 3 lesser transcendent techniques, he had no intention of leaving. But that didn't mean he wasn't contributing to the fight. I'm part of humanity, after all. If I can help, I will. System: deploy all shadows to the eastern wall to join the battle. With 1 shadow killed by Lin Futian and another in cooldown, Su Xiaobai directed the system to send his remaining 6 shadows to the battlefield. So many beasts. Just 1 random slash will bring loads of rewards. Ding! Loot collected. Evil Moon Giant Sandworm, meat X16, legs X8, shells X13. Ding! Loot collected. Evil Moon Giant Sandworm, meat X14, legs X8, shells X16. Ding! Loot collected. Evil Moon Giant Sandworm, meat X18, legs X8, shells X12. The system alerts flooded in as soon as the shadows were deployed, almost faster than the eye could follow. Unlike human warriors who got tired after a few battles and needed to rest and recover their energy, the shadows were tireless killing machines. With just 1 command, they fought relentlessly, fearless even in the face of death. Their efficiency far surpassed that of regular warriors. Moreover, now that the shadows had grown stronger, they could effortlessly kill advanced martial generals. A mere Beast Tide is nothing to them. No fear of death. If they dare to challenge us, we fight back. Thanks to the upgraded capacity of Su Xiaobai's Qinquan space, all the materials collected from the beasts were easily stored, defending humanity, aiding the base, and reaping massive rewards. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Grinning, Su Xiaobai retrieved a fresh batch of beast meat from his Qinquan space and fed it to his companion, Xiaobai Long. After days of recovery, the dragon was fully healed. With its regular consumption of A-rank beast meat, it had evolved again, ascending from an advanced warrior to a beginner martial master. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before Xiaobai Long reached the level of a martial general or even rivaled a martial commander. The Beast Tide battles were never quick to end, especially not this one. With more beasts and fiercer attacks, plus the S-rank Trihorn Flame Rhino to contend with, the fight was bloodier and more prolonged than ever. From day to night, from night to dawn, for an entire day and night, the deafening sounds of battle never ceased. Boiling blood soaked the eastern wall. From its highest point, one could see countless beast corpses strewn across the battlefield outside the eastern gate, a gruesome yet awe-inspiring sight. Among the corpses were the severed limbs of many brave warriors. Yet the relentless beasts seemed to have no concept of death, trampling over their fallen comrades as they continued their crazed assault on the walls. Normally, beast tides formed and attacked human bases in clusters, but they rarely demanded the full attention of the base. After all, even beasts had basic instincts. If too many died, they would flee in fear of stronger humans. But these beasts were different. Controlled by some unknown force, they were fearless and insanely aggressive, single-mindedly focused on breaching the human stronghold. War was merciless, and in the face of such an invasion, humanity had no choice but to fight back. For 4 days straight, the beast tide raged on with no signs of abating. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the 5 martial commanders were locked in a fierce battle against the white ape and the trihorn flame rhino. For 4 days and nights, both sides sustained injuries but showed no signs of retreat. Ding! Immovable King Sutra has reached the beginner level. Ding! Unified Law Codex has reached the beginner level. 2 notification tones arrived almost simultaneously. Su Xiaobai, who was teaching Su Ling'er how to cultivate, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement upon hearing the system notification, which sounded like heavenly music. Finally, it was done. The thing he'd been eagerly anticipating for so many days had finally come to fruition. If it were the past, whether it was a week, a month, or even a year, Su Xiaobai wouldn't have felt it was particularly long. But ever since he began cultivating the lesser transcendent techniques, Su Xiaobai clearly felt time dragging on more and more. Luckily, after waiting this long, it had finally arrived. The next moment, Su Xiaobai closed his eyes as a torrent of information from the 2 lesser transcendent techniques, Unified Law Codex and the Immovable King Sutra, poured into his mind. Immovable like the bright king. One force breaking through all techniques. Su Xiaobai murmured to himself, still muttering the words. Meanwhile, his consciousness had completely submerged itself into another world. In this world, Su Xiaobai was surrounded by golden figures. Some of these golden figures sat cross-legged, chanting the Immovable King Sutra. Others practiced the one force breaking through all techniques, asterisk with their fists. Asterisk one force breaking through all techniques is a technique of Unified Law Codex. Still others wielded blades, practicing moves Su Xiaobai had never seen before. Moments later, all the golden figures merged into Su Xiaobai's body. Boom! In reality, Su Xiaobai abruptly opened his eyes, which were now glowing with radiant golden light. Behind him, a golden figure appeared, sitting cross-legged. Although its face was indistinct, the sacred and noble aura it emitted was unmistakable. It was the true, immovable Bright King. An unprecedented surge of ferocious energy exploded outward from his body, pushing everything around him away and causing the entire house to tremble. Xiao Bailong quickly shielded Su Ling'er behind it. Looking at Su Xiaobai with curiosity, it seemed to sense that Su Xiaobai had become stronger, and this time the increase in strength was astonishingly significant. Power, infinite power. This feeling, it's amazing. The golden light in Su Xiaobai's eyes faded as a look of excitement and exhilaration appeared on his face. He could distinctly feel that at this moment, his body was like a storm of thunder, filled with boundless power. His spiritual vortex had expanded more than tenfold. If before, he could only store enough spiritual energy to fill a river, now he could hold an ocean of it. Not only that, but Su Xiaobai could even internally visualize his flesh, bones, and meridians. He could clearly see every single vein, and all of his flesh, bones, and meridians had grown denser by several levels, receiving an unprecedented enhancement and strengthening. Su Xiaobai casually retrieved a top-grade alloy weapon from his Chinko in space. With just a light squeeze, this top-grade alloy weapon, capable of slicing through a warrior's skin, was crushed into a lump of iron by him. Su Xiaobai quickly checked his current status panel. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Advanced Martial Master. Strength level, Advanced Martial General. Endurance level, Advanced Martial General. Agility level, Advanced Martial General. Cultivation aptitude, lowest grade. Mastered techniques, Diamond Body, Supreme. Soaring Sky Transformation, Supreme. True Flame Hand, Supreme. Blood Attack, Supreme. Chinkoan Technique, Intermediate, Tiger Subduing Saber, Advanced, Ghost Sword Technique, Advanced, Rainbow Axe, Advanced, Golden Spear Strike, Supreme, Cloud Shattering Slash, Supreme. Immovable King Sutra, Beginner, Unified Law Codex, Beginner. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 13. One-Click Training, Level 14. One-Click Auto Hunting, Level 8. One-Click Alchemy, Level 6. One-Click Collection, Level 5. All panels have reached the level of Advanced Martial General. No, it's not just Advanced Martial General. I feel like my strength could already rival that of a martial commander. Su Xiaobai's eyes glimmered with determination. Though the system panel displayed his cultivation level as Advanced Martial General, his own perception told him he had reached the very pinnacle of this level. He was just one step away from breaking through and reaching the Martial Commander stage. Of course, his current strength only allowed him to barely hold his ground against a Martial Commander. But to truly determine a winner, defeat, or even crush a Martial Commander, his current power was still insufficient. The further he progressed, the harder it became to fight above his level, especially when it came to the Martial Commander realm. Though there was only a single word of difference between Martial General and Martial Commander and only a step in progression, in reality, Martial Generals were still bound to the ground, while Martial Commanders could soar into the skies. This alone was enough to illustrate the enormous disparity between the two. Moreover, Martial Commanders possessed many other unknown attributes. A Martial General in front of a Martial Commander was barely stronger than an ant. This also explained why, among the many martial artists in Base 18, only 5 had managed to achieve the Martial Commander level. If I could directly break through to Martial General right now, I might be able to have a real fight against Lin Futian. Su Xiaobai mused to himself. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, suddenly, boom! It was as if his very thoughts had been heard. An immensely powerful and boundless aura erupted from his body. Martial General, Beginner Level. Su Xiaobai's consciousness leaped. When he opened his eyes again, it was as though he had entered an alternate space. It was a vast ocean, boundless and endless. He stood on the surface of the water. Raising his head, he saw a golden sphere floating in the sky above. Crack! A thin crack suddenly appeared on the golden sphere, and an invisible yet palpable force seeped out from within. This is mental power. Su Xiaobai came to a sudden realization. Mental power was the hallmark of a martial general. After ascending to the martial general level, one could utilize mental power to extend their perception, enabling them to more precisely and swiftly discern opponents' moves and detect even the subtlest of movements. However, compared to Su Xiaobai's already existing spatial awareness, the mental power of a martial general fell far short. Thus, slaughtering martial generals was effortless for Su Xiaobai. Soon after, the entire world began to tremble. Su Xiaobai returned to reality. He immediately checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Beginner Martial General. Strength level, Ordinary Martial Commander. Endurance level, Ordinary Martial Commander. Agility level, Ordinary Martial Commander. Cultivation aptitude, lowest grade. Master techniques, Diamond Body, Supreme. Soaring Sky Transformation, Supreme. True Flame Hand, Supreme. Blood Attack, Supreme. Shinkuan Technique, Intermediate. Tiger Subduing Saber, Advanced. Ghost Sword Technique, Advanced. Rainbow Axe, Advanced. Golden Spear Strike, Supreme. Cloud Shattering Slash, Supreme. Immovable King Sutra, Beginner. Unified Law Codex, Beginner. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 13. One-Click Training, Level 14. One-Click Auto Hunting, Level 8. One-Click Alchemy, Level 6. One-Click Collection, Level 5. Ha! Looking at the system interface, Su Xiaobai couldn't help but burst into laughter. His strength had finally reached the level of a martial commander. With the enhancement of 2 lesser transcendent techniques and the breakthrough from martial master to martial general, his power had taken a tremendous leap. Ordinary martial commander. It seems that the subdivisions of minor realms are different after reaching the Martial Commander level. Previously, the levels were divided into the most distinct tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. But now, it had changed to ordinary Martial Commander. Could it be that there was an extraordinary Martial Commander beyond this? When the opportunity arises, I need to figure out the levels beyond Martial Commander. For now, it's time to deal with the Lin family. A sharp glint flashed in Su Xiaobai's eyes. He had thought that after eliminating the Yuan family, he could live a peaceful and carefree life. Unexpectedly, the Lin family had emerged, backed by a Martial Commander, forcing him to retreat and bide his time again. But now everything had changed. At this moment, his system interface already displayed him as an ordinary Martial Commander. Coupled with the enhancements from Unified Law Codex and other techniques, defeating Lin Futian would be a mere trifle. The only thing I'm curious about is what level Lin Futian has reached within the Martial Commander realm. Su Xiaobai knew very little about levels beyond Martial Commander. Lin Futian had been renowned for years. Even Su Xiaobai had heard of his name. Who knew if his strength had grown over the years, potentially surpassing the level of an ordinary Martial Commander? It doesn't matter what level he's at. I'll kill him first and think about it later. As long as Lin Futian lived, Su Xiaobai would have to remain in the outskirts, living a humiliated and constrained life. Linger, stay home, and cultivate. I'll be back soon. Leaving a brief instruction, Su Xiaobai disappeared from the house in a flash. The next moment, he appeared outside and turned into a blur so fast it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, racing towards the eastern wall. Of course, before he left, Su Xiaobai made sure to have the system send out a shadow clone. To prevent a repeat of what happened with Lin Shun, Su Xiaobai would not leave the enemy any opportunity to exploit. On the eastern wall, the beast tide was still raging. Help! Save me! My arm! Damn it, you beast! I'll take you down with me. A beast has climbed up over there. Kill it quickly. We can't hold them back. The beasts have breached the city. Forget those. Leave them to the warriors in the back. Focus only on the ones in front. Quick, take it down. The air was filled with screams, shouts, and the clash of weapons. Severed limbs and broken bodies littered the ground. The corpses of ferocious beasts and warriors were intermingled, and the thick stench of blood permeated the air. The entire eastern wall of Base 18 was drenched in blood. This was the cruel reality of a beast tide. 5 days and 4 nights had passed since the beast tide began. Warriors took turns resting only during brief lulls when beasts were cleared, then returned to the fight. But the beasts never stopped. As if summoned, waves of them surged in like an endless tide. Batch after batch, wave after wave, seemingly infinite. However, no matter how brutal the battle on the wall was, it wasn't the key to determining victory. The real decisive battle was being fought by the 5 Martial Commanders against the White Ape and the Trihorn Flame Rhino. If the Martial Commanders were defeated, it would mean the fall of the human base. Only by killing or driving off the White Ape and the Trihorn Flame Rhino could humanity claim victory in this war. Damn it, I had several chances to kill that Trihorn Flame Rhino, but every time, the White Ape intervened. The White Ape has been our foe for 11 years now. This year makes 12. Of course, it's bound to have improved. That Trihorn Flame Rhino hide is ridiculously tough. Without striking its weak spots, we can't hurt it at all. This is bad. I'm out of recovery pills. Me too. Quick, get someone to send more pills over. The Martial Commanders were locked in a grueling battle. 5 days and 4 nights of continuous high-intensity combat. Only Martial Commanders could endure it. Throughout this long and bloody fight, they had clashed with the White Ape and the Trihorn Flame Rhino countless times. They had brushed past death countless times. All 5 Martial Commanders bore varying degrees of injuries. But the White Ape and the Trihorn Flame Rhino weren't unscathed either. They too had sustained wounds. Even so, neither side showed any intention of retreating, fighting with all their might. But a critical problem had arisen. The Martial Commanders were out of recovery pills. Without timely replenishment, they wouldn't be able to unleash many more lesser transcendent techniques. Meanwhile, the white ape and the trihorn flame rhino seemed to have boundless strength and stamina. Even after sustaining injuries, their powerful regenerative abilities allowed them to recover over time. The tide of battle was beginning to shift in favor of the beasts. All 5 martial commanders could sense an unprecedented crisis looming. What a brutal scene! Su Xiaobai had arrived at the eastern wall. From a distance, he could already smell the thick stench of blood and had casually slain several beasts trying to infiltrate the base. As he approached, seeing the blood-soaked wall and the corpses of warriors and beasts scattered everywhere, he frowned deeply. This was his first time witnessing such a cruel war up close. Even though he had personally killed many people in brutal ways, seeing such a grand and horrific scene of carnage and a sea of corpses still made him feel a bit uneasy. Lin Futian, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be outside the wall. Su Xiaobai ascended the wall. On the wall, warriors were locked in a fierce struggle against invading beasts. With a casual motion, Su Xiaobai unleashed a true flame hand, a massive fiery palm as tall as a person, which instantly cleared an entire line of beasts. With a reverse grip, a long blade appeared in his hand. With a single slash into the void, a long arc of blade energy tore through the climbing beasts, shredding them into pieces. Many people turned to Su Xiaobai with astonished expressions. Some marveled at how young he was to possess such high-level cultivation. Others were amazed that he had mastered such advanced elemental and weapon techniques. But what surprised them the most was how familiar Su Xiaobai seemed, like they had seen him somewhere before. Found him. Su Xiaobai's gaze locked onto Lin Futian, several kilometers away, who was battling the white ape and the trihorn flame rhino. Without a word, Su Xiaobai dashed forward. Su Xiaobai's figure leaped straight off the city wall. Don't! Is this guy crazy? He's done for. Those nearby, witnessing Su Xiaobai's leap, turned pale and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Below was an unimaginably terrifying tide of ferocious beasts, like a giant meat grinder. Tossing anyone into it meant they'd be torn into shreds instantly, leaving no trace behind. One force breaking through all. However, mid-air, Su Xiaobai's hand, gripping the long blade, suddenly lit up with intense white light. A massive surge of spiritual energy flooded in wildly from all directions. This was a technique called the one force breaking through all. Though primarily a body-strengthening method, it also served as a supplementary weapon technique. Just like now, when activated, the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly drained, all converging into Su Xiaobai's hands and the blade he wielded. Slash! Boom! Su Xiaobai swung his blade downward with terrifying force comparable to an ordinary martial commander, enhanced by the concentrated power of one force breaking through all technique. This strike formed a blade energy over 10 meters long, descending with an explosive roar. The ferocious beasts below the wall, with their gaping, bloodthirsty maws ready to devour Su Xiaobai, were instantly engulfed by the blade's energy. On the eastern city wall, it was as if an entire layer had been scraped clean. The ferocious beast tide, trying to climb and breach the wall, was cleaved in two, leaving behind a rain of blood and mangled beast corpses scattered across the battlefield. Every warrior on the wall who witnessed this scene was utterly stunned. Even those locked in battle with other beasts paused to gaze in awe at the radiant display of power. Even the martial commanders battling the white ape and the trihorn flame rhino turned their heads, their attention drawn to the spectacle on the wall. Who was that kid? Such a young face. He's already reached the level of a junior martial general? Am I seeing things a lesser transcendent technique? It was understandable that the 4 other martial commanders didn't recognize Su Xiaobai. After all, he was the person the Lin family had been desperately searching for. But why would they care? Lin Futian, however, was different. After seeing Su Xiaobai's profile once, he could never forget it. This 17-year-old youth was the one who had caused immense losses to the Lin family, backed by some unknown team of martial artists, even taking his grandson's life. "Kid, I've finally found you." Lin Futian's eyes blazed with fury. He immediately wanted to rush forward and settle the score with Su Xiaobai, but the white ape's attack came too close, forcing Lin Futian to dodge and parry instead. At the same time, Su Xiaobai crashed to the ground like a boulder. He raised his head, his gaze cutting past the menacing, ferocious beast before him, locking directly onto Lin Futian as he let out a thunderous roar. Lin Futian, the sound, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed across the entire Eastern Wall battlefield like a clap of heavenly thunder. Everyone turned to look at Su Xiaobai in shock. What is this guy thinking, calling out the name of the Lin family's martial commander so brazenly? In the midst of battle, a veiled woman and an elderly martial general from the Beast Treasure Pavilion also looked over. Though they were from base number 15, dealing with a beast tide was a matter for all humanity, so they had joined the fight. Hearing Su Xiaobai shout, they shifted their gaze toward him, though they didn't recognize him as Mr. Su. After all, he had worn a mask the entire time in the Beast Treasure Pavilion. They were puzzled, though. This young man, clearly so young, had jumped into the beast tide and was even shouting Lin Futian's name. Could there be a connection between him and the Lin family's martial commander? Insolent brat! Lin Futian roared in rage. As a martial commander standing above tens of thousands, to be addressed by name so disrespectfully and with such overt provocation, especially after the devastation Su Xiaobai and his team had brought upon the Lin family, was utterly intolerable. "I'll kill you first, then deal with the beast tide." Lin Futian abandoned his fight with the white ape, his figure transforming into a flaming streak as he charged directly towards Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai also launched himself like a cannonball, heading straight for Lin Futian. "Brother Lin, what is he doing? Don't stop him. This is the Lin family's enemy." The last sentence came from Wang Chuchen, the martial commander of the Wang family. Clearly, he had recognized Su Xiaobai. He was curious. In base number 18, the 5 martial commanders are well known. This young man dared to appear so boldly. What was he relying on? Did he really intend to challenge a martial commander as a mere junior martial general? Only a madman would attempt such a thing. The distance between them rapidly closed. Lin Futian was an ordinary martial commander. Su Xiaobai's agility rivaled that of a martial commander. Their speeds reached their peaks. To an ordinary person, the kilometers between them seemed vast, but for martial commanders, it took less than a minute to close the gap. Even the white ape and the Triorn Flame Rhino paused their assault to watch. They seemed confused. Wasn't this a war between humans and beasts? Why are humans fighting each other? Lin Futian, today is your end, and the end of your Lin family. Su Xiaobai's eyes burned with killing intent as his aura surged. Diamond body, condense. A golden layer enveloped his skin. Immovable king body. A golden figure appeared behind him. One force breaking through all. Endless spiritual energy surged, pooling into his hands and weapon. The distance shrank further. Lin Futian, cloaked in flames, resembled a fire god descending to earth. When they came into striking range, Lin Futian roared, his flaming blade raised high. Blade versus blade. Martial general versus martial commander. To everyone watching, it seemed like a one-sided fight, but no one could look away. Slash! Su Xiaobai swung his blade. Boom! Like heavenly thunder, a deafening explosion shook the battlefield. The overwhelming force from the clash of the flaming blade and the spiritual energy blade erupted, sending shock waves rippling outwards. Nearby beasts were either flung away or instantly killed by the impact. Half a second later, arg! A figure flew backward like a cannonball, vomiting blood in midair. It was Lin Futian. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent. Every warrior present was dumbstruck, their eyes wide with shock. This, Lin Futian actually lost. This kid, who is he? Not only were the warriors stunned, but even the 4 martial commanders who were engaged in battle widened their eyes, their hearts surging with tidal waves of disbelief. No one understood Lin Futian's true strength better than these four. Among the five of them, Lin Futian, if not the strongest, was certainly second. Otherwise, how could he have single-handedly repelled an army of ferocious beasts led by the mother of the heavenly white dragon? Even though Lin Futian was injured, his strength remained formidable. Moments ago, he had even launched an attack in a fit of fury. The four thought they might be able to withstand such a blow, but they certainly couldn't imagine sending Lin Futian flying, let alone to the extent of spitting blood. This young man, how did he manage it? Lin Futian's body traced a long arc through the air before crashing to the ground in a wretched heap, carving a deep trench in the earth. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face pale and his expression filled with dread, being defeated by a mere beginner martial general. Even Lin Futian himself found it hard to believe. Yet he clearly felt the power transmitted through that blade earlier. It was solid, heavy, sharp. Its energy seemed capable of splitting mountains and rivers. It was practically flawless. Even Lin Futian wasn't confident he could unleash such a strike. A youth, one full realm below him, and merely a beginner martial general, had accomplished this. No, he's definitely not just a beginner martial general. He must be hiding his true level. Even his age must be a disguise. Lin Futian's face darkened. When the Lin family had investigated Su Xiaobai's background, the record showed he was 17 years old and an advanced quasi-warrior. That already counted as a highly gifted prodigy. But now, before him, was a 17-year-old beginner martial general. Moreover, this youth had even injured a martial commander like himself. Such an inexplicable event left Lin Futian struggling to comprehend it. The only explanation was that Su Xiaobai had concealed everything. Elder Feng was that. Meanwhile, on the city wall, a veiled woman and an elderly high-ranking martial general who had witnessed everything both wore looks of astonishment. Yes, that's the Dongfang family's immortal King's Sutra. Elder Feng's expression was solemn, and from the way he executed his attacks, there are even traces of the unified law codex technique in it. If I'm not mistaken, this boy must have some connection to Mr. Su. But how could he have mastered these techniques so quickly when we only passed them to Mr. Su a few days ago? Even Elder Feng was a loss. The Immortal King's Sutra and Unified Law Codex were advanced techniques of the lesser transcendent tier, and he had only handed them over a few days prior. Yet, here was a youth, seemingly so young, who had already grasped and wielded them. It was utterly inconceivable. After sending Lin Futian flying with a single strike, Su Xiaobai didn't stop there. His figure transformed into a blur, hurtling toward Lin Futian like an arrow shot from a bow. He was determined to kill Lin Futian. Lin Futian, seeing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Head-on clashes are my forte, my most powerful combat method. Yet even in that, I lost to Su Xiaobai. What can I possibly do to defend himself now? Stop. At this moment, Governor Xiao Longyu of the base flew over, placing himself between Su Xiaobai and Lin Futian. His voice boomed like a great bell. Now is a time of human crisis, with beasts attacking the city. This is not the time for internal strife. Whatever grievances you have, resolve them after this crisis is over. As the base's governor, his priorities were naturally focused on the bigger picture. The beast tide was far from over, and if humanity began to lose its own warriors to infighting, especially someone as vital as a martial commander, the consequences would affect not just Base 18, but all of humanity. I will deal with the beast tide later, but this man, I must kill him now. Su Xiaobai spoke decisively. Whoosh! As his words fell, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already bypassed Xiao Longyu and arrived right in front of Lin Futian. Die! Su Xiaobai raised his blade and swung it fiercely at Lin Futian once more. Damn it! Lin Futian's expression changed. Having already suffered once, how could he dare to clash head-on with Su Xiaobai again? He immediately took to the air, flying away at full speed. The blade's energy carved a 100-meter-long trench into the earth, splitting numerous beasts in its path cleanly in two, killing them instantly. Martial commanders could fly. Though Su Xiaobai's strength had reached the level of an ordinary martial commander, he still couldn't fly. However, thanks to his spatial attribute augmentation, his speed was no slower than a martial commander in flight. What happened next was an unforgettable sight for the warriors watching. A beginner martial general was chasing a flying martial commander on the ground, and his speed was so fast that the martial commander didn't dare to let his guard down, fleeing desperately to maintain distance. While Su Xiaobai couldn't fly, that didn't mean he couldn't move through the air. Bending his knees slightly, boom! The ground exploded as he launched himself like a cannonball into the sky. With a ruthless slash, he sent another enormous blade of energy hurtling toward Lin Futian. Lin Futian barely dodged, feeling utterly humiliated. Damn it! Damn it! To be chased across the skies and ground by a mere beginner martial general in front of so many people. This was the greatest disgrace of his life. Yet to survive, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Flying and ground combat are different. On the ground, terrain constraints slow me down, creating distance. It seems that I have to use some trump cards. Su Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. If this continued, Lin Futian would only get farther away. Brother Wang, Brother Liu, Brother Zhou, and Governor, are you just going to stand there? This is a matter of humanity's survival. How can you let him act so recklessly? Lin Futian finally couldn't hold back, shouting for help. Martial commanders were the pinnacle of human power, and with that status came pride and dignity. For Lin Futian, who had never begged anyone in his life, to do so now showed just how desperate he was. Sir, stop immediately. Now is not the time for this nonsense. Governor Xiao Longyu rushed forward again, issuing a stern warning. Boom! Su Xiaobai completely ignored Xiao Longyu. His figure once again shot into the sky. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Perfect! A cruel smile appeared on Su Xiaobai's lips. In his right palm, a crescent-shaped spatial blade shimmered into existence. Stop! Xiao Longyu, noticing the spatial blade, felt a chill and shouted in alarm. But no matter how loud he was, he couldn't possibly match Su Xiaobai's speed. Su Xiaobai casually flung the spatial blade. In the blink of an eye, Lin Futian felt as though the sky had darkened. An unprecedented sense of death enveloped him, and a massive character for death seemed to appear before him, sending chills down his spine. No! Slash! Before he could finish, the crescent-shaped spatial blade sliced cleanly across Lin Futian's neck. The spatial blade's speed was incredibly fast. Incredibly fast. To the naked eye of an average person, it was merely a faint, imperceptible shadow. If one so much as blinked, one might not even catch a glimpse. Thus, when the spatial blade grazed Lin Futian's neck, all he felt was a chill coursing through it. It took him 2 or 3 full seconds to finally realize something had changed in his vision. The entire world before his eyes began to tilt, to lean, and eventually overturn completely. He saw his own chest, saw Su Xiaobai standing behind him, and even saw the terrified face of the base governor, Xiao Longyu. Then, everything went dark. With boundless fear and despair, the light faded completely from his eyes. His head fell smoothly, as if sliced by an invisible wire, cleanly severed. It dropped alongside his headless body, both tumbling powerlessly from midair. Lin Futian was dead. The legendary figure of base number 18, the greatest pillar of the Lin family, had died at the hands of an unknown young man. At that moment, countless warriors on the battlefield who had witnessed the scene gasped in shock, their faces filled with horror. Even a veiled woman and the elderly man behind her showed stunned expressions. Xiao Longyu and the martial commanders of the other 3 major families were no exception. Their faces drastically changed. Everything that had happened was so sudden. A young man had suddenly leapt onto the eastern wall, killing a fierce beast. Then, without warning, he jumped down, calling Lin Futian by name. Next, he landed a direct hit, injuring Lin Futian gravely. And now, using some unknown, eerie method, he had easily severed Lin Futian's head. Everything had unfolded so quickly, so abruptly, that no one could react. Phew, so refreshing. Su Xiaobai landed, his expression shifting from the deadly seriousness of earlier to one of extraordinary ease and joy. The feeling of personally slaying one's enemy was indeed unparalleled, especially the thought that from now on, no one would constantly be scheming to harm him. Su Xiaobai felt as though a great weight had been lifted. Do you realize what you've done? Xiao Longyu stared at Lin Futian's lifeless body and severed head, his expression grim as he roared at Su Xiaobai. Killing a martial commander-level fighter. That's the crime of harming an ally. It's enough to warrant the tribunal sentencing you to execution. Oh, is that so? Then what of it? Su Xiaobai cast Xiao Longyu a glance, completely indifferent. Where was the tribunal when the Lin family had been hunting him down? Where are the so-called laws? Since the rules only served to protect the strong, fine. Now that he was strong, he would set the rules. Base governor? Family martial commanders? In his eyes, they were all nothing more than subordinates now. So what? Do you have any idea what killing a martial commander means? Base number 18 could face unimaginable losses because of you. You could very well cause the deaths of the entire base. 500,000 humans wiped out because of you. Xiao Longyu's voice rose with fury. A martial commander-level fighter was incredibly rare. There were only 5 of them among the 500,000 people in the base. Such individuals were 1 in a million, an unparalleled existence. Moreover, martial commanders were crucial to the outcome of beast tides and the survival of humanity's bases. They were the linchpins, the key to survival. Otherwise, they wouldn't hold such privileges and authority. The loss of one martial commander was tantamount to cutting off one of base number 18's legs. The impact was unimaginable. As for this young man before him, Xiao Longyu couldn't determine whether he was one of their own or from another base. If he belonged to base number 18, things might be manageable. But if he were from another base, do you even know the truth about this world? Do you know why the beast tides appear? You, who know nothing, have committed such an act at a time of human crisis, when a beast tide threatens to strike. This is treason against humanity. Xiao Longyu's words made Su Xiaobai frown. The truth of this world? Could there be some hidden secret? Governor, throwing around accusations of treason against humanity is far too serious for me to bear. But if the so-called crisis that might wipe out 500,000 people is just about those 2 S-class beasts, isn't that an overreaction? Su Xiaobai pointed at the white ape and the trihorn flame rhino, his tone indifferent. S-class beasts. They're not ordinary S-class beasts. Their true origins are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Xiao Longyu seemed to recall something, a trace of fear flashing through his eyes. Well, no matter where they come from, as long as we kill those 2 beasts, this beast tide crisis will be resolved. Am I wrong? Su Xiaobai's tone was casual. What do you mean by that? Xiao Longyu furrowed his brows, as if sensing something unusual in Su Xiaobai's words. Could it be that this young man intended to fight the white ape and the trihorn flame rhino with them? If that's the case, then things are much simpler. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Come here. At Su Xiaobai's call, 3 shadows who were battling fiercely with the beast tide abruptly raised their heads and looked in his direction. Without hesitation, they abandoned their fights and rushed towards Su Xiaobai. Kill them. Su Xiaobai pointed at the white ape and the trihorn flame rhino, issuing the order. The 3 shadows immediately obeyed, charging directly at the 2 S-class beasts. Roar! The white ape and the trihorn flame rhino have been battling 3 remaining martial trihorn flame rhino. With the original 5 reduced to 3, the beasts held the upper hand, relentlessly pressuring their opponents. Hearing Su Xiaobai's words, the beasts seemed to understand. They turned abruptly, their dark golden pupils brimming with violent rage as they locked onto Su Xiaobai and let out earth-shaking roars. Instantly, the white ape and the tri-horn flame rhino abandoned their fights with the martial tri-horn flame rhino and charged furiously towards Su Xiaobai. That kid's in trouble now. Angering those two beasts is no joke. If he managed to kill Lin Futian, I'm curious to see what gives him the confidence to face them. With the pressure from the two S-Class beasts lifted, the three martial tri-horn flame rhino could finally catch their breath. But their eyes remained firmly fixed on Su Xiaobai. What gave this young man such arrogance? They were about to find out. And soon they did. Not only did they find out, they were deeply, indelibly shocked. Shocked to the point of being utterly speechless. Even Xiao Longyu was rendered dumbfounded by what happened next. Everyone on the battlefield, warriors locked in combat, wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The moment the three shadows engaged the two S-Class beasts, the battle erupted in an instant. One slash, one strike, one axe swing. The once mighty, fearsome S-Class beasts, who had inspired endless dread, were both gravely injured on the spot. Scalding beast blood sprayed across the battlefield as the two S-Class beasts howled in agony. A long, deep gash was cut into the white ape's body, from its shoulder all the way down to its underarm and abdomen. Fresh blood poured out like it was free, splattering wildly. The tough, despair-inducing hard shell of the tri-horn flame rhino shattered instantly under one strike of a sword and one swing of an axe. Even its massive body sank into the ground, nearly causing it to kneel. The mournful howls of the two S-rank beasts filled the air, sending shivers down everyone's spines. In just one encounter, these two S-rank beasts, which had made 5 martial commanders fight desperately for 5 days and nights, were reduced to such a miserable state. Xiao Longyu, along with the 3 martial commanders from various families, were utterly shocked and speechless. These 3 are only junior martial generals? How could they? Zhou Quan, the martial commander from the Zhou family, stammered out these words after struggling for a long time. The 3 of us, at the martial commander level, barely managed to defend ourselves under the overwhelming pressure of the 2 S-rank beasts, with even the slightest mistake risking injury. On the other hand, those 3 junior martial generals with a sword, a blade, and an axe casually injured the white ape and the tri-horn flame rhino as if they were cutting vegetables. How is this even possible? When did junior martial generals gain such terrifying strength? Old phone, that's not. The veiled woman widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, her face showing a rare shock as she stuttered. They all practiced the immovable King's Sutra and unified law codex. Old Feng's face was also filled with astonishment. One person might possess such abilities due to extraordinary talent or an exceptional understanding of the techniques. That could be understood. But now, there were suddenly so many people with the same abilities, all from the Dongfang family's collection of lesser transcendent cultivation methods. How could they not be shocked? What was most surprising was that, including Su Xiaobai, everyone's cultivation level was only junior martial generals. Base number 18, truly a nest of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Old Feng sighed. The 3 shadows were still battling with the 2 S-rank beasts, but they had completely taken control of the situation, overwhelming the beasts. The 2 S-rank beasts were left battered and bloodied. The mournful howls of the 2 S-rank beasts had not stopped since the beginning. Suddenly, the pain seemed to enrage the 2 S-rank beasts to the extreme. They let out an earth-shattering roar, their dark golden eyes turning crimson. Their bodies surged in size, and their faces became savage and violent. It's happening. They're berserk mode. Everyone's expression turned serious. What had seemed like an advantage moments ago was merely the surface of the beast tide. The real danger lay in the berserk state of the 2 S-rank beasts. Once they entered this state, their strength would surge dramatically, all injuries would heal quickly, and their destructive power and desire for slaughter would multiply. The only way to deal with this was to delay. They had to wait until the berserk state wore off, and then strike while the beasts were weakened. This was also why Xiao Longyu was so angry at Su Xiaobai for killing Lin Futian. Losing a martial commander meant losing a strong defense against the berserk state. If the beasts broke through the base's walls, the base would fall, and there would be no way to save it. Their aura has grown stronger. Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Number 4, number 5, number 6, all of you join in. With a command, 3 more shadows enter the fray. The 2 S-rank beasts, having just entered their berserk state, were preparing to enjoy a bloody battle and show these humans their true strength. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 more humans joined the fight. With 6 shadows, each strong enough to crush ordinary martial commanders, and the power of lesser transcendent techniques backing them. Their battle power multiplied geometrically. They attacked from different angles, and even the berserk S-rank beasts were helpless under their onslaught. Thus, the 2 berserk S-rank beasts were once again mercilessly beaten. The 4 martial commanders watching this scene were at a loss for words. They had fought desperately, even considering risking their lives. But in the blink of an eye, several junior martial generals had effortlessly crushed the beasts. Crushed so badly, they were questioning their own lives. Moments later, the berserk state of the 2 S-rank beasts faded, and they entered a weakened state. The 6 shadows had no trouble killing the 2 beasts, covering them with wounds. Boom! As their mournful cries echoed, the 2 S-rank beasts collapsed, one after the other. Dust billowed into the air, and a torrent of blood poured from their bodies, staining the ground. They struggled a few times, their eyes filled with unwillingness and rage, before they died completely. Why is there no loot prompt? Su Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Normally, when shadows killed beasts, the system would prompt a loot collection. Why was there no loot from these 2 S-rank beasts? The base governor mentioned they were different, related to the secrets of this world. Could it be related? At that moment, Su Xiaobai noticed that the bodies of the 2 S-rank beasts were slowly vaporizing into thin air. It was as if they were melting like snow on a mountain. In just a few breaths, the 2 S-rank beasts had completely evaporated into gas. Even their blood had vanished without a trace. It seems this world isn't what I imagined. There are unexpected elements here. Su Xiaobai pondered. But no matter what these unexpected things are, they can't stop me from getting stronger. With all my external aids, why would I fear such a small unknown? If anyone should be scared, it should be that unknown. Though I can't collect the loot from the S-rank beasts, the loot from Lin Futian and the Lin family, I'll take all of it. With a flick of his hand, Su Xiaobai cut off Lin Futian's finger, taking the spatial ring on it as his personal loot. Boom! As soon as the 2 S-rank beasts died, the constantly surging beast tide seemed to regain its senses. They quickly turned and fled like a retreating tide. Su Xiaobai wouldn't let this chance slip by. He immediately ordered the 6 shadows to chase and kill, collecting whatever loot they could. Cheers erupted from the warriors. We made it through the beast tide this year, and we witnessed a true powerhouse in action. With such a strong presence, perhaps we would never again need to worry about the beast tide in the future. Mr. Su, a martial commander, stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Zhou Quan of the Zhou family. On behalf of the Zhou family, I greet Mr. Su. Wang Chuchun of the Wang family. On behalf of the Wang family, I greet Mr. Su. Lu Iza of the Lu family. On behalf of the Lu family, I greet Mr. Su. The other 2 martial commanders also quickly came forward to salute. Xiao Longyu's expression was complicated. He had been angry at Su Xiaobai earlier because of the beast tide, but now, in the blink of an eye, Su Xiaobai had effortlessly solved the problem. But Xiao Longyu wasn't the type to put pride over right and wrong. He stepped forward respectfully and bowed. Governor of the base, Xiao Longyu, greets Mr. Su. Governor, what did you mean earlier about the secrets of this world? Su Xiaobai looked at him with curiosity. If it were the old Su Xiaobai, he wouldn't even care about the world's secrets or anything else. He couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone worry about such things. But now, things are different. With strength now at his disposal, Su Xiaobai naturally grew curious about these unknown things. After all, living in this world, what if one day a big boss or something like a great demon king suddenly appeared and I can't defeat it? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Mr. Su, as for this matter, I only know a little about it, but if you wish to hear it, I will tell you everything I know. Xiao Longyu said seriously. This is not the place to talk. Mr. Su, please follow me. Xiao Longyu led Su Xiaobai directly to the base governor's mansion. The other three families' martial commanders, Lu, Wang, and Zhou, naturally knew some related secrets and didn't need to hear more, but they still followed, mainly to get closer to Su Xiaobai. With the combat prowess of a beginner martial general, Su Xiaobai had easily killed Lin Futian, and, on top of that, had 6 subordinates who were nearly as terrifying as he was. If you calculated his fighting strength, Su Xiaobai essentially commanded 6 martial commander-level subordinates. Any of these 6 would deserve great respect, let alone Su Xiaobai himself. In the governor's office, Su Xiaobai sat at the head of the table. The other 4 sat around him. On the table, warm water emitted a faint steam. Mr. Su, the Trihorn Flame Rhino you just killed was the first time the 5 of us. No, the 4 of us have encountered it. But the White Ape, including this year, we've been fighting it for 12 years. Xiao Longyu's words shocked Su Xiaobai deeply. 12 years of fighting. Could it be that the White Ape didn't die and could come back to life? I know you might be confused, and you should have made some guesses. Unfortunately, I must tell you that your guess is correct. The White Ape has been resurrected 11 times, and if nothing changes, we'll probably see it again around this time next year. Xiao Longyu's tone was heavy. Endless resurrection? That's terrifying. Killing it is no different than not killing it. There are no spoils of war. It feels like a waste of effort. Why? Su Xiaobai frowned and asked. Because they come from the other world. When Xiao Longyu said this, the 3 other martial commanders nearby couldn't hide their shock. The other world? You mean the 2S level beasts we just fought aren't from this world? Su Xiaobai's expression grew serious. Yes. Xiao Longyu nodded seriously, his face grim. I don't know much about the other world, but I can tell you with certainty that the 2S level beasts you just killed are already resurrected in the other world. 1 year later, they will return again, and by then, their strength will be even greater than now. So this is it. There is actually another world, the other world, and the beasts from it even have an immortality power. That's pretty amazing. Since you know about the other world, why not just go in and kill the 2S level beasts directly? Why wait every year for them to come and attack the city? Su Xiaobai asked. Sigh. Xiao Longyu sighed deeply. Mr. Su, the other world is not as optimistic as you might think. Its danger level is extremely high. Take those 2S level beasts you encountered earlier. They're just the bottom of the food chain in the other world. There are creatures in that world far stronger and more terrifying than them. And because of this, it's possible that the next time you see a beast, it will be something else. The White Ape is the one that has attacked the most in the past 12 years in our base. So it became so strong. So the beasts at the bottom of the food chain in the other world can already be this terrifying? This other world was not ordinary at all. Even martial gods, martial kings, or martial emperors, beings higher than martial commanders, who enter the other world, may fall and perish. When Xiao Longyu said this, Su Xiaobai's eyes glowed with light. Martial gods. He knew about them. He had seen them introduced on TV before. But the realms above martial gods? He had just learned about them today from Xiao Longyu. So, above martial gods were martial kings. Above martial kings were martial emperors. But that's not the main reason. Since the Great Disaster, humanity has built 10,008 bases globally, each to resist invasions from the other world. Base 18 is just the weakest, most insignificant base. So every year's Beast Tide is merely the weakest, meant to select the true elite martial artists from the wars. The weak are not qualified. Even you, Mr. Su, forgive my impertinence, probably do not have the qualifications to enter the other world. Xiao Longyu said, his eyes dimming. Clearly, he had tried before, but was rejected. Even the martial commander-level figures, those who dominated their regions, didn't have the qualifications to enter the other world. This made it clear how extraordinary that world was. What qualifications are needed to enter the other world? Su Xiaobai asked. First, you must at least reach the martial commander level, which I have already achieved. But second, you must have top-tier cultivation talent. This I cannot achieve. Xiao Longyu's cultivation talent was high, only a step away from top tier. But that one step away was enough to prevent him from entering the other world. Top-tier cultivation talent. Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. He had only thought cultivation talent mattered for a warrior's future. He didn't know that entering the other world required such a specific match with talent. But for him, this wasn't a big problem. Although his cultivation talent was at the lowest rank now, as long as Su Xiaobai was willing, he could easily use pills to push it to the top-tier level. It was only a matter of time. Xiao Longyu could do it too, but he didn't have the same terrifying advantages as Su Xiaobai, who could automatically hunt beasts and gather rare treasures. And the most important thing was that having top-tier cultivation talent was only a qualification. Whether he could survive in the other world and achieve anything was still uncertain. Finally, there's a third requirement. You must have successfully cultivated at least 3 lesser, transcendent techniques. If it were the old Su Xiaobai, he wouldn't even care about the world's secrets or anything else. He couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone worry about such things. But now, things are different. With strength now at his disposal, Su Xiaobai naturally grew curious about these unknown things. After all, living in this world, what if one day a big boss, or something like a great demon king, suddenly appeared and I can't defeat it? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Mr. Su, as for this matter, I only know a little about it, but if you wish to hear it, I will tell you everything I know. Xiao Longyu said seriously. This is not the place to talk. Mr. Su, please follow me. Xiao Longyu led Su Xiaobai directly to the base governor's mansion. The other 3 families' martial commanders, Lu, Wang, and Zhou, naturally knew some related secrets and didn't need to hear more, but they still followed, mainly to get closer to Su Xiaobai. With the combat prowess of a beginner martial general, Su Xiaobai had easily killed Lin Futian and, on top of that, had 6 subordinates who were nearly as terrifying as he was. If you calculated his fighting strength, Su Xiaobai essentially commanded 6 martial commander-level subordinates. Any of these 6 would deserve great respect, let alone Su Xiaobai himself. In the governor's office, Su Xiaobai sat at the head of the table. The other 4 sat around him. On the table, warm water emitted a faint steam. Mr. Su, the Trihorn Flame Rhino you just killed was the first time the 5 of us. No, the 4 of us have encountered it. But the White Ape, including this year, we've been fighting it for 12 years. Xiao Longyu's words shocked Su Xiaobai deeply. 12 years of fighting? Could it be that the White Ape didn't die and could come back to life? I know you might be confused, and you should have made some guesses. Unfortunately, I must tell you that your guess is correct. The White Ape has been resurrected 11 times, and if nothing changes, we'll probably see it again around this time next year. Xiao Longyu's tone was heavy. Endless resurrection? That's terrifying. Killing it is no different than not killing it. There are no spoils of war. It feels like a waste of effort. Why? Su Xiaobai frowned and asked. Because they come from the other world. When Xiao Longyu said this, the 3 other martial commanders nearby couldn't hide their shock. The other world? You mean the 2S-level beasts we just fought aren't from this world? Su Xiaobai's expression grew serious. Yes. Xiao Longyu nodded seriously, his face grim. I don't know much about the other world, but I can tell you with certainty that the 2S-level beasts you just killed are already resurrected in the other world. 1 year later, they will return again, and by then, their strength will be even greater than now. So this is it. There is actually another world, the other world, and the beasts from it even have an immortality power. That's pretty amazing. Since you know about the other world, Why not just go in and kill the two S-level beasts directly? Why wait every year for them to come and attack the city? Su Xiaobai asked. Sigh. Xiao Longyu sighed deeply. Mr. Su, the other world is not as optimistic as you might think. Its danger level is extremely high. Take those two S-level beasts you encountered earlier. They're just the bottom of the food chain in the other world. There are creatures in that world far stronger and more terrifying than them. And because of this, it's possible that the next time you see a beast, it will be something else. The white ape is the one that has attacked the most in the past 12 years in our base. So it became so strong. So the beast at the bottom of the food chain in the other world can already be this terrifying? This other world was not ordinary at all. Even martial gods, martial kings, or martial emperors, beings higher than martial commanders, who enter the other world, may fall and perish. When Xiao Longyu said this, Su Xiaobai's eyes glowed with light. Martial gods. He knew about them. He had seen them introduced on TV before. But the realms above martial gods? He had just learned about them today from Xiao Longyu. So, above martial gods were martial kings. Above martial kings were martial emperors. But that's not the main reason. Since the Great Disaster, humanity has built 10,008 bases globally, each to resist invasions from the other world. Base 18 is just the weakest, most insignificant base. So every year's Beast Tide is merely the weakest, meant to select the true elite martial artist from the wars. The weak are not qualified. Even you, Mr. Su, forgive my impertinence, probably do not have the qualifications to enter the other world. Xiao Longyu said, his eyes dimming. Clearly, he had tried before, but was rejected. Even the martial commander-level figures, those who dominated their regions, didn't have the qualifications to enter the other world. This made it clear how extraordinary that world was. What qualifications are needed to enter the other world? Su Xiaobai asked. First, you must at least reach the martial commander level, which I have already achieved. But second, you must have top-tier cultivation talent. This I cannot achieve. Xiao Longyu's cultivation talent was high, only a step away from top tier. But that one step away was enough to prevent him from entering the other world. Top-tier cultivation talent? Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. He had only thought cultivation talent mattered for a warrior's future. He didn't know that entering the other world required such a specific match with talent. But for him, this wasn't a big problem. Although his cultivation talent was at the lowest rank now, as long as Su Xiaobai was willing, he could easily use pills to push it to the top-tier level. It was only a matter of time. Xiao Longyu could do it too, but he didn't have the same terrifying advantages as Su Xiaobai, who could automatically hunt beasts and gather rare treasures. And the most important thing was that having top-tier cultivation talent was only a qualification. Whether he could survive in the other world and achieve anything was still uncertain. Finally, there's a third requirement. You must have successfully cultivated at least 3 lesser transcendent techniques. The difficulty of cultivating a lesser transcendent technique was well known. Only upon reaching the level of a martial general could one barely be considered qualified to cultivate a lesser transcendent technique. But how many martial generals could truly succeed in cultivating a lesser transcendent technique? Only martial commanders were capable of barely succeeding in cultivating one. For example, Lin Futian, Xiao Longyu, and the martial commanders of the other 3 major families. They have barely mastered a single lesser transcendent technique. What about cultivating 3 lesser transcendent techniques? It's no different from a fool's dream. Unless one reaches a higher level than the martial commander rank, perhaps then there's some possibility. However, from these 3 conditions, Su Xiaobai gained a rough understanding of the key factors for entering the other world: realm, cultivation aptitude, and comprehension. It seems as if they are deliberately screening elite and talented individuals who have potential for further development. Only such individuals are qualified to enter the other world. But thinking it over, that does make sense. High-level talent guarantees becoming a martial general with some chance of reaching the martial commander rank. Only those with peak-level talent are guaranteed to become martial commanders, with some chance of reaching the martial god level. And the threshold for entering the otherworld is the martial commander rank. If one can't grow or improve after entering, clearly, the meaning of entering the otherworld is diminished. Comprehension is the same. If comprehension is too low, there's no need to cultivate. Growth will be exceedingly slow. But if comprehension is high enough, one can successfully comprehend 3 lesser transcendent techniques at the martial commander level. Without saying more, at least there is still room for growth, and one can continue to develop. Are humans planning to treat the otherworld as a cradle for cultivating elite talents? From these 3 selection criteria, Su Xiaobai sensed such an implication. If we look at just this point, the otherworld may not only be a crisis, it also holds immense opportunities. Otherwise, the qualifications wouldn't be so high, and Xiao Longyu wouldn't have been so downcast for not having the qualifications. Interesting, a gleam of light appeared in Su Xiaobai's eyes. If all 3 conditions are met, how does one enter the otherworld? Su Xiaobai asked. To enter the otherworld, a specific teleportation array is required. The teleportation array was created after the former martial gods broke into the otherworld and established a foothold. Without reaching the martial god level, the body cannot withstand the tearing of the spatial storm and will be instantly reduced to dust. Therefore, the only way to enter the otherworld is through the otherworld teleportation array. Xiao Longyu's words brought a lot of information. Humans have already entered the otherworld and established their own bases and cities there. Otherwise, the teleportation array would not be able to function. The existence of the teleportation array is to screen whether warriors possess the qualifications. Those who don't meet the qualifications will only die if they go. Only those who do meet the qualifications will be able to achieve something. This feels like they're deliberately cultivating an elite army of human warriors, preparing for a grand battle in the future. If one can't endure the spatial storm without reaching the martial god level, how did those S-grade beasts manage to break through? Su Xiaobai caught a small detail. I'm not exactly sure the reason, but what I can confirm is if an S-grade beast appears and is killed, it will reappear every year at a random location around the area. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that they are like being specifically thrown here by some unknown existence. Xiao Longyu said in a low voice. Thrown here by an unknown existence? If that's the case, it seems there's an unknown manipulator behind the S-grade beasts. Suddenly, it was like Su Xiaobai had opened a door to a new world. S-grade beasts are specifically thrown here. Then, they have the ability to command all beasts, creating beast tides to attack human bases. They are reckless and fearless of death, because they know that after dying, they can be revived in the otherworld. Clearly, the unseen manipulators from the otherworld have long begun their invasion of Earth. Besides base number 18, other bases should also have similar beast tides from otherworld invasions, right? Su Xiaobai became serious. Yes, and the wars at other bases are far more brutal than what we've encountered here. Xiao Longyu still had a lingering look of fear in his eyes. I once witnessed a huge beast tied up close. The beast covered the sky and earth, dense and endless. In terms of numbers, they were at least 10,000 times more than the number of beasts we encounter today. But that wasn't the scariest part. The most terrifying part is that those SS-grade beasts from the otherworld can command all the S-grade beasts to launch an unprecedented, crazed attack on human bases. Thousands of S-grade beasts, leading their own territories' beast armies, the horror of beasts everywhere, both in the sky and on the ground. Just watching it was enough to make anyone feel fear. And because of that beast tide, at least 100 elite martial commanders died, not to mention countless ordinary martial commanders. Of course, if it had just been that, it wouldn't be enough to make people afraid. Just 1 year later, the SS-grade beast that was killed returned. This time, it had been promoted to SSS grade. If the martial god support hadn't arrived just in time, I would have probably been dead by now. From Xiao Longyu's last trembling words, Su Xiaobai could roughly imagine the scenes from that time. Two S-grade beasts were enough to wipe out the entire 510 human bases. What would the terrifying scene be like when thousands of S-grade beasts lead their armies to besiege a city? And that wasn't even the key. The key was that even after killing that SS-grade beast, once it came back, it had been upgraded to an SSS-grade beast. This directly raised the difficulty by a whole level, because SSS-grade beasts can command even more terrifying SS-grade beasts. The horror of the beast tide won't just double. Facing such a terrifying beast tide, it's no wonder that Xiao Longyu, as an ordinary martial commander, would be so frightened. Earlier you mentioned that above ordinary martial commanders is the elite martial commander. What's above elite martial commanders? Su Xiaobai wasn't interested in the beast tides. These so-called horrors were nothing in his eyes. As long as his realm level was high enough, and his cultivation techniques were numerous enough, once his monster-slaying army could be formed, he could single-handedly deal with such a beast tide. Thus, he was more interested in the division of martial commander ranks. If S-grade beasts equate to ordinary martial commanders, SS-grade beasts are comparable to elite martial commanders. What about SSS-grade beasts? Above elite martial commanders is the ultimate martial commander. Above ultimate martial commanders is the demigod level. Only after breaking through the demigod level can one reach the martial god level. Ordinary martial commander, elite martial commander, ultimate martial commander, demigod martial commander. Only by breaking through the demigod martial commander level can one truly ascend to the martial god level. Su Xiaobai finally understood the hierarchy of martial commanders. It was completely different from the previous divisions into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. This current system of rank classification seemed to align more closely with the true nature of this world. To break through so many levels just to reach the martial god realm, it seems that achieving this level is extremely difficult for ordinary people. Su Xiaobai sighed. It's as hard as ascending to heaven. Xiao Longyu shook his head. I've been stuck in the ordinary martial commander stage for 13 years and have yet to show any signs of advancing to the elite martial commander level. I'm afraid I won't achieve it in my lifetime. Below martial commander, all are ants. Above martial commander lies the path to heaven. Even a single step can be a lifelong, insurmountable punishment from the heavens. That's why before the otherworld appeared, the strongest humans were at the martial god level. But with the emergence of the otherworld, ranks above martial god gradually came into existence. So that's how it is. Before the appearance of the otherworld, martial gods were the pinnacle of existence in this world, ruling everything and comparable to gods. But after the otherworld emerged, stronger levels such as martial kings, martial emperors, and even higher were born. As Xiao Longyu explained, Su Xiaobai's understanding of the world was gradually being reshaped. I thought that my martial commander level strength, capable of slaying martial commander level individuals, made me invincible within base number 18. I felt quite accomplished. Who would have thought that I have just stepped out of the beginner's village and into the real world? And in this vast world, my current strength is insignificant. Does base number 18 have a teleportation array to the other world? Su Xiaobai asked. Base number 18 is among the weakest of the 10,008 global bases. To possess a teleportation array to the other world, a base must at least reach the level of a major base. The nearest major base is base number 15. They have a teleportation array to the other world. But Mr. Su, I advise you not to go there for now. Our base just experienced a beast tide today, and their side may face one soon as well. The leading beast there is an SS ranked 1. Xiao Longyu warned. Base number 15, wasn't that the base where the veiled woman from the Beast Treasure Pavilion came from? No wonder she was so extravagant, producing 5 lesser transcendent techniques at once, including one attribute-based technique. The 4th grade pills were considered relatively noble resources in the black market. Due to the massive purchases by large families and the astonishing handling fees charged by the Treasure Pill Pavilion, the pills have become not only extremely expensive, but also difficult to acquire. Classic high price, no supply. Thus, whenever a fourth-grade pill appeared in the black market, it immediately sparked a frenzy, provided the price was reasonable. Some warriors would even end up fighting to the death over a single fourth-grade pill. What's more, with the beast tide approaching, every warrior in the black market was now desperate for pills. Even the lowest-grade first-grade pills, with a markup of 50%, will be snatched up instantly without a single one left. Under such circumstances, Su Xiaobai not only brought out a large number of fourth-grade pills, but each one was of perfect quality. How could this not drive the warriors into a frenzy? Line up, no need to rush. Su Xiaobai was unusually calm. He wasn't worried about these warriors attempting to seize the pills by force. The black market had clear rules. Any warrior who robs a stall would be executed on the spot without exception. The black market operates with its own rules. After paying the exorbitant stall fees, the market guarantees full protection. If anyone could rob freely, how would the black market sustain itself? However, fights or robberies during trades between independent warriors are beyond the black market's jurisdiction. Without paying, why would the black market protect you? Therefore, Su Xiaobai calmly let the warriors bid high prices one by one. I bid 30 million for this Breaking Shackles pill. Perfect quality Breaking Shackles pill. And you only bid 30 million? I'll bid 35 million. Stop fighting. I'll take it all for 40 million. The warriors quarreled fiercely over these perfect quality pills. Not only did the prices keep soaring, but they were also on the verge of drawing weapons to fight. They had no choice. The beast tide was imminent. The only way to improve their survival chances was by increasing their strength. The Breaking Shackles pill could help warriors at the Martial Master level break through or assist advanced warriors in advancing to beginner Martial Masters. A single perfect quality Breaking Shackles pill could increase the breakthrough success rate by 20%. This was a matter of life and death. How could they not fight desperately over it? Su Xiaobai was content to watch them argue. After all, he was the one profiting in the end. All he had to do was wait leisurely for them to bid. The highest bidder wins. After a full 3 hours, all the pills were sold out. Yet many warriors lingered at the stall, unwilling to leave. Master, do you have any more pills? Please sell me one. Master, do you have any stock left? I'll buy whatever grade you have. Master, will you come back tomorrow? The warriors kept asking. In their eyes, Su Xiaobai had already become a master alchemist. To be able to produce so many perfect quality pills, his alchemy skills must be of a very high level. They treated him with utmost respect. Tomorrow's matters will be discussed tomorrow. Su Xiaobai replied indifferently. The warriors sighed in disappointment, shook their heads, and reluctantly left. This profit is insane. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. Indeed, there's no such thing as the perfect price, only the perfect timing. These fourth-grade, perfect quality pills, if sold at the Treasure Pill Pavilion, could fetch a good price. However, he would face a hefty 15% handling fee and the risk of attracting unwanted attention. But in the black market, things were different, especially with the looming beast tide. Even common pills have become rare commodities. It was akin to people hoarding salt and food during a disaster. They'd spend whatever it took to protect themselves. This time, Su Xiaobai made a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. 52 billion. That's right. The total sale of all the fourth-grade pills amounted to an astronomical 52 billion. It was his highest profit ever, reaching a staggering record. Even he felt it was surreal and hard to believe. After all, the cost of those fourth-grade pills was at most 50 million, but they yielded over 100-fold return. Upgrade immediately. What to do with the money? Of course, upgrade. System, upgrade my one-click cultivation feature. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai initiated the first one-click cultivation upgrade. Deducting 8.192 billion, One-click cultivation space upgraded to level 13. Space-time flow rate increased from 4,096x to 8,192x, deducting 16.384 billion. One-click cultivation space upgraded to level 14. Space-time flow rate increased from 8,192x to 16,384x. He spent over 24 billion in one go, directly upgrading one-click cultivation to level 14. The space-time flow rate now reached an astonishing 16,384x. This meant one day of one-click cultivation equaled 44 years for others. And one-click practice was equivalent to over 20 years of nonstop effort per day. In essence, for every day Su Xiaobai spent cultivating, it was as if others had spent decades of hard work. The magnitude of this advantage was unimaginable. 1 week. Only 1 week left. In 1 week, both Immovable King Sutra and Unified Law Codex will reach the beginner level. Su Xiaobai's eyes glimmered with excitement. He could hardly wait to see how much the minor achievements in these techniques would enhance his abilities. An advanced martial general? At that point, he could crush them effortlessly. Even a martial commander would only be able to last a couple of moves against him. 24 billion spent, 28 billion left. Next, upgrade one-click auto hunting. The reason he prioritized one-click combat over one-click cultivation was simple. It was the core of his entire profit chain. Every alchemy recipe required rare beast materials. The higher the grade, the better. Purchasing them would only make him a sitting duck for extortion. Moreover, Xiao Bailong's evolution required a massive amount of beast meat. Lastly, to deal with the Lin family, the more shadows he could summon, the better. Thus, one-click auto hunting was the most cost-effective upgrade besides one-click cultivation. There was no competition. The fourth-grade pills were considered relatively noble resources in the black market. Due to the massive purchases by large families and the astonishing handling fees charged by the Treasure Pill Pavilion, the pills have become not only extremely expensive, but also difficult to acquire. Classic high price, no supply. Thus, whenever a fourth-grade pill appeared in the black market, it immediately sparked a frenzy, provided the price was reasonable. Some warriors would even end up fighting to the death over a single fourth-grade pill. What's more, with the beast tide approaching, every warrior in the black market was now desperate for pills. Even the lowest-grade first-grade pills, with a markup of 50%, will be snatched up instantly without a single one left. Under such circumstances, Su Xiaobai not only brought out a large number of fourth-grade pills, but each one was of perfect quality. How could this not drive the warriors into a frenzy? Line up, no need to rush. Su Xiaobai was unusually calm. He wasn't worried about these warriors attempting to seize the pills by force. The black market had clear rules. Any warrior who robs a stall would be executed on the spot without exception. The black market operates with its own rules. After paying the exorbitant stall fees, the market guarantees full protection. If anyone could rob freely, how would the black market sustain itself? However, fights or robberies during trades between independent warriors are beyond the black market's jurisdiction. Without paying, why would the black market protect you? Therefore, Su Xiaobai calmly let the warriors bid high prices one by one. I bid 30 million for this Breaking Shackles pill. Perfect quality Breaking Shackles pill. And you only bid 30 million? I'll bid 35 million. Stop fighting. I'll take it all for 40 million. The warriors quarreled fiercely over these perfect quality pills. Not only did the prices keep soaring, but they were also on the verge of drawing weapons to fight. They had no choice. The beast tide was imminent. The only way to improve their survival chances was by increasing their strength. The Breaking Shackles pill could help warriors at the Martial Master level break through or assist advanced warriors in advancing to beginner Martial Masters. A single perfect quality Breaking Shackles pill could increase the breakthrough success rate by 20%. This was a matter of life and death. How could they not fight desperately over it? Su Xiaobai was content to watch them argue. After all, he was the one profiting in the end. All he had to do was wait leisurely for them to bid. The highest bidder wins. After a full 3 hours, all the pills were sold out. Yet many warriors lingered at the stall, unwilling to leave. "Master, do you have any more pills? Please sell me one." "Master, do you have any stock left? I'll buy whatever grade you have." "Master, will you come back tomorrow?" The warriors kept asking. In their eyes, Su Xiaobai had already become a master alchemist. To be able to produce so many perfect quality pills, his alchemy skills must be of a very high level. They treated him with utmost respect. "Tomorrow's matters will be discussed tomorrow." Su Xiaobai replied indifferently. The warriors sighed in disappointment, shook their heads, and reluctantly left. "This prophet is insane." Su Xiaobai couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. Indeed, there's no such thing as the perfect price, only the perfect timing. These fourth-grade, perfect quality pills, if sold at the Treasure Pill Pavilion, could fetch a good price. However, he would face a hefty 15% handling fee and the risk of attracting unwanted attention. But in the black market, things were different, especially with the looming beast tide. Even common pills have become rare commodities. It was akin to people hoarding salt and food during a disaster. They'd spend whatever it took to protect themselves. This time, Su Xiaobai made a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. 52 billion. That's right. The total sale of all the fourth-grade pills amounted to an astronomical 52 billion. It was his highest profit ever, reaching a staggering record. Even he felt it was surreal and hard to believe. After all, the cost of those fourth-grade pills was at most 50 million, but they yielded over 100-fold return. Upgrade immediately. What to do with the money? Of course, upgrade. System, upgrade my one-click cultivation feature. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai initiated the first one-click cultivation upgrade. Deducting 8.192 billion, one-click cultivation space upgraded to level 13. Space-time flow rate increased from 4,096x to 8,192x. Deducting 16.384 billion, one-click cultivation space upgraded to level 14. Space-time flow rate increased from 8,192x to 16,384x. He spent over 24 billion in one go, directly upgrading one-click cultivation to level 14. The space-time flow rate now reached an astonishing 16,384x. This meant one day of one-click cultivation equaled 44 years for others. And one-click practice was equivalent to over 20 years of nonstop effort per day. In essence, for every day Su Xiaobai spent cultivating, it was as if others had spent decades of hard work. The magnitude of this advantage was unimaginable. 1 week. Only 1 week left. In 1 week, both Immovable King Sutra and Unified Law Codex will reach the beginner level. Su Xiaobai's eyes glimmered with excitement. He could hardly wait to see how much the minor achievements in these techniques would enhance his abilities. An advanced martial general? At that point, he could crush them effortlessly. Even a martial commander would only be able to last a couple of moves against him. 24 billion spent, 28 billion left. Next, upgrade one-click auto-hunting. The reason he prioritized one-click combat over one-click cultivation was simple. It was the core of his entire profit chain. Every alchemy recipe required rare beast materials. The higher the grade, the better. Purchasing them would only make him a sitting duck for extortion. Moreover, Xiao Bailong's evolution required a massive amount of beast meat. Lastly, to deal with the Lin family. The more shadows he could summon, the better. Thus, one-click auto-hunting was the most cost-effective upgrade besides one-click cultivation. There was no competition. Not only did they have a teleportation array to the other world, but even the beasts they faced were SS ranked. It was clear base number 15 was far stronger than base number 18. Don't worry, I'm not reckless. Back to the otherworld topic. If the experts from the otherworld are as powerful as you say, shouldn't they easily sweep across Earth and wipe out humanity? Su Xiaobai asked. Before the otherworld opened, the strongest humans were only at the martial god level. But in the other world, there were martial kings and martial emperors. Wouldn't they easily dominate Earth? Mr. Su, this is what I wanted to explain. Xiao Longyu said. Initially, humanity was unaware of the other world's existence. One day, a space-time vortex appeared near base number 1, and a martial, god-level expert ventured into it, discovering the other world. But from that moment on, the other world also became aware of Earth's existence. However, due to the space-time vortex's limitations, only martial god-level beings could cross over. They dispatched a massive army to battle base number 1. The First Year's War ended with base number 1 achieving an easy victory. But in the second year, more martial god-level beasts from the other world attacked, and even previously killed martial god-level beasts were resurrected. Humanity then realized the true crisis of the other world. That war claimed the lives of countless human martial god-level experts and was called the Dark Campaign, the bleakest period in human history. To save humanity and themselves, the surviving martial gods ventured into the other world after the Dark Campaign. They achieved unprecedented breakthroughs and ascended to the martial king level, which prevented the second year's tragedy from repeating itself in the third year. Though Xiao Longyu's account was brief and pale, Su Xiaobai could still feel the enormity and brutality of the war. Humanity had already made unprecedented efforts to survive. With martial kings guarding the front lines, humans could better resist the other world's beast invasions and even establish human strongholds at the space-time vortex entrances. But this good situation didn't last long. The space-time vortex suddenly expanded, allowing martial king-level beasts to enter. The battles at the martial king level shook the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, humanity managed to secure a narrow victory, but they dared not relax. Everyone understood that the space-time vortex was still growing. After the martial king invasion, martial emperor-level beings would come. If the vortex kept expanding, the other world would eventually conquer Earth. Even more terrifyingly, space-time vortices began appearing near almost every human base. With no way to stop the vortex from growing, humanity must continue to grow stronger, or they will ultimately perish at the hands of these beasts. Mr. Su, this is the truth about this world that I wanted to share with you. When Xiao Longyu finished speaking, the entire office fell silent. The other 3 martial commanders, who were also aware of this, maintained a calm facade, but fear flickered in their eyes. Dealing with S-ranked beasts at the ordinary martial commander level was already challenging. If the space-time vortex near base number 18 ever grew large enough, SS-ranked beasts would be the next threat. At that point, everyone present, along with all humans in base number 18, would be doomed. I see, Su Xiaobai nodded. Based on what you're saying, as long as we enter the other world and eliminate those intent on invading Earth, the planet can be safe, right? That's true, but then that's all we need to do. Su Xiaobai interrupted Xiao Longyu, grinning and revealing his sharp white teeth. No matter how powerful these beasts are, if they dare set their sights on Earth, we'll slaughter them all. For Su Xiaobai, titles like Martial Commander, Martial God, Martial King, or even Martial Emperor, in the face of a cheat-like ability, dealing with them was merely a matter of time. Mr. Su, having confidence is a good thing, but as far as I know, humanity's current understanding of the other world is still superficial. The breadth and depth of the other world far exceed our imagination. Even the most powerful human beings face the risk of falling at any moment in the other world. To people like Xiao Longyu and the others, forget about slaughtering the fearsome beasts of the other world. Even entering, it was a daunting challenge. Thus, no one took Su Xiaobai's words seriously. Su Xiaobai didn't bother to explain further and continued asking about the other world. However, Xiao Longyu didn't know much about it. What he could say, he had already said. The true core secrets were impossible to reveal publicly, just like the current base number 18. Among its 5 million inhabitants, only a few ordinary martial commanders knew the source of the beast tides or the true secrets of this world. Everyone else, including martial generals, were still in the dark. Afterward, Su Xiaobai chatted with Xiao Longyu for quite some time. During this period, the other 3 ordinary martial commanders also joined in the conversation. From these discussions, Su Xiaobai gained a basic understanding of this world. For example, the bases. Base number 18 was the weakest among the 10,008 bases worldwide. It had no otherworld teleportation array, no great transcendent techniques, and only a handful of lesser transcendent techniques. Such a weak base could only defend passively against the otherworld, without any ability to counterattack. Base number 15, however, was different. With the establishment of the otherworld teleportation array, they could freely travel to and from the otherworld. Despite its extreme danger, many warriors had obtained great opportunities there and soared to new heights. The otherworld was a place of immense peril, but was also full of opportunities and limitless possibilities. It seems I must visit base number 15. Su Xiaobai thought to himself. The more he learned about the otherworld, the more eager he became to uncover its mysteries. Perhaps base number 15 could provide him with the answers he sought. His current strength had already reached the peak of base number 18. Further improvement here would have minimal effect. Moreover, he had already mastered several lesser transcendent techniques. It wouldn't be long before he could elevate all of them to their highest level. At that point, I might rival an ultimate martial commander or even a demigod martial commander. But to rival a martial god? That would require access to great transcendent techniques. Base number 15 had great transcendent techniques. The otherworld also held such treasures. After leaving the governor's mansion, Su Xiaobai walked home, still pondering questions about the otherworld. Forget it. I'll set aside the otherworld for now and learn more once I get to base number 15. For now, I should take a good look at what treasures Lin Futian storage ring holds. Today's greatest reward from the Beast Tide War wasn't being hailed as a hero or the mountain of beast spoils. It was Lin Futian's spatial ring. As the legendary powerhouse of base number 18 and a martial commander, Lin Futian's Lin family was one of the top 4 families. His wealth couldn't possibly be insignificant, could it? Damn! A single glance at the ring made Su Xiaobai's eyes widen in shock. Treasures. So many treasures. Mountains of resources, spirit coins worth billions, and an abundance of rare heavenly materials, pills, and weapons filled the entire space. Just a casual glance revealed a dazzling fortune. Su Xiaobai swiftly swept through the collection like a storm. The final tally left him grinning from ear to ear. Spirit coins, a total of 34.8 billion. Heavenly materials and alchemy ingredients, too numerous to count. Several top-tier alloy weapons, and even a beginner's spiritual weapon, a longsword. Plus 2 lesser transcendent techniques. I'm rich. This is incredible. Indeed, being a martial commander was something else. High-ranking martial generals had limited wealth. But upon reaching the rank of martial commander and rising above others, the income skyrocketed. Just the 34.8 billion spirit coins and 2 lesser transcendent techniques alone were enough to make Su Xiaobai overjoyed. With so much money, over 30 billion, how could Su Xiaobai contain his excitement? System, upgrade my one-click practice function. Su Xiaobai acted decisively. Lesser transcendent techniques were currently his main source of power. Having mastered just 2 such techniques, he already had the ability to annihilate martial commanders. Upgrading one-click practice was a top priority. Deducting 3.2768 billion. One-click practice space has been upgraded to level 15. Time acceleration increased from 16.384x to 32.768x. Ding! One-click practice space upgraded to level 15. New feature unlocked. Fourfold cultivation. Fourfold cultivation expands the one-click practice space, allowing simultaneous cultivation of 4 techniques. Awesome! Time acceleration had doubled, cultivation was faster, and now there was room for an additional technique. This meant Su Xiaobai's cultivation speed had just increased significantly. I'll put Burning Heaven Flame into the empty slot. Previously, Su Xiaobai had hesitated to cultivate this lesser transcendent elemental technique due to its time requirements. But with a new slot available, the extended time was no longer an issue. System, keep upgrading. Su Xiaobai didn't stop there. Deducting 6.5536 billion, one-click practice space has been upgraded to level 16. Time acceleration increased from 32.768x to 65.536x. Deducting 13.1072 billion, one-click practice space has been upgraded to level 17. Time acceleration increased from 65.536x to 131.072x. Only then did Su Xiaobai pause. At this point, his one-click practice progress for a single day equaled 13,000 days of training for others. That was essentially 359 years of continuous cultivation. Ding! 10 Absolute Heavenly Gang Body has reached the beginner level. And just like that, as soon as the one-click practice space was upgraded, the 10 Absolute Heavenly Gang Body was mastered in an instant. Boom! Su Xiaobai closed his eyes, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. Simultaneously, his entire body underwent a profound transformation, almost like a qualitative leap. The 10 Absolute Heavenly Gang Body was a genuine physical enhancement cultivation method. Unlike the Immovable King Sutra, which specialized in refining internal spiritual energy and meridians, this technique focused on strengthening the skin, muscles, and bones. It elevated Su Xiaobai's already formidable physique to a whole new level. When Su Xiaobai reopened his eyes, a glint of golden light flashed through them. At the same time, he could feel that his seemingly ordinary, unchanged skin had become far more resilient. This strength, it's absolutely incredible. Clenching his fists, Su Xiaobai immediately checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Beginner Martial General. Strength level, Ordinary Martial Commander. Endurance level, Elite Martial Commander. Agility level, Ordinary Martial Commander. Cultivation aptitude, lowest tier. Master techniques, Diamond Body, Supreme. Soaring Sky Transformation, Supreme. True Flame Hand, Supreme. Blood Attack, Supreme. Chinquan Technique, Intermediate. Tiger Subduing Saber, Advanced. Ghost Sword Technique, Advanced. Rainbow Axe, Advanced. Golden Spear Strike, Supreme. Cloud Shattering Slash, Supreme. Immovable King Sutra, Beginner. Unified Law Codex, Beginner. 10 Absolute Heavenly Body Technique, Beginner. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 13. One-Click Practice, Level 16. Auto Hunting, Level 8. One-Click Alchemy, Level 6. One-Click Collection, Level 5. My endurance has reached Elite Martial Commander level. A sharp glint of excitement flashed through Su Xiaobai's eyes. As expected of a lesser, transcendent technique. It's only at the beginner stage, yet it directly elevated my endurance level by an entire tier. No wonder martial commanders covet lesser, transcendent techniques. Who wouldn't desire such astonishing effects? Now, apart from my mismatched cultivation aptitude, I already meet the other two requirements for entering the otherworld. Su Xiaobai grinned. His martial commander level realm was in place. He also had 3 lesser transcendent techniques. The only thing left was top-tier cultivation aptitude. This might be a headache for others, but for Su Xiaobai, it wasn't an issue at all. I still have 11.8 billion left. Upgrading one-click practice isn't enough, but upgrading auto-hunting is doable. System, upgrade auto-hunting. Su Xiaobai had meticulously calculated the level requirements for each system function long ago, deducting 2.644 billion. Auto-hunting upgraded to level 9. Hunting shadows increased to 9, deducting 7.8732 billion. Auto-hunting upgraded to level 10. Hunting shadows increased to 10. Ding! Auto-hunting space upgraded to level 10, unlocking a new feature. Armor. Armor. Shadows can equip armor-type spiritual weapons. Armor-type spiritual weapons? Even Su Xiaobai didn't own one of those. You had to understand, spiritual weapons themselves were already a luxury. Even advanced martial generals could only afford top-tier alloy weapons. A casual spiritual weapon could easily cost billions. Only martial commanders like Lin Futian could afford such rare items. For example, the blade he used was a beginner-level spiritual weapon. Lin Futian also owned armor-type spiritual weapons, though they were destroyed during his battle with the Sky Sovereign White Dragon. Su Xiaobai found some completely damaged fragments of armor-type spiritual weapons in Lin Futian's spatial ring. Still, the fact that shadows can equip armor means their strength can be further enhanced. Su Xiaobai's mind was racing. Armor-type spiritual weapons were excellent for survival, so he planned to acquire a set for himself and Su Linger. If shadows could wear them too, it meant their survivability could also improve through external equipment. But the cost. A single set of armor-type spiritual weapons could easily cost billions. For 10 shadows, that meant hundreds of billions. And since armor-type spiritual weapons were priceless treasures, assembling a full set would require immense time and effort. 348 billion. Just like that, I've spent until only 12.9 billion remains. But adding in the loot from the beast tide gathered by my shadows earlier, exactly 20 billion. That's enough. System, upgrade, one-click collection. Su Xiaobai issued the command without hesitation. The reason for upgrading one-click collection was that only at level 6 could he unlock a new system function. Previously, Su Xiaobai had focused on lesser transcendent techniques to strengthen himself, defeat Lin Futian, and escape his predicament. Thus, he hadn't paid attention to unlocking new functions. Now that Lin Futian was dead, the beast tide was over, and the greater threat of the otherworld loomed, Su Xiaobai needed to unlock new functions quickly to accelerate his growth. Deducting 1.6384 billion. One-click collection upgraded to level 6. Treasure hunting goblins increased to 6. Dear host, the system has prepared a new function, one-click forging for you. Activation requires only 3.2 million. One-click forging. Place the corresponding forging materials and select a blueprint to craft supreme weapons. Hearing the system notification, Su Xiaobai's face lit up with excitement. How does that saying go? Arriving early doesn't beat arriving at the right time. And arriving at the right time doesn't beat arriving just perfectly. The appearance of one-click forging is truly perfect timing. I was just worrying about equipping my shadows with armor. Whether it's weapon type or armor type spiritual weapons, both are exorbitantly priced and rare treasures. Fully equipping my shadows would cost hundreds of billions, or even trillions if things got tricky. But now, with the arrival of one-click forging, all my problems are instantly resolved. With this function, Su Xiaobai didn't need to spend hundreds of billions or trillions to buy others' finished products. He could simply gather some heavenly materials and rare minerals and forge an entire arsenal of spiritual weapons himself. Unlike alchemy, weapon forging couldn't rely on specialized artisans. All spiritual weapons were mass-produced by specialized elites, making them limited in number and exorbitant in price. If you didn't buy them, countless others would line up to grab them. Now, Su Xiaobai could completely rely on himself, forging weapons without relying on others. In fact, if he wanted, he could turn spiritual weapon forging into a business even more lucrative than alchemy, specializing in selling spiritual weapons. As soon as the idea of selling spiritual weapons came up, Su Xiaobai's eyes couldn't help but lit up. Spiritual weapons are different from pills. With high-grade pills, if you have too many, you might get targeted, because this might mean you have a high-grade alchemist behind you, just like when Lin Shan sent someone to follow Su Xiaobai earlier. But no matter how many spiritual weapons you take out, no one would suspect you. By the way, just now in Lin Futian's spatial ring, there seemed to be quite a few cold iron and fine iron ores. Maybe I can directly forge a spiritual weapon. Su Xiaobai hurriedly rummaged through Lin Futian's spatial ring. No wonder the resources of a martial commander are so abundant. Soon, Su Xiaobai found a pile of extremely rare minerals. Fierce Wind Star, Centipede Steel, Flame Silk Crystal, Peace Breathing Gold, Mountain Destroying K Engine, Phoenix God Mist Steel, White Cloud Skin Dust Water, and so on. It was all there. Moreover, each type of material was quite substantial. He's collected so many rare materials and precious metal ores. Is he planning to forge weapons? Su Xiaobai was puzzled. But no matter what he plans to do with these materials, they all belong to me now. Immediately, Su Xiaobai opened the one-click forging feature and entered the one-click forging space. Unlike one-click alchemy, which still requires you to find a recipe, then place the materials according to the recipe, and only then can you refine the pill successfully. But one-click forging already has all the recipes prepared for you. The categories are very clear. Weapons, spiritual weapons, are divided into swords, knives, staves, claws, spears, and so on. Each category also has further subdivisions. For example, within the sword category, there are long swords, short swords, soft swords, broadswords, and great swords, etc. The divisions are very detailed. However, the classification stops here with no further options. I now have two weapon techniques. One is Chasing Sun Spear Asterisk, and the other I got from Lin Futian Spatial Ring, Great Sun Blade. Spear and Blade are my first choices. Asterisk obtained in Chapter 70. Before, Su Xiaobai liked the stealth and explosive kills of daggers, killing without leaving a trace. But unfortunately, among the lesser transcendent weapon techniques he obtained, there were no dagger types. Moreover, for Su Xiaobai, as long as there is the corresponding technique, he can use any weapon, whether it's a dagger, a long spear, or a long knife, long sword. It's all the same. You could say he is an all-around, all-professional type. Just now, I use a long knife to fight Lin Futian. It felt pretty good. So let's forge a long knife first. Su Xiaobai chose the knife category, then selected the long knife type. Scanning materials. Placing materials. The system quickly scanned all the materials required for forging and placed them into the central furnace in the one-click forging space, which was already burning with flames. Would you like to perform primary spiritual weapon forging? The system prompted. Primary spiritual weapon? That's right. Since the one-click forging is only level 1, it can only forge primary spiritual weapons. Su Xiaobai then remembered that the one-click forging hadn't been upgraded. System, upgrade the one-click forging for me. Deducting 12.8 million. One-click forging space upgraded to level 2. The maximum weapon level can now reach intermediate spiritual weapons. Deducting 51.2 million. One-click forging space upgraded to level 3. The maximum weapon level can now reach advanced spiritual weapons. Deducting 204.8 million. One-click forging space upgraded to level 4. The maximum weapon level can now reach top-tier spiritual weapons. It upgraded to level 4 in one go, and most of Su Xiaobai's remaining wealth was nearly depleted. Su Xiaobai chose the knife category again, then the long knife, and specifically set the forging registration to top-tier spiritual weapon. Insufficient materials. The system prompt appeared, but clearly, in order to forge a top-tier spiritual weapon, the materials Lin Futian collected were far from enough. Su Xiaobai lowered his request and selected advanced spiritual weapon. Insufficient materials. The system ruthlessly prompted. How incompetent is Lin Futian? He collects so many materials, yet can't even forge an advanced spiritual weapon. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but complain. If Lin Futian heard this, he'd probably be so mad he'd come back to life. After all, he was just an ordinary martial commander, and even he only used primary spiritual weapons. What concept is an advanced spiritual weapon? That's a weapon for ultimate martial commanders. Asking him to gather materials for an advanced spiritual weapon was like forcing him into an impossible situation. Top-tier advanced, neither works, so let's go with intermediate. Su Xiaobai set it to intermediate. Placement complete. This time it worked. With the system's notification, the flames in the forging furnace grew fiercer. At the same time, A 7-color progress bar quickly loaded above the furnace. Similar to pill refining, it takes about 5 minutes. Su Xiaobai patiently waited for 5 minutes. Ding! Refining complete. Suddenly, a long knife flew out of the flames in the forging furnace. It was about the height of a person, completely surrounded by flames. As the flames gradually dissipated, its true form slowly revealed itself. Its handle was long, and a 5-clawed dragon was intricately carved in spirals around it. The blade was solid and thick, radiating a cold gleam. Just by looking at it, an invisible, imposing aura seemed to emanate from it. After the flames fully dissipated, a faint green light enveloped the entire long knife. Congratulations, host! You have successfully forged an intermediate spiritual weapon, Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. What imposing name! Su Xiaobai's eyes glistened with excitement. With a thought, his wrist flicked, and the long knife, taller than him, was firmly held in his hand. Even more beautiful than before. This 5-clawed golden dragon, it's so majestic. Su Xiaobai felt the heavy weight and smooth, jade-like texture in his hand, his eyes glowing. What is a spiritual weapon? It's a weapon that resonates with the user's spiritual power, allowing the technique's power to be better unleashed. Alloy weapons are nothing compared to spiritual weapons. This is why even a basic spiritual weapon can be sold for billions. Moreover, the one in Su Xiaobai's hand is an intermediate spiritual weapon. A single strike with it would have terrifying power, capable of splitting mountains and cutting seas. If I had this sculpted Moon Azure Dragon today, I'd probably split Lin Futian in half with just one strike. Su Xiaobai was full of confidence. With a new lesser transcendent technique and a new intermediate spiritual weapon amplifying his power, Su Xiaobai's strength surged to a whole new level. Let alone Lin Futian. Even Xiao Longyu and the other martial commanders from the 3 major families couldn't stand a chance against him. Now that I have spiritual weapons, I must equip my shadows with them too. With the intermediate spiritual weapon, Su Xiaobai's strength surged. If the shadows were also armed, their efficiency in monster hunting would certainly increase dramatically. After all, with Su Xiaobai's strength now comparable to a regular martial general and even capable of crushing and instantly killing one, the Shadow's targets in the wild had shifted to S-grade Lord beasts located hundreds of kilometers away from the base. These S-grade Lord beasts are no easy opponents, each employing various deadly tactics. If the Shadows had a spiritual weapon, their efficiency in slaughtering them would improve, and naturally, Su Xiaobai's profits would skyrocket. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully forged the Li Yun sword. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully forged the Fuding halberd. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully forged the Yunbo knife. 3 beginner spiritual weapons were quickly produced. The one intermediate spiritual weapon had already exhausted all of Lin Futian's good materials. The remaining scraps of materials were only enough for 3 beginner spiritual weapons. Looks like I'll need to buy not only alchemy materials, but also more metal ores. After forging, not only can I use them, but any surplus can be sold for money. This is going to be sweet. With the new ability unlocked, it immediately opened up a continuous, massive profit channel. The Shadows automatically hunt and gather beast materials. They collect alchemy materials and refine double the perfect quality pills. The treasure hunting goblins are always looking for rare and precious materials. Now, adding the profit from forging spiritual weapons, just thinking about it made Su Xiaobai feel thrilled. All right, it's time to head back. Tomorrow, I'll buy a large manor in the core area and live however I want. Su Xiaobai was in a great mood. Before, he didn't dare live in the core area for fear of being discovered by the big families. But now, even if he were discovered, so what? The entire base AT no longer had a single opponent who could rival him. Here, he was the biggest boss, so he could live however he wanted. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai turned his head and looked towards the distance down the street. After extending his spatial perception range, his sensitivity was significantly sharper than before. He distinctly sensed two auras rapidly approaching. One was relatively weak, only at the beginner martial general level. The other was quite powerful, almost on par with Lin Futian. The street was nearly deserted. Due to the disaster warning, all the shops had closed, people had returned home, and factories had quickly stopped. The entire Base 18 had turned into a ghost town. Following the veiled woman, a man with a cold face, muscular build, and dressed in a bee-skin outfit landed in front of Su Xiaobai. Miss, young master, old master? From these keywords, and remembering his earlier guess about the veiled woman being from the Dongfang family of Base 15, Su Xiaobai seemed to have figured it out. Clearly, this veiled woman was an important relative of the Dongfang family, and she was carrying a young master. Now, the head of the Dongfang family had sent someone to bring her back. Commander Tang, please go back. I will not return with you. The Dongfang family no longer has a place for me in Yong'an. If I bring Yong'an back with me, you should know what will happen to us. The veiled woman said coldly. I know, Commander Tang responded indifferently, but it is my duty. I must complete the task assigned by the old master. This friend, Commander Tang, turned to Su Xiaobai and cupped his hands. This is a matter of the Dongfang family. Please, sir, show some mercy. Though Su Xiaobai's outward cultivation was only at the beginner martial general level, the martial aura emanating from him was extremely formidable. After all, Su Xiaobai had mastered several entry-level, micro-level, and even lesser transcendent techniques. The depth of his martial aura was unimaginable. Fine. Su Xiaobai almost immediately agreed without hesitation. Hero, saving the beauty? What a joke. He and the veiled woman had only met twice in the Beast Treasure Pavilion, had one trade, nothing more. They weren't strangers, but they weren't exactly familiar either. In this situation, why would he step in to help? He still had plenty of his own good times to enjoy. He had no time to meddle in other people's affairs. Did they think he was one of those hot-blooded youths who rushed to rescue women in distress? At that moment, Su Xiaobai was ready to turn and leave. Mr. Su, if you help me today, I promise to give you 10 lesser transcendent techniques. The veiled woman said directly. Through her observations earlier by the Eastern Wall, and hearing how Xiao Longyu and the three martial commanders addressed Su Xiaobai as Mr. Su, she quickly realized that this Mr. Su was the one she had traded the 7th grade pill with, a man capable of effortlessly killing an ordinary martial commander. With so many extraordinarily powerful elite figures under his command, even 2 S-grade savage beasts in a berserk state had been effortlessly handled. Such a person was exactly the ally she needed. 10 lesser, transcendent techniques. Su Xiaobai stopped in his tracks. His heart began to race. 10 whole, lesser, transcendent techniques. How can I not be tempted? But, sorry, though I do like lesser transcendent techniques, I generally don't get involved in other people's business. Su Xiaobai politely declined. He admitted that 10 lesser transcendent techniques were indeed tempting, but to get involved in this strange matter and affect his quality of life, Su Xiaobai still felt it wasn't worth it. Moreover, he already had 7 or 8 lesser transcendent techniques that hadn't even reached their peak. Another 10 would help, but not by much. Thank you, sir. Commander Tang nodded. The veiled woman bit her lip and secretly made up her mind. Mr. Su, if you help me today, I will give you a copy of a great transcendent technique. How about it? Great transcendent technique. Su Xiaobai's eyes immediately widened in shock. Great transcendent technique. When Su Xiaobai heard those words, he was completely frozen in place. If the offer of 10 lesser transcendent techniques was something he could decline, then the offer of a great transcendent technique was simply something he couldn't refuse. He knew that in the entire base number 18, not a single great transcendent technique book could be found. Moreover, the fact that the veiled woman was willing to offer a great transcendent technique after being pushed in such a desperate situation proved how incredibly rare such a technique was. I have a question. Su Xiaobai turned to the veiled woman. What's the cultivation level of the head of your Dongfang family? What about the strongest person in base number 15? This, brother, I can answer you. Commander Tang took the initiative to respond. The head of our Dongfang family is a true ultimate martial commander, the strongest person in the base number 15. This, brother, some temptations are indeed attractive, but taking them will bring huge trouble. Commander Tang spoke with an expression that clearly conveyed a hint of pride. He himself was just an ordinary martial commander, and with his cultivation talent and age, it would be a miracle for him to reach the elite martial commander level in his lifetime. To be able to serve under an ultimate martial commander like that was an honor for him. Besides, anyone who had heard of the ultimate martial commander would naturally hold him in high regard. However, this time, Commander Tang clearly wasn't dealing with just any ordinary person. So it's decided, a great transcendent technique. I'll solve this problem for you. Su Xiaobai didn't hesitate for a second and immediately agreed. An ultimate martial commander? What's there to think about? He was sure of his decision. With his current strength, although he was still some distance away from an elite martial commander, his automatic cultivation system, combined with the huge gains from his daily activities, meant that he could easily surpass an elite martial commander in less than a week and defeat an ultimate martial commander within a month. But to find a great transcendent technique, that was no easy task. Great transcendent technique were top-tier treasures, and even with all his wealth, Su Xiaobai knew that it wasn't something he could simply buy. So, to get his hands on a great transcendent technique, he had no choice but to dive into this murky situation. My friend, you made a very unwise decision. Commander Tang's face grew even more severe after hearing this. His tone became heavier. If it isn't absolutely necessary, I don't want to fight in the base. It violates the rules. And as a guardian of the rules, your actions are seen as a direct provocation toward me. Are you sure you've considered this thoroughly? A great transcendent technique is one thing, but your own life, surely you can tell which is more important? Commander Tang flicked his wrist, and a long sword enveloped in dense blood appeared in his hand. The sword had clear grooves along its blade, which were filled with red, and upon closer inspection, these reds were entirely blood. This sword, without a doubt, was at least an intermediate spiritual weapon. Mr. Su, please be careful. Commander Tang has already reached the pinnacle of the ordinary martial commander realm, and he's only one step away from the elite martial commander level. Even in the base number 15, there are few who can rival him. The veiled woman reminded him seriously. She had witnessed Su Xiaobai slay Lin Futian with her own eyes. But compared to Commander Tang, Lin Futian was nothing. What's more, Commander Tang had already been to the other world and survived. This spoke volumes about his remarkable cultivation talent and comprehension. And, most importantly, he had mastered more than 3 lesser transcendent techniques. For someone who had survived a trip to the other world, his strength was extraordinary. So even though the veiled woman had confidence in Su Xiaobai, she was not entirely certain. But she had no other choice but to gamble. She was betting on Su Xiaobai's victory. Survived a trip to the other world? Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and quickly examined Commander Tang's stats. Human, Tang Qi. Realm, ordinary martial commander. Strength level, elite martial commander. Endurance level, elite martial commander. Agility level, ordinary martial commander. Cultivation talent, top tier. Mastered skills, Sky Dragon Body, intermediate. Cloud Sword, intermediate. Rain Dragon Sword, beginner. So he's proficient in offensive techniques? Then I must teach you a good lesson. Su Xiaobai's fighting spirit surged within him. He had just heard about the other world, and now he was facing someone who had survived it. Su Xiaobai was very eager to find out just how strong someone who had returned from such a place could be. With a swift flip of his wrist, Su Xiaobai drew the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon Sword. Stubborn fool. Commander Tang lost the last bit of patience he had. Even though Su Xiaobai's aura felt intense, in the end, he was still just an ordinary martial commander. For someone like him, an ordinary martial commander daring to provoke him, how could he tolerate it? With a flash of his sword, the blood chi erupted violently. He disappeared from his position in an instant. Ambush! When Commander Tang reappeared, he was right next to Su Xiaobai's left side. His blood-red sword, carrying terrifying power, thrust forward. Swish! Su Xiaobai's figure disappeared from his spot. Space movement. Commander Tang's pupils contracted sharply. All methods returned to one. Slash! Su Xiaobai twisted his body and appeared directly behind Commander Tang. With his sculpted moon azure dragon raised high, all surrounding spiritual energy was pulled toward the blade, which was then fiercely brought down. This is... All methods returned to one technique. Immovable King's Sutra. Commander Tang, being from the Dongfang family, wasn't unaware of the Dongfang family's lesser, transcendent technique collection. Sky Dragon Body. A dragon-shaped aura surrounded Commander Tang as he activated his defense, and his sword was lifted upward to block the blow. Boom! When the two weapons collided, a loud explosion echoed throughout the street. Commander Tang was forced back, his feet digging deep into the ground under the impact of Su Xiaobai's strike. So strong. A raging storm surged in Commander Tang's mind. In front of him was just an ordinary martial commander. Yet this attack actually had the power to shake him. This showed that this person's talent and comprehension were higher than his own. However, strong as he was, Commander Tang did not relent. The two warriors, both martial commanders, clashed fiercely in the deserted street. Swish! The sword energy, tens of meters long, sliced a building in half. Boom! Blood chi turned into sword energy, smashing into the ground like cannonballs, creating deep craters. A fight between two martial commanders may not destroy the world, but the destruction caused to the surrounding city was significant. The two fought fiercely for nearly 5 minutes. Neither could gain the upper hand. The veiled woman furrowed her brows. Based on the state of the battle, it seemed like Su Xiaobai was on the losing side. Commander Tang had far more combat experience, and with his considerable strength, victory seemed inevitable. But just then, wait! Su Xiaobai suddenly took a step back and shouted, "Did you surrender? If you leave now, I can spare your life." Commander Tang, with a victorious look, asked, "No, I didn't surrender, it's just that." Su Xiaobai grinned, "I've leveled up." Boom! A new and powerful aura erupted from Su Xiaobai's body. Intermediate Martial General. Breakthrough. A trace of surprise appeared in Commander Tang's eyes. People who break through during a fight are not unheard of, especially after experiencing a life-and-death battle, where the overwhelming terror ignites a desperate survival instinct. This can stimulate the body and wildly tap into one's potential. Even a long-standing bottleneck can be broken in an instant, leading to a leap into a higher realm. But the battle just now between me and Su Xiaobai had not reached the life-or-death stage. Breaking through in this case, and at such a young age. He's an exceptional talent. Commander Tang's gaze flashed. Intermediate Martial General. The degree of this improvement is incredibly satisfying. Su Xiaobai felt a wave of exhilaration. He clenched his fists, feeling the immense changes in his body. Bones, flesh, meridians, skin, every part of my body has entered a whole new state. Breaking through to Martial General level is always difficult, but each time it brings immense benefits. He quickly checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Intermediate Martial General. Strength level, Elite Martial Commander. Endurance level, Elite Martial Commander. Agility level, Elite Martial Commander. Cultivation talent, lowest rank. Mastered techniques, Diamond Body, Supreme. Soaring Sky Transformation, Supreme. True Flame Hand, Supreme. Blood Attack, Supreme. Qingquan Technique, Intermediate. Tiger Subduing Saber, Advanced. Ghost Sword Technique, Advanced. Rainbow Axe, Advanced. Golden Spear Strike, Supreme. Cloud Shattering Slash, Supreme. Immovable King Sutra, Beginner. Unified Law Codex, Beginner. 10 Absolute Heavenly Body, Beginner. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 13. One-Click Practice, Level 16. Auto Hunting, Level 10. One-Click Alchemy, Level 6. One-click collection, level 6. One-click forging, level 4. Fully elite martial commander. Indeed, as expected of a realm honed over decades, or even centuries, the foundation is incredibly solid. Even casually advancing a small realm in Martial General unexpectedly affects the small realm progress of a martial commander. What if I break through to Advanced Martial General, or even directly to the ordinary Martial Commander realm? By then, I might be able to go toe-to-toe with a martial god. Su Xiaobai grinned. Have you adjusted your state? If this were a battlefield and you stood there in such a careless and underestimating manner, you'd be dead by now. Commander Tang's cold voice rang out. Commander Tang, since you're waiting for me to make a move, I've decided not to take your life. Su Xiaobai laughed. Is that so? Well, then I really need to thank you. As Commander Tang's words fell, his blood surged, and his figure lunged forward again. Su Xiaobai's aura sank. He bent his knee and raised his sculpted moon azure dragon sword high, striking a grand stance. One force breaking through all. Slash. It was the same the Unified Law Codex. Same the immovable King Sutra. Same that strike, concentrating all his power into one point. However, this time, the outcome was completely different. When the sculpted moon azure dragon collided with Commander Tang's blood-infused sword, Commander Tang had expected to block it easily, and then find another angle to attack. But unexpectedly, boom! A muffled sound like a bell being struck echoed. An unprecedented, far more powerful force than Commander Tang had imagined surged from the sculpted moon azure dragon. Invisible shockwaves suddenly spread out. This is the elite martial commander level. Commander Tang's eyes widened in shock. He saw his body hunch, transforming into a bullet in midair, leaving a bloody afterimage before crashing through several buildings. Boom! 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 He plowed through 3 buildings' walls, and after being sent flying hundreds of meters away, Commander Tang barely managed to stop himself. Puff! As he attempted to rise, a sudden sweetness filled his throat, and before he could stop it, a mouthful of blood poured out. How could a small realm breakthrough from a martial general have such terrifying improvement? Commander Tang looked up, clutching his aching stomach, and gazed over several hundred meters at Su Xiaobai, who was casually twirling his long sword. Blood dripped from his mouth, his eyes trembling with disbelief and shock. The power just now was clearly at the elite martial commander level. What was going on here? Didn't he just break through from beginner martial general to intermediate martial general? Even if his strength improved, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. After all, he was now crossing a major realm to fight against him. But that strike just now didn't just cross a major realm. It also crossed a small realm within the martial commander rank. Even those so-called geniuses who are rumored to exist might not be able to do this. How'd he pull off? Mr. Suyi, you're so strong. It wasn't just Commander Tang. The veiled woman was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes stared at the wall of the building that had been pierced, with debris still falling. From hundreds of meters away, she clearly saw Commander Tang's awkward figure. That person came from Otherworld, or someone who had come out of it. And yet, he was struck so badly with a single blow. This truly shattered her understanding of the intermediate martial general level. Commander Tang, now you should understand the gap between us, right? I just said I wouldn't kill you. A gentleman's word is his bond, so you may leave now. Su Xiaobai said with a smile. Commander Tang's emotions were complex. He was top-notch in terms of cultivation talent, had the protection and training of the Dongfang family, had visited another world, and returned alive. He had thought that, although he might not be invincible at his level, at least there wouldn't be many rivals among those at the same rank. But then he came to base number 18 and encountered a freakish junior. No, intermediate martial general. Clearly, the task the master had given him was now impossible to complete. Commander Tang, you can head back now. Also, tell him there are plenty of people stronger than him in this world. His so-called dignity means nothing to me. The veiled woman said coldly. Commander Tang hesitated, his eyes flickering. But after looking at Su Xiaobai, he hesitated for a moment, then sighed deeply, cupped his hands, and said, "Miss, since you don't wish to return, I'll take my leave first. I'll deliver your message to the master." After saying this, Commander Tang turned to leave. "Wait!" The veiled woman called out to him, and with a flick of her wrist, a blood-red crystal stone appeared in her hand. "You failed the mission, and with his personality, he won't let you off easily. Take this back to report, and it might help him feel a little better." With that, she threw the blood-red crystal stone to Commander Tang. "Miss, your kindness is deeply appreciated." Commander Tang gratefully bowed, then turned and left. What a shame, what a shame. That was a top-grade flame crystal. All right, now that the crisis is resolved, this lady, you should fulfill your promise. Su Xiaobai grinned as he looked at the veiled woman. A great transcendent cultivation technique, obtained so effortlessly and joyfully. Just the thought of it made Su Xiaobai's heart race with excitement. He had already experienced the taste of a lesser transcendent cultivation technique, and the feeling was truly unparalleled. Especially every time he heard the system's notification sound, his consciousness would leap out, a flood of information pouring into his mind, and his body undergoing massive changes. Su Xiaobai felt like he was reborn every time. What if it were a great transcendent technique? What would that feel like? How much stronger can I become? Thinking about this, Su Xiaobai could hardly hold back his eagerness to immediately experience the wonders of a great transcendent cultivation technique. "Mr. Su, please rest assured. I will deliver on the promise we agreed upon. However, Elder Feng is injured right now, and I need to check on him first. Would that be all right?" The veiled woman said softly. "Fine, it's not an urgent matter anyway." Su Xiaobai said this, but in his heart, he was as anxious as a cat on hot bricks. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the great transcendent technique and bid farewell to the veiled woman. But as someone capable of crushing martial commanders who even walked out alive from the other world, he had to maintain the demeanor of a strong individual, right? Afterward, the veiled woman led Su Xiaobai as they quickly rushed through the streets toward where Elder Feng was located. On the way, they encountered Governor Xiao Longyu, who had come over after hearing the commotion of the battle. Seeing Su Xiaobai unharmed, Xiao Longyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was shocked. An intermediate martial general? Not long ago, Su Xiaobai was just a beginner martial general. How could he have reached the intermediate level in such a short time? When they found Elder Feng, he was leaning against a wall, barely clinging to life. Elder Feng's face was deathly pale, his already wrinkled face appearing even more aged, as if he had suddenly aged 20 years. His aura was extremely weak, as if he could die at any moment. Elder Feng, the veiled woman, looked anxious. She hurriedly retrieved a few pills from her spatial ring. But Elder Feng weakly shook his head. "Miss, I know my body best. These pills won't save my life. Please keep them for yourself." Su Xiaobai glanced at them. The pills the veiled woman had taken out were 5th or 6th grade, already considered quite precious. However, it was clear that Elder Feng's condition was due to life force exhaustion, likely from using some special technique that consumed a significant amount of vitality. Even 5th or 6th grade pills would hardly have any effect. But if it were a 7th grade or higher pill, it might be worth trying. The Qianyuan Soul Returning Pill. Yes, the Qianyuan Soul Returning Pill. The Qianyuan Soul Returning Pill can definitely save you. "Mr. Su, please, can you refine a Qianyuan Soul Returning Pill for us once more?" The veiled woman took out a spatial ring and turned to Su Xiaobai, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. "You have materials for the Qianyuan Soul Returning Pill." Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. "There are 3 full sets of materials here. Please, I beg you, help me. If you're willing, I can offer you 10 copies of lesser transcendent cultivation technique manuscripts in exchange." The veiled woman pleaded. "Oh, come on now. No need to be so formal. It's not like I care about lesser transcendent techniques or anything. It's just that I've always been a warm-hearted person who loves to help others. How could I just stand by and watch someone die? Su Xiaobai said with a righteous tone. As he spoke, he shamelessly accepted the spatial ring from the veiled woman. Awesome. Not only did I earn 10 lesser transcendent techniques in one go, but I also got 3 sets of Qianyuan soul returning pill materials. With the system's double refining buff, these 3 sets could yield 6 portions. Add the perfect grade bonus. That would be tens of billions of earnings in no time. Miss, give it up. Even if Mr. Su refines it quickly, I won't last that long. Being able to see that you weren't taken away by Commander Tang is enough for me to die in peace. I suppose it was Mr. Su who intervened. Thank you, Mr. Su. Elder Feng tried to bow, but couldn't lift his arms. His life force was incredibly faint. Like a flickering candle flame, a slight breeze could extinguish it at any moment. Elder Feng. The veiled woman was heartbroken, tears welling up in her eyes. It was evident she shared a deep bond with Elder Feng. This won't do. If he dies, those 10 lesser transcendent techniques and the 3 sets of materials would go down the drain. System, refine the Qianyuan soul returning pill. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai began refining. After placing all the materials, a 7-colored progress bar appeared. For the next 5 minutes, the veiled woman tearfully spoke to Elder Feng, as if exchanging final words. Su Xiaobai silently prayed on the side, hoping Elder Feng wouldn't die too soon. At least last 5 minutes, please. Su Xiaobai's prayers were answered. It also proved the tenacity of a high-level martial general's life force. A full 5 minutes later, ding! Refining complete. Obtained Qianyuan soul returning pill times 8. Oh, I just remembered. I think I still have a spare Qianyuan soul returning pill from last time. I've been holding on to it. Before Su Xiaobai could finish, the veiled woman suddenly stood up. Mr. Su, really? Her beautiful eyes were filled with hope. You'll see. Su Xiaobai opened his palm, revealing a freshly refined, perfect grade Qianyuan soul returning pill still warm from the furnace. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Mr. Su, can I have this Qianyuan soul returning pill? Rest assured, I'll definitely give you the 10 lesser transcendent cultivation techniques and the 3 sets of materials we mentioned earlier. As long as I can exchange them for this pill. Is that all right? The veiled woman's voice was full of pleading. Su Xiaobai was surprised. What manners? Even at such a critical moment, she still sought his permission first. Saving lives is the priority. Take it. Faced with 10 lesser transcendent techniques and 3 sets of Qianyuan soul returning pill materials, what else could Su Xiaobai say? He generously handed over the pill. Thank you, Mr. Su. The veiled woman bowed deeply to Su Xiaobai before accepting the pill and giving it to Elder Feng. Elder Feng didn't want to die either, but he had no choice earlier. 5th or 6th grade pills couldn't save him. Now, seeing a perfect grade Qianyuan soul returning pill, he knew he could survive and didn't refuse it. After taking the pill, Elder Feng's life force began to recover noticeably. I owe Mr. Su a great debt of gratitude. Elder Feng bowed deeply as well. It's a small matter. No need to thank me. Focus on your recovery. Su Xiaobai nodded seriously, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. It's an incredible profit. Just obtaining a single great transcendent cultivation technique was already a considerable gain. And now, there are 10 additional lesser transcendent techniques, plus 2 extra sets of 7th grade alchemy materials. If he weren't worried about appearing too wildly ecstatic, Su Xiaobai would have laughed out loud already. Why does it feel like every time I encounter this woman, I end up making a fortune? Su Xiaobai vaguely felt as if he had stumbled upon a money tree. Soon after, the veiled woman supported Elder Feng as they headed to Su Xiaobai's residence. The reason for going to Su Xiaobai's place was purely that their original lodging had been completely destroyed due to Commander Tang. Moreover, to prevent any attacks from others besides Commander Tang, having Su Xiaobai's protection naturally made everything much safer. Before arriving, they made a brief detour to pick up a boy who appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old. Yongin, this is Mr. Su, who refined the Qianyuan Soul Returning Pill to save you. Quickly thank Mr. Su. Dongfang Yong'an greets Mr. Su. The young boy, under the veiled woman's guidance, respectfully bowed to Su Xiaobai. So, the Qianyuan Soul Returning Pill I refined earlier was for this little kid. Huh? Su Xiaobai suddenly understood. Then, the group proceeded to Su Xiaobai's residence. Along the way, through the veiled woman's account, Su Xiaobai roughly grasped the situation. In base number 15, the three major families and the government formed a four-sided power structure. Among the three families, the Dongfang family ranked first. The patriarch, Dongfang Yu, was the first person in base number 15 to break through to the level of ultimate martial commander. His advancement allowed the Dongfang family to rise above the rest in base number 15, gaining the greatest authority. Dongfang Yu had 5 children. The veiled woman, named Dongfang Ro, was his 4th daughter, and Dongfang Yong'an was the youngest son. The reason they fled was due to an utterly absurd reason: Dongfang Yong'an's cultivation talent. Just because this little kid has the lowest level cultivation talent, he must be secretly executed. Hearing this, Su Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Thank goodness I wasn't born into such a family. Otherwise, I'd be lucky to even survive. Dongfang Yu is an extremely prideful person. To preserve his image, killing a concubine-born son means nothing to him, the veiled woman said coldly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Just because of the lowest cultivation talent, to preserve his pride, he wants to execute his own son. Dongfang Yu is really ruthless. Then why is he asking you to return now? Wouldn't leaving you to fend for yourselves better suit his wishes? Su Xiaobai asked, puzzled. He wants me to marry the governor's son to maximize the Dongfang family's power. At the same time, he wants to completely eliminate any potential threat that could tarnish his reputation. As she spoke, the veiled woman gently stroked Dongfang Yong'an's head. Dongfang Yong'an's expression was downcast, clearly already aware of everything. Incredible! Su Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim. This Dongfang Yu truly knows how to make the best use of everything. Marrying off his daughter, using his son to save face. Nothing is wasted. I fled to avoid the marriage, and Yong'an fled to save his life. Elder Feng, upon learning of this, helped us escape to base number 18. But base number 18 is too close to base number 15, and they still managed to track us down. Fortunately, it was Commander Tang who came. If it had been someone else, I would have been captured by now. Dongfang Ro sighed. Indeed, Commander Tang had been able to go toe-to-toe with Su Xiaobai before, even suppressing him. If not for Su Xiaobai's sudden level up, the outcome might have been different. With his strength, dealing with someone like Dongfang Ro, who was only at the beginner martial general level, would have been a piece of cake. From Dongfang Ro's further account, Su Xiaobai learned that Elder Feng's weakness was because he had immediately used a special blood-burning technique upon encountering Commander Tang. By forcibly enhancing his strength to cover Dongfang Ro's escape, he ended up in his current state. But after all, Elder Feng was just an advanced martial general. Even if his potential were fully exploited at most, he could withstand a single blow from an ordinary martial commander. Try to confront someone who could crush an average martial commander was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the end, Dongfang Ro not only failed to hold her ground, but almost lost her life. Still, such loyalty, sacrificing his life to protect his master, was indeed admirable. By this point, the group had arrived at Su Xiaobai's doorstep. Brother, you're back. As soon as Su Xiaobai opened the door, Su Linger heard the commotion and ran out joyfully. But when she saw Dongfang Ro, Elder Feng, and the others behind Su Xiaobai, her expression turned wary, and her cheerful smile faded. Hello. Sorry to bother you. Dongfang Ro nodded, slightly in greeting. Yaya. A small white dragon followed behind, also running out excitedly. But upon seeing Dongfang Ro and Elder Feng, its expression changed instantly, eyes filled with hostility. Sky Sovereign White Dragon. Both Dongfang Ro and Elder Feng were surprised at the sight of the little white dragon. Raising an S-class beast wasn't something just anyone could do, even in base number 15, especially a top-tier S-class beast like the Sky Sovereign White Dragon, which was incredibly difficult to rear. Still, they had heard of the Lin family's downfall and had witnessed Su Xiaobai killing Lin Futian. They figured this was probably related to the Sky Sovereign White Dragon. Ling'er, someone is injured. They're here to recuperate for a while. Help tidy up my room so Elder Feng can rest. Su Xiaobai instructed. Okay. Hearing that they were just staying temporarily to recover, Su Ling'er's sunny smile returned, and she nodded obediently. After settling Elder Feng, Dongfang Ro and Su Xiaobai went into a room alone. Mr. Su, Dongfang Ro said, removing her veil. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but hold his breath, his gaze freezing. Beautiful. So beautiful. Way too beautiful. Before this, Su Xiaobai never believed in celestial beauties or fairy-like women, thinking they were all products of Photoshop. No real person could be flawless. But when he saw Dongfang Ro's face in person, he was utterly stunned. However, having seen many big moments, Su Xiaobai quickly composed himself. This is the promised reward, a great transcendent technique that the Dongfang family put great effort into acquiring, called Thousand Miles to the West. You can tell from the name that it's a body-refining technique, enhancing agility and movement. However, since Dongfang Yu seized it from an extraordinary family and never fully comprehended it, no one has mastered it to this day. Perhaps you can give it a try. As she spoke, Dongfang Ro retrieved a tome from her spatial ring. The pages inside were blank. She used her spiritual energy to cut her finger, letting blood drip onto the pages. Only then did the diagrams and text appear. So, it actually requires blood to reveal the text. No wonder Dongfang Ro couldn't directly hand over the great transcendent technique earlier. Turns out it was locked. This technique's origin is extremely secretive. Dongfang Yu once let it slip and revealed that it came from a powerful family. Even Dongfang Yu himself is highly wary of that family, which is why, even for a copy, it requires the blood of a direct descendant of the Dongfang family to reveal its contents. As Dongfang Ro spoke, she continued smearing her blood on the pages. Each page had to be done one by one to ensure the technique was fully revealed. If even a single sentence or diagram was missing, the technique would be impossible to master. A powerful family. Su Xiaobai pondered silently. For a technique that even an ultimate martial commander is wary of, the family behind it must have extraordinary influence, perhaps even guarded by a martial god. But so what? Su Xiaobai wasn't one to care about martial gods or any other formidable forces. As long as this great transcendent technique was fully mastered, he could defeat even martial gods with ease. If fear of these unknown threats meant giving up such a valuable technique, others might hesitate, but Su Xiaobai would not. Mr. Su, if you do decide to practice this technique, it's best to do so in secret. The greater the family, the more tightly they guard their precious techniques. Once they discover that their technique has leaked, they will stop at nothing to eliminate the threat and destroy anyone involved. Dongfang Ro spoke with a somber tone. It wasn't just about practicing the technique. Merely being seen holding it or knowing of its existence could provoke deadly consequences. This perspective made it clear how monopolistic powerful families were about advanced techniques. It also explained why advanced techniques were so rare and always came from trades or conquest. By the way, do you know what's above great transcendent techniques? Su Xiaobai asked with curiosity. Above great transcendent is supreme level, Dongfang Ro explained. Supreme level techniques are divided into third class, second class, first class, and the highest special class. Supreme level techniques. Su Xiaobai finally gained clarity about the classification system. The hierarchy didn't stop at great transcendent. Above, it was supreme level, with its own subdivisions. Supreme level techniques are typically practiced by martial gods and are exceptionally rare. To prevent their techniques from being leaked, martial gods often lock them. Blood-activated texts are just one of the most common locking methods. There are also techniques locked with spiritual chains or array formations. The most confidential ones might even have self-destructive mechanisms, destroying themselves if stolen or lost. Clearly, the rarer and more valuable the technique, the more stringent the protection. Martial gods wouldn't risk someone stealing their techniques and potentially surpassing them. Su Xiaobai nodded in understanding. Techniques, after all, aren't like material possessions. A powerful warrior can memorize a technique with a single glance, making it their own. For this reason, martial families would rather destroy such techniques than let them fall into rival hands. What's above supreme level? Su Xiaobai pressed on. Beyond supreme level are king level and emperor level, but I don't know much about them. Techniques at those levels are almost exclusively brought back from the other world by humanity's strongest warriors. They're strictly for internal family use and never made public. The connection between king-level and emperor-level techniques with the strongest martial realms became evident. Humanity's highest-achieving techniques were supreme level, but anything beyond that was imported from the mysterious otherworld, a testament to its unimaginable dangers. By this time, Dongfang Ro was still applying her blood, page by page. Each page was stained with blood, and only through the blood could the faint, crimson patterns and texts emerge. Halfway through, Dongfang Ro paused to take a grade 1 blood restoration pill. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, she finished the entire book. Mr. Su, it's done. Dongfang Ro took another blood restoration pill and said, I hope, as always, that this great transcendent technique will not be shared. As per our agreement, here are the 10 lesser transcendent technique copies as well. From her spatial ring, Dongfang Ro produced 10 books, handing them over to Su Xiaobai. He took them without so much as a glance, storing them directly in his dimensional space. His focus remained firmly fixed on the great transcendent technique, 1,000 miles to the west. The 1,000 miles to the west, a technique specifically designed to enhance agility and speed. If I master this and combine it with my spatial attributes amplification, just how fast would my agility become? Su Xiaobai's heart raced with excitement. Without hesitation, he opened the book's first page, his eyes locking onto the blood-red text and diagrams. Like a starving man, he devoured the information. Dongfang Ro said nothing further. She quietly sat cross-legged to meditate and recover. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Halfway through the book, Su Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he couldn't help but exclaim aloud in awe. As someone well-versed in martial arts, from entry-level to lesser transcendent techniques, Su Xiaobai had studied numerous methods, be they body-strengthening, weapon-based, or elemental. He could confidently call himself a technique master. But the feeling this great transcendent technique gave him was something entirely new, like opening the door to a whole new world. And the most astonishing part wasn't even that. Based on what Su Xiaobai had read so far, if he succeeded in mastering this technique, even at the beginner level, his speed would already reach supersonic levels. At the intermediate level, he could cover 10 miles in a single step. At the advanced level, 100 miles in a single step. At the supreme level, 10,000 miles in a single step. It truly lives up to its name, 1,000 miles to the west. This is almost comparable to Sun Wukong's legendary ability to leap 108,000 miles in a single bound. 10,000 miles in one step. This was merely the speed of this great transcendent cultivation method. What if it was combined with the speed boost from Qingquan technique? And the enhancements from the body movement speed techniques Su Xiaobai had cultivated before? Just imagining it reveals how terrifying the speed could be. Forget about 10,000 miles in one step. Even a million miles in one step wouldn't be an issue for Su Xiaobai. With excitement and joy, nearly half an hour later, Su Xiaobai had memorized the entire 1,000 miles to the west technique. System: retrieve the immovable King Sutra and replace it with the 1,000 miles to the west technique. Su Xiaobai ordered directly. Replacement completed. As the system prompt sounded, the great transcendent technique, 1,000 miles to the west, officially entered the one-click cultivation space. System: How many days will it take to master the 1,000 miles to the west technique? Host, it will take 15 days. 15 days. Considering that Su Xiaobai's one-click cultivation for one day equates to 359 years of nonstop training by others. These 15 days would be equivalent to 5,000 to 6,000 years of practice for someone else. Mastering a technique in 5 or 6,000 years. No wonder only martial god-level figures can cultivate it. Su Xiaobai sighed. Earlier, Dongfang Rou mentioned that great transcendent techniques are typically in the hands of martial god-level figures. Only reaching this level qualifies someone to cultivate such techniques. Even Dongfang Yu, an ultimate martial commander, could not make any progress despite intense study. This shows just how challenging cultivating a great transcendent technique is. Currently, Su Xiaobai's level was only that of a mid-tier martial general. 5 or 6,000 years. That seems reasonable enough. He then took out the 10 lesser transcendent technique transcriptions Dongfang Rou had just given him. After a brief scan, none of the 10 techniques were attribute techniques. That wasn't surprising. Attribute techniques are rare treasures, nearly as valuable as great transcendent body refining techniques. Even with Dongfang Rou's wealth, producing multiple attribute techniques would be impossible. 6 weapon techniques and 4 body refining techniques. Of the 6 weapon techniques, 2 are sword techniques. The rest include saber, axe, spear, and whip techniques. Among the 4 body refining techniques, 2 enhance external physical structures, 1 strengthens internal meridians, and the last focuses on enhancing movement speed. This makes it difficult to choose. Previously, when he didn't have any lesser transcendent techniques, Su Xiaobai wished he could have 100 of them drop into his lap to learn all at once. Now, with 10 at hand, he found himself troubled by the abundance of choice. Which one should I learn first? Forget it. I'll go with whatever comes first. Su Xiaobai directly picked up 10 absolute heavenly gang body, leaving behind the 1,000 miles to the west technique, 10 absolute heavenly gang body, and burning heaven flame. Then he placed the lesser transcendent saber technique, chasing Sunblade, into the mix. Considering his previous use of a long saber against Lin, Fu Tian, and Commander Tang, Su Xiaobai had grown accustomed to its attack style. The more he used it, the more it suited him. Additionally, his intermediate spirit weapon, a long saber named Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, further solidified his choice. Now, with a lesser transcendent saber technique in hand, the logical step was to develop it. This would allow Su Xiaobai to unleash power comparable to that of an elite martial commander. With my current automatic cultivation speed, it would take only 1 day to cultivate a lesser transcendent technique to the beginner level. To reach intermediate level, it would take just 2 days. As for advanced level, no more than 5 days. And to achieve the highest level, only 10 days. Calculating this, I need about 18 days to completely master a lesser transcendent technique. Su Xiaobai's eyes shone with excitement. 18 days in one-click cultivation space equates to 6,462 years of continuous training for ordinary warriors. This ratio may seem terrifying, but for Su Xiaobai, it meant effortlessly reaching heights others couldn't achieve in a lifetime. Even for martial commander-level figures, cultivating a lesser transcendent technique to beginner level might be achievable. But reaching intermediate, advanced, or the highest level, that would be as difficult as climbing the heavens. Some lucky martial commanders might have an epiphany and reach the intermediate level. However, advancing further to the advanced level would require exceptional opportunities or guidance. Otherwise, they might as well abandon that dream in this lifetime. Su Xiaobai was different. He could cultivate while lying down, and not just one technique. He could master 4 techniques simultaneously to their highest levels. Time-saving, labor-saving, and resource-saving. This is exhilarating. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobai couldn't help but smile. Mr. Su, judging by your expression, you must have gained some insights from this great transcendent technique, right? Dongfang Ro noticed Su Xiaobai's expression and smiled faintly. Yes, indeed, I've gained a small benefit. Su Xiaobai's face couldn't hide his joy. Mr. Su, I fulfill my promise to you. However, I'd like to ask for your help once more. Dongfang Ro's tone shifted. Oh, please go on. Su Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. Each time Dongfang Ro requested his help, the rewards were so tempting that Su Xiaobai didn't mind helping a few more times. On our way here, I mentioned some of the grievances within my Dongfang family. But there's one unfulfilled wish that I nearly gave up on. I believe, however, that if you are willing to assist, there may be a chance to achieve it. Dongfang Ro said earnestly. Tell me the specifics. I'll listen to what this wish is. Su Xiaobai replied. After Yongin and I escaped, I received news that my mother is still trapped in the Dongfang family. Since we escaped, Dongfang, you would surely not let her off lightly. I hope you can infiltrate the Dongfang family and rescue her. Hearing this, Su Xiaobai's brows immediately furrowed. Wow, this mission was no small feat. Infiltrating the Dongfang family to rescue someone, not to mention Dongfang Yu, who alone was formidable. The family also had many capable fighters under their command, some even stronger than Commander Tang and veterans who experienced the other world. Although Su Xiaobai could now rival elite martial commanders, that was merely being on par. Against an ultimate martial commander, he would undoubtedly face death. Unless he could master the great transcendent technique and other lesser transcendent techniques while advancing his rank, such a mission would become significantly easier. Rest assured, if you agree to help me, I'm willing to offer another great transcendent technique as a reward. And this great transcendent technique is an attribute technique. Great transcendent attribute technique. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaobai's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Great transcendent and an attribute technique at that. How can I possibly refuse? If I can successfully cultivate a great transcendent attribute technique, how much stronger will I become? Just thinking about it is terrifying. The power to destroy the heavens and the earth is not an exaggeration. Can you really provide a great transcendent attribute technique? Recovering from the overwhelming surprise, Su Xiaobai tentatively asked. For someone at the peak of a martial general's strength, obtaining a great transcendent technique purely by chance was already remarkable. But to simultaneously obtain a great transcendent attribute technique? That seemed almost unreal. Even though Su Xiaobai had cooperated happily with Dongfang Ro several times, he couldn't help but confirm the claim given the stakes involved. I don't have one. Dongfang Ro shook her head, but I know where to find one. I knew your base number 15 couldn't possibly have so many unparalleled treasures. Now, even a great transcendent attribute technique? Turns out you're stringing me along. Su Xiaobai said, feigning annoyance. Mr. Su, a great transcendent attribute technique is a treasure that even a martial god would covet, willing to annihilate entire clans for it. Such a treasure, even if Dongfang Yu had one, he wouldn't feel safe holding on to it. With a great transcendent technique, 1,000 miles to the west art, Dongfang Yu already lived in fear, not daring to publicly cultivate it. He even imposed blood-activated locks to prevent its exposure, terrified it might draw the greed of powerful families or even martial gods. If he somehow acquired a great transcendent attribute technique, Dongfang Yu would likely destroy it immediately, not daring to keep it. If even the slightest hint was discovered, his only fate would be death. A person without strength, but in possession of a treasure, courts disaster. For a powerless individual, obtaining such a treasure would only lead to their death, and the treasure being stolen. I swear to the heavens, I have no intention of deceiving you. I genuinely know where to find a great transcendent attribute technique, and as of now, I'm the only one in base number 15 who knows this information. Dongfang Ro said firmly. Su Xiaobai hesitated upon hearing her words. Dongfang Ro's claim didn't sound like a lie. Moreover, she had no reason to fabricate such a story to deceive him. Once her mother was rescued, her life would essentially be in Su Xiaobai's hands. Life and death decided by a single word. What's more, Dongfang Ro had always honored their agreements in past collaborations. She had even given him a great transcendent technique before. To some extent, Su Xiaobai had already taken significant advantage of Dongfang Ro. All right, I'll agree to it. Su Xiaobai agreed directly. The allure of a great transcendent attribute technique was simply too great. Even just a lead or clue would be considered priceless to anyone. However, Su Xiaobai wasn't agreeing solely for the technique. He was equally intrigued by the Otherworld teleportation array at base number 15. Since Xiao Longyu mentioned Otherworld to him, Su Xiaobai developed a strong desire to explore it. It just so happened that base number 15 had a teleportation array leading to this Otherworld. This was his chance to experience firsthand the mysterious world filled with both crises and opportunities. Not only that, Su Xiaobai had another thought. If possible, I could send my auto-hunting shadow and treasure-hunting goblin to the Otherworld as well. Wouldn't the rewards be astronomical? His eyes gleamed with excitement. As a qualified merchant, maximizing profit was the ultimate pursuit. With my current strength, having my shadow only hunt A-grade or S-grade fierce beasts was a waste. Instead, it can target SS-grade fierce beasts comparable to elite martial commanders or even stronger creatures in the Otherworld. Who knows? Maybe I can earn hundreds of billions in a single day. Upgrading system functions will then be a matter of minutes. Thus, go to base number 15 is a must. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Mr. Su, your kindness will never be forgotten. Dongfang Ro said with gratitude. If possible, I'd like to head to base number 15 as soon as possible. When do you want to leave? Su Xiaobai asked. In 3 days. So soon? Su Xiaobai frowned. 3 days wasn't enough time for him to significantly improve his strength. There's no time. 10 days from now, the Dongfang family will hold their annual sacrificial ceremony. On that day, they will publicly execute all family members who have committed crimes in the past year. I'm worried my mother might be among them. Dongfang Ro said anxiously. This family's recreational activities are over the top. Holding sacrificial ceremonies in their free time? Although base 18 is the closest to base number 15, there's still a distance of over 1,000 kilometers. Even at full speed, it will take us a whole day to get there. Time is too tight. Rescuing someone isn't something that can be done on a whim. The Dongfang family isn't a group of amateurs. Thorough preparation is crucial. All right, 3 days it is. Su Xiaobai nodded. He had already made up his mind. 3 days later, they would head to base number 15. Once there, he would assess the situation before making a move. If things looked unfavorable, he wouldn't hesitate to retreat. Su Xiaobai wasn't the type to risk his life for a treasure. With all his cheats, the only thing he lacked was time. With enough time, taking down ultimate martial commanders would be a trivial matter. Why risk his life unnecessarily? The next day, Dongfang Ro stayed home to care for Elder Feng, while Su Xiaobai began preparing for his grand plan. For Su Xiaobai, saving someone was only his secondary goal. His primary goal was exploring the Otherworld. The Otherworld was rich in resources, filled with limits humans could not surpass and heights they could never reach. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but be tempted. If he could send his shadow and treasure-hunting goblin to grind in the Otherworld, the returns would be unimaginable. To ensure the success of this plan, Su Xiaobai spared no expense in preparation. Sir, the total is 51.6 billion. The master of the Beast Treasure Pavilion personally handed Su Xiaobai the invoice with utmost respect. Su Xiaobai's reputation had spread far and wide after his performance in the Beast Tide battle yesterday. The Beast Treasure Pavilion, being a semi-intelligence agency, was well aware of his feats. Armed with 51.6 billion in funds, Su Xiaobai went on a shopping spree in the black market, purchasing vast amounts of materials for alchemy and forging. He spent nearly 10 billion in one go before finally stopping. Alchemy, forging. Su Xiaobai threw all the materials into his alchemy furnace and forging furnace. Perfectly crafted pills, still warm, and spiritual weapons glowing with spiritual light were rapidly produced. emerging every 5 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully refined water recovery pill X16. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully refined 3-stripe clear spirit pill X6. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully forged blood frost axe. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully forged Fong painting halberd. While refining pills and forging weapons, Su Xiaobai wasn't idle. He simultaneously started upgrading system functions. Deducting 8.192 billion, the one-click cultivation space has been upgraded to level 14. The space-time acceleration increased from 32,768x to 65,536x. Deducting 16.384 billion, the one-click cultivation space has been upgraded to level 15. The space-time acceleration increased from 65,536x to 131,072x. Ding! The one-click cultivation space has reached level 15, unlocking an additional ability. Triple acceleration. Triple acceleration doubles the current space-time acceleration. The space-time acceleration of the one-click cultivation space has increased from 131,072x to 262,144x. The upgrades didn't stop there. Deducting 32.768 billion, the one-click cultivation space has been upgraded to level 16. The space-time acceleration increased from 262,144x to 524,288x. Deducting 65.536 billion, the one-click cultivation space has been upgraded to level 17. The space-time acceleration increased from 524,288x to 1,048,576x. Deducting 131.072 billion, the one-click cultivation space has been upgraded to level 18. The space-time acceleration increased from 1,048,576x to 2,097,152x. At this point, the upgrades for the one-click cultivation space finally came to an end. Level 18, x 2.09 million space-time acceleration. A single day equals 5,745 years of non-stop cultivation for others. With this level of space-time amplification, by the time I reach base number 15, I should at least reach the rank of Advanced Martial General, right? Su Xiaobai smirked. The reason he poured all his resources into the one-click cultivation space was to ensure that by the time he arrived at base number 15, he would possess overwhelming strength and be able to act with ease. After all, base number 15 was a major stronghold. There, Ultimate Martial Commander Dongfang Yu held command. Additionally, there were numerous elite martial commanders. These elites had all undergone the trials and bloodshed of the otherworld, becoming extraordinarily powerful, capable of sweeping through opponents of the same level. Take Commander Tang, for example. If he were to come alone, apart from Su Xiaobai, no one at base number 18 could stand against him. Even a random elite martial commander could easily take on entire base single-handedly. Such was the terror of major strongholds. This time, Su Xiaobai's visit to base number 15 carried the potential of facing Ultimate Martial Commander Dongfang Yu in battle. Although one-click cultivation couldn't be upgraded for now due to financial constraints, one-click practice was still an area he could improve. So, without hesitation, he funneled all his remaining funds into one-click practice, ramping up his cultivation speed like a madman. At that moment, boom! A surge of brand-new, fierce energy erupted straight out of Su Xiaobai's body. Advanced Martial General. The powerful energy blast instantly overturned several nearby stalls. Yet, the warriors manning the stalls respectfully saluted Su Xiaobai and shouted greetings to the Martial General. Though Su Xiaobai had made a name for himself at base number 18, his sudden comings and goings, coupled with the lack of official announcements, meant only a few people actually recognized him. However, the sheer aura of an advanced martial general radiating from Su Xiaobai was enough to instill fear in everyone. It seems like whatever I wish for always comes true. After breaking through to Advanced Martial General, I can clearly feel another significant surge in strength. Just how far can I push my limits this time? Su Xiaobai quickly checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Advanced Martial General. Strength level, Elite Martial Commander. Endurance level, Elite Martial Commander. Agility level, Elite Martial Commander. Cultivation aptitude, lowest rank. Mastered techniques, Immovable King Sutra, beginner. Unified Law Codex, beginner. 10 Absolute Heavenly Body, beginner. Entry-level and insight-level techniques have been hidden. Only lesser transcendent or higher techniques will now be displayed. Unlocked system functions. One-click cultivation, level 18. One-click practice, level 17. Auto-hunting, level 10. One-click alchemy, level 6. One-click collection, level 6. One-click forging, level 4. The system panel's level attributes haven't changed. It seems that reaching the pinnacle of the Elite Martial Commander level is far more challenging than I imagined. The path of a martial artist grows increasingly arduous the further one progresses. Take Xiao Longyu, for instance. Reaching the level of a standard martial commander might already be the pinnacle of his life's achievements. Advancing to Elite Martial Commander would depend on luck and opportunities. Thus, relying solely on advancing realm levels to improve one's strength could at most allow one to stand on par with others of the same rank, to truly dominate or even surpass one's rank in combat. The difficulty is astronomical. This is why martial commanders place such importance on cultivating techniques. When realm advancement stalls, the only option is to seek breakthroughs in techniques. If a technique cannot be mastered, then the focus shifts to weapons. And if one cannot acquire a powerful weapon or armor, well, then you've already been eliminated from this martial world. Although my panel levels haven't increased, I'm certain my strength has grown significantly. Right now, I can not only contend with an elite martial commander, but defeating an average one shouldn't be an issue. Contending and defeating are two different things. Defeating and killing, however, are worlds apart. The stronger the opponent, the more means they have to preserve their life. Unless there's an overwhelming power gap, killing them outright is nearly impossible. Now, I still have about 26 billion left. One-click practice is out of reach for now. Auto-hunting can only be leveled up once, and one-click alchemy and one-click collection don't currently have much upgrade value. Let's upgrade one-click forging instead. Let's see what new features are unlocked when one-click forging reaches level 5. System, upgrade one-click forging to level 5. Su Xiaobai commanded. Deducting 8.192 billion. One-click forging has been upgraded to level 5. The forgeable weapon grade has been raised to lesser transcendent spiritual weapon. Ding. One-click forging has reached level 5, unlocking an additional skill. One-click repair. One-click repair. By placing repair materials, any damaged weapon can be quickly restored to perfection. Reparable weapon grade matches forgeable weapon grade. One-click repair. Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. In his imagination, the additional feature unlocked by the one-click forging function should be something like doubling the quantity or having the required materials, similar to one-click alchemy. But to his surprise, it turned out to be a one-click repair. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that this was a level 5 additional feature, Su Xiaobai would have thought it was a newly unlocked system function. In the one-click forging space, next to the forging furnace, a floating iron anvil had appeared. Right. Wasn't there a broken piece of armor-type spiritual weapon in Lin Futian's storage ring before? What a perfect time to repair it. The thought suddenly struck Su Xiaobai. Previously, after his auto-hunting system reached level 10, he unlocked the armor feature but struggled to find any usable armor-type spiritual weapons. Now, the arrival of one-click repair was just in time to fix that piece of armor-type spiritual weapon. Let's give it a try first. System, I want to repair a spiritual weapon. At Su Xiaobai's command, the system quickly began scanning. detected damaged spiritual weapons, Seven Fiends Demon Flame Armor, and Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Please select one to place for repair. The system prompt sounded, and Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Even the Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon was damaged? Taking out the Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, Su Xiaobai examined it closely and indeed found a few small cracks. It had been damaged during his battle with Commander Tang. Impressive. It can even detect such minor damage, but I'm in no rush to repair the Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Let's fix this Seven Fiends Demon Flame Armor first. Su Xiaobai selected the Seven Fiends Demon Flame Armor. Scanning materials required for repair. A list of forging materials for the repair was displayed, including rare items like Transmountain Dry Fiber Iron, Thunderquake Rock, Heaven Demon Tendons, and Ghost Soil. Altogether, the material costs were worth billions. However, given that a single armor-type spiritual weapon could easily fetch tens of billions and was currently unusable, spending a few billion to save it was well worth it. Fortunately, Su Xiaobai had recently collected a batch of forging materials and had all the required items on hand. Placing repair materials. Materials placed successfully. Repairing with one-click repair. The materials were placed into the iron anvil, and a hammer materialized above it, striking the anvil with rhythmic clangs. Simultaneously, a 7-color progress bar began to load. 5 minutes later, repair complete. The system notification sounded as a fully restored, brand-new Seven Fiends Demon Flame Armor appeared in the forging space. This was a full-body armor-type spiritual weapon, covering the torso, legs, arms, and more. Thanks to specialized forging, it adhered closely to the wearer's skin, causing no discomfort from weight or thickness. Most notably, when infused with spiritual energy, the armor's surface would emit a faint flame-like glow. Cool. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He immediately retrieved the Seven Fiends Demon Flame Armor, put it on, and infused spiritual energy into it. The armor seamlessly passed through his ordinary clothing and clung to his skin. The sensation was as warm and smooth as jade, making Su Xiaobai marvel repeatedly. This cheat system just keeps getting better and better. Su Xiaobai sighed. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to spiritual weapon damage. After all, with one-click forging, he could always forge a new weapon if the old one broke. But for other warriors, a damaged spiritual weapon was heartbreaking. They would have to visit specialized weapon shops to repair their weapons, a process that was not only expensive and time-consuming, but also couldn't guarantee perfect results. The higher the level of the spiritual weapon, the more materials, time, and expertise were needed for repairs. For some advanced weapons, even professional shops couldn't handle the repair. Su Xiaobai, however, was different. As long as he had the materials, he could repair a completely ruined spiritual weapon to mint condition in just 5 minutes. With this feature, Su Xiaobai could significantly cut costs. He even entertained the idea of opening a repair shop and becoming a master repairman. Surely many powerful figures would line up to have their weapons repaired. If that happens, wouldn't my status rival that of high-level alchemists? Alchemists were highly sought after because they were few in number and their skills were extremely valuable. The higher their level, the rarer they became. Similarly, if repair specialists could easily restore top-tier or even extraordinary spiritual weapons, their status would be on par with alchemists. With both one-click forging and one-click repair, spiritual weapons are covered. But the real challenge is the materials. If only there were a function to detect underground mineral resources. Now, that would be perfect. Previously, Su Xiaobai relied on the black market for alchemy materials. Rare treasures that couldn't be bought were simply out of reach. But thanks to the treasure-seeking goblins, he had acquired many rare alchemy ingredients. If a similar feature for locating mineral resources existed, he wouldn't even need to buy forging materials anymore. But that's just wishful thinking. How could such a convenient function exist? After upgrading one-click forging, Su Xiaobai still had over 25 billion left. He did some calculations and realized it was enough to unlock a new system function. System, upgrade one-click alchemy, one-click collection, and one-click forging to level 7. Each new system function required all prior functions to reach a certain level. One-click forging required all other functions to reach level 6, so unlocking the next function required them to hit level 7. Deducting 5.832 billion. One-click alchemy upgraded to level 7, enabling refinement of lower king-grade pills. Deducting 65.536 billion. Auto collection upgraded to level 7, increasing treasure-seeking goblins to 7. Deducting 32.768 billion. One-click forging upgraded to level 6, increasing the maximum spiritual weapon grade to lesser transcendent spiritual weapon. Deducting 131.072 billion. One-click forging upgraded to level 7, increasing the maximum spiritual weapon grade to great transcendent spiritual weapon. Ding! Dear host, all current system functions have been upgraded to level 7. A new system function, one-click auto mining, is ready to be unlocked for just 6.4 million. One-click auto mining. Dispatch a mining goblin to automatically search for and extract various underground metal ores. What the heck? This system really does deliver whatever you imagine. Su Xiaobai was stunned for a second, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just a moment ago, he had been lamenting that metal and mineral resources were always insufficient, requiring hefty sums to purchase. He had been hoping for an ability that could automatically mine underground for him. And as soon as he finished speaking, the new system function he unlocked turned out to be one-click auto mining. With this feature, didn't it mean that Su Xiaobai would now have an enormous additional source of income every moment of every day? Moreover, mining underground in the wild was completely different from acquiring mineral resources from the market. The market had fixed prices, but wild underground mining didn't. Who knew? Maybe he'd dig up something incredibly valuable, something worth billions in an instant. And if he discovered an entire vein of some rare metal, then it wouldn't just be billions. It could be hundreds of billions or even trillions. Most importantly, with this function, Su Xiaobai would have the chance to obtain even more unimaginable resources from the foreign world. Even the mighty martial gods would covet such resources. Unlock it. Unlock it now. Su Xiaobai commanded without hesitation. 640 million deducted. Unlock successful. As the system notification sounded, a brand new space appeared beside the one-click forging space. Inside, a creature resembling a pangolin appeared. However, it was as tall as a human, covered in grayish-white scales, and its nose was unbelievably sharp, resembling a spiral drill bit. A mining gremlin. Auto-dispatch. With Su Xiaobai's order, the mining gremlin instantly disappeared. In the next second, the mining gremlin reappeared in a barren wasteland. Not far away, a pack of ferocious beasts sensed its presence and charged at it, roaring. But the mining gremlin didn't seem to know what fear was. It sniffed the air in all directions with its drill-like nose. Just as the beasts were about to pounce with their bloody maws wide open, the mining gremlin suddenly caught a special scent. It leaped forward, and its drill-like nose pierced straight into the ground. It burrowed at an astonishing speed. By the time the beasts arrived, its presence had completely vanished. All they saw was a deep, pitch-black hole. The beasts snorted in frustration before scattering in disappointment. Ding! Discovered Cloud Sound Rock. Ding! Obtained Cloud Sound Rock ×2. Ding! Obtained Cloud Sound Rock ×1. Ding! Obtained Cloud Sound Rock ×2. The mining gremlin had barely been dispatched for less than 3 minutes before the system's notification started rolling in. One neatly cut Cloud Sound Rock after another appeared out of thin air in Su Xiaobai storage space, at a rate of 1 every 5 seconds. This mining speed is insane. And it started with Cloud Sound Rock? This is amazing. Su Xiaobai burst out laughing. A single fist-sized Cloud Sound Rock was worth at least millions. Whether for alchemy or forging, it was an essential material. Because of its rarity, it was always sold out the moment it appeared on the market. Su Xiaobai had been lucky enough to find some on the black market a few times, but he had always needed large amounts. And now, he didn't have to spend a single cent. Cloud Sound Rock was raining into his hands. This isn't just gathering materials. This is printing money. At this rate, once I gather enough minerals, I can forge a whole batch of spirit weapons in no time. And the profit. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't even imagine. Sell raw minerals? What a joke. By forging them into spirit weapons, my net worth would skyrocket nearly 100-fold. After all, martial artists are always desperate for spirit weapons. Even if I raised the price by 50%, they would still fight to buy them. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Su Xiaobai put up 100 spirit weapons, they would sell out instantly. Even if he put up 10,000, they'd still be gone in no time. This was the proper way to turn mineral resources into wealth. System: how much does it cost to upgrade one-click auto mining? With such an overpowered function, how could Su Xiaobai not upgrade it? Level 2, 32 million spirit coins. Mining Gremlins 2. Level 3, 160 million spirit coins. Mining Gremlins 3. Level 4, 800 million spirit coins. Mining Gremlins 4. Level 5. From the system's response, Su Xiaobai quickly calculated the cost. Each upgrade required 5 times the previous cost. This was the most expensive upgrade cost so far. But he wasn't dissatisfied at all, because the profit potential of this function was just too enormous. Unlike one-click collection, where resources were limited to specific locations, minerals were everywhere underground. Randomly finding just one could mean an entire deposit, or even an incredible mineral vein. With such sky-high profits, who cared if the upgrade cost 5 times as much? Upgrade it. No hesitation. System: upgrade one-click auto mining. Deducting 32 million spirit coins. Upgraded to level 2. Mining Gremlins 2. Deducting 160 million spirit coins. Upgraded to level 3. Mining Gremlins 3. Deducting 800 million spirit coins. Upgraded to level 4. Mining Gremlins 4. As soon as the upgrade was completed, 3 new Mining Gremlins materialized. Without delay, they were automatically dispatched to the wild, searching for treasures and mining at full speed. Well, now I'm broke. After reaching level 4, Su Xiaobai was completely cleaned out. He had only a few 100 million spirit coins left, not enough to upgrade anything further. I've upgraded what I needed, unlocked what I needed. Now it's time to head to base number 15. I need to experience the might of a major base firsthand and see what the foreign world truly looks like. Time flashed by, and 3 days passed in an instant. Ding. Unification Law Codex advanced to intermediate. Ding. Chasing Sunblade advanced to beginner. Ding. 10 Absolute Heavenly Gang Body advanced to intermediate. Ding. Great Sunblade advanced to beginner. Ding. Chasing Sunblade advanced to intermediate. Ding. Burning Heaven Flame advanced to beginner. Throughout the past 3 days, the auto-practice notifications never stopped. Countless lesser, transcendent techniques had been strengthened. But Su Xiaobai's system panel hadn't changed in the slightest. This only reinforced his belief. The leap from elite martial commander to ultimate martial commander was unimaginably difficult. Although the system's attribute panel hadn't changed, Su Xiaobai could clearly feel his strength gradually increasing. If before he had reached the level where he could defeat an average elite martial commander, then now he could completely sweep through elite-level martial commanders. Not to mention anything else, just his lesser, transcendent attribute technique, Burning Heaven Fire. With this technique alone, Su Xiaobai could easily crush an elite martial commander. Adding in his lesser, transcendent blade technique, his mid-level Unified Law Codex, his mid-level 10 Absolute Heavenly Body, and other techniques, killing elite martial commanders would be as easy as slaughtering chickens. If Commander Tang were to appear before Su Xiaobai now, it would take only an instant. Su Xiaobai could effortlessly kill him before he even realized how he died. There's only one step left to reach the ultimate Martial Commander realm. With my current strength, heading to Base 15, even if Dongfang Yu tries to cause trouble for me, even if I can't beat him, I can still escape with ease, right? When it came to running away, Su Xiaobai had no issues at all. With the speed boost from his spatial attribute and the ability to shield his presence with spatial perception, even an ultimate martial commander wouldn't be able to catch him. To avoid drawing attention, Su Xiaobai, along with Su Ling'er, Xiaobai Long, Dongfang Rou, Elder Feng, and the others, specifically spent a high price to purchase an armored vehicle. Brother, this car is so big. Su Ling'er looked at the spiritual energy-powered armored vehicle with curiosity. This type of armored vehicle was driven by spiritual energy and was designed specifically for long-distance travel in the wilderness. If they encountered a ferocious beast attack, a spiritual energy barrier could be instantly activated for defense. Mr. Su, are you sure you want to bring all of them along? Dongfang Rou asked seriously. This trip was indeed quite risky. There was even a certain chance they could die. If it were anyone else, they would rather leave Su Ling'er and Xiaobai Long at Base 18, just like how Dongfang Rou had deliberately left Dongfang Yong'an at Base 18. But Su Xiaobai was different. No matter how difficult or dangerous the place was, he had to bring Su Ling'er with him. He trusted no one else. Only his own protection was the safest. Moreover, Su Xiaobai had made other preparations. Swish, swish, swish. 10 figures, dressed in black cloaks, swiftly appeared before Su Xiaobai. It's them. They've gotten even stronger. Dongfang Rou and Elder Feng were both shocked. During the Beast Tide, they had personally witnessed these shadowy figures effortlessly slaughter 2 S-rank beasts, so they naturally had some understanding of their strength. Now, seeing them again, they could distinctly feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from each of these figures. This aura was no weaker than Su Xiaobai himself. They're my subordinates. They will be following us outside, ensuring our safety. Su Xiaobai smiled. Let's go, time to set off. Dongfang Rou and Elder Feng exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. A high-ranking marshal general actually has 10 high-ranking marshal generals under his command, and each one is a top-tier expert. Just who exactly was this, Mr. Su? The distance between Base 18 and Base 15 was over 1,000 kilometers. They had to pass through numerous beast-infested zones along the way. To avoid running into powerful beasts, most people would take detours, which unknowingly added to their travel distance and time. But Su Xiaobai's group was different. They deliberately traveled through the dangerous zones, heading straight for the most perilous areas. At first, Dongfang Rou and Elder Feng were a bit concerned. After all, these danger zones contained S-rank beasts, and they might even provoke an army of beasts to attack them. But soon, they realized their worries were unnecessary. The 10 shadowy figures surrounded the armored vehicle, keeping pace with it at a speed no slower than the vehicle itself. The moment a beast appeared in their line of sight, they charged forward without hesitation, killing everything in their path. Thus, their journey was practically unobstructed, without any hindrances. What should have taken a full day and night to reach, they managed to cover in less than half a day. From a distance, they could already see the towering walls of Base 15. As expected, a major base, it really is massive. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim. From far away, it looked like a long stretch of shadowy walls, not seeming all that impressive. But as they got closer, they realized just how vast it truly was. One glance wasn't enough to see the full length of the walls. This alone showed that Base 15 was far bigger than Base 18, not just by a little, but by a tremendous amount. As they approached, the shadowy figures silently retreated and were dispatched elsewhere to hunt beasts. Su Xiaobai's group smoothly entered Base 15. With one look around, 2 words came to mind: prosperity. It doesn't look like a city struggling through the apocalypse at all. Rather, it resembles a top-tier economic city from an era of peace, filled with skyscrapers stretching as far as the eye can see. Base 15 has a population of 60 million, 12 times the population of Base 18. Naturally, the number of warriors and powerful individuals here are far greater as well. Being a billionaire, Su Xiaobai didn't bother with hotels or rentals. He directly bought a villa on the outskirts for 10 million. So cheap, Su Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh. After pouring several hundred billion into the system's functions, looking back at things like villas and luxury cars, they felt ridiculously cheap. Due to their special identities, Dongfeng Rou and Elder Feng chose to wear masks and cloaks, but such attire was extremely common in Base 15, so no one paid them any mind. Just like that, they easily settled into Base 15. Su Linger was overjoyed, running around excitedly with Xiao Bailong, playing to her heart's content. When do we take action? After washing up and changing clothes, the group gathered for a meal. Su Xiaobai asked, "The day after tomorrow, Dongfang family's contacts and Elder Feng's trusted subordinates need to investigate the situation first and formulate a thorough plan." Dongfeng Rou replied seriously, "All right, then I'll leave that to you. Just let me know when everything is ready." Su Xiaobai responded casually. With his current strength, this mission posed no real challenge for him. The only real concern was Dongfeng Yu. So after finishing his meal, Su Xiaobai headed straight for Base 15's Warrior Hall. He registered for a new identity card and took a stroll through the Scripture Pavilion, hoping to make some new discoveries. However, to his disappointment, the pavilion's highest level techniques were only at the micro level, the same as Base 18. But he did come across something interesting. The unit of power is star. Inside an S-rank training chamber, Su Xiaobai learned about a new power evaluation system. 1 star equals 10,000 kilograms, typically the strength of a junior marshal general. 10 star equals 100,000 kilograms, a senior marshal general's level. 100 star equals 1 million kilograms, the strength of an average marshal commander. 1,000 star equals 10 million kilograms, the level of an elite marshal commander. 10,000 star equals 100 million kilograms, the strength of an ultimate martial commander. I wonder, how many stars my strength is it now? Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed as he raised his fist and punched. Boom! With a single punch, the chest of the mercury dummy caved in, leaving a fist-sized dent. Su Xiaobai looked up, and the numbers on the display screen skyrocketed. From single digits to tens, hundreds, thousands. Finally, the number stopped at 1679. 1679 stars, which means 16.79 million kilograms of force. This falls within the elite martial commander level. Su Xiaobai shook his head regretfully. But if anyone else were in the training room at that moment, they would be so shocked their eyes might pop out. After all, Su Xiaobai was merely an advanced martial general. Yet with just an ordinary punch, he had unleashed the power of an elite martial commander. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Let's try again with full strength. Su Xiaobai flipped his palm and took out the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. His aura sank, his stance widened into a firm horse stance, and the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon in his hand slowly lifted. His presence became like a sword unsheathed, piercing straight into the sky. All laws returned to one. Chasing Sunstrike, the surrounding spiritual energy was violently drawn in, and at the same time, a radiance resembling the sun faintly emerged from the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Slash! With a sudden and powerful strike. Boom! A deafening explosion filled the training room, and an overwhelming force poured onto the mercury dummy. Half of the mercury dummy's body was nearly deformed. The numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly. Soon, the digits settled. 8,997 stars. A staggering 89.97 million kilograms of force. Only 10 million kilograms away from the ultimate martial commander level. My full force attack is nearly 5 times stronger than my regular punch. Not bad. With this thing, measuring strength has become completely straightforward. Now I can clearly see my power level at a glance. Before this, Su Xiaobai could only estimate his strength based on his feelings. But now, with such precise data at his disposal, he could accurately gauge his power level. Let's try a few more strikes. Su Xiaobai unleashed 3 consecutive slashes. 9,002 stars. 8,993 stars. 8,996 stars. Each strike had slight variations in power, but the differences were minimal. It was important to note that controlling strength to such a fine degree was incredibly rare. Most martial artists had significant fluctuations in power with each attack, demonstrating weak control over their strength. Only when each strike had a small margin of difference could one prove their absolute mastery over their own power. This was a testament to how much one-click cultivation and one-click practice had benefited Su Xiaobai. Interesting. The major base's technology truly is extraordinary. Next, Su Xiaobai visited the Pill Treasure Pavilion at base number 15. Compared to base number 18, base number 15's Pill Treasure Pavilion was larger and more extravagant. An entire 40-plus story building belonged solely to it. He took a quick look inside. Pills below grade 7 were all openly priced and available for direct purchase. As for pills grade 7 and above, they were auctioned off, requiring competition against other martial artists. So this means grade 7 and below can be exchanged directly for cash? Su Xiaobai flashed his diamond VIP card, and a hostess led him to a private VIP room. I want to cash out. Su Xiaobai got straight to the point, pulling out all the pills he had refined over the past few days and placing them on the table. All of them. Perfect grade. They're all perfect grade pills. The alchemy appraiser in charge of the transaction was stunned. Even his eyes trembled in disbelief. It wasn't like he had never seen perfect grade pills before, but nearly 1,000 pills, ranging from grade 1 to grade 6, all perfect grade and placed right before his eyes. This was his first time ever seeing such a sight. Estimate the value. Su Xiaobai casually took a sip of tea. He no longer had to worry about being targeted or envied. Before, when he was weak, he had to stay low-key, fearing that once discovered, his life would be at risk. But now, things were different. With his current strength, in all of base number 15, unless Dongfang Yu personally made a move, no one was his match. In the end, his 1,000 pills were valued at 56.6 billion. Most of the grade 1 to grade 4 pills weren't worth much. The real money came from the grade 5 and grade 6 pills. Grade 5 and 6 pills were worth billions to tens of billions per pill, and perfect grade ones were even more valuable. After the Pill Treasure Pavilion, Su Xiaobai visited the Beast Treasure Pavilion. Unlike base number 18, where the Beast Treasure Pavilion was hidden in the black market, here, it had its own skyscraper, just like the Pill Treasure Pavilion. As a Diamond VIP at the Beast Treasure Pavilion, Su Xiaobai received the highest level of treatment. Cash them all in. Su Xiaobai sold most of the beast materials he had gathered in recent days. However, since he still needed some for alchemy, he kept the rarest ones, which resulted in a total cash out of 18.2 billion. Lastly, Su Xiaobai visited the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion. Unlike base number 18, where there was no branch, here at base number 15, the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion was one of the 3 dominant forces in the market, alongside the Pill Treasure Pavilion and Beast Treasure Pavilion. I'm here to sell spiritual weapons. Su Xiaobai placed all his forged beginner spiritual weapons onto the exchange counter. He had already equipped his 10 shadow guards with matching weapons, and these were all surplus. A total of 18 spiritual weapons. Seeing such a large quantity, the appraiser couldn't help but show a trace of surprise. After all, martial artists who exchanged spiritual weapons usually only had a few ways of acquiring them, looting them from the wild or obtaining them through sheer luck. Unlike pills, which could be refined by seeking out an alchemist, forging spiritual weapons required specialized equipment and a high-level forging master, most of whom worked for the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion. Without the right forge and professional tools, crafting even a beginner spiritual weapon was nearly impossible. After a thorough evaluation, the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion purchased them at an average price of 3 billion per weapon, totaling 54 billion. So in just a few days, pill sales, 56.6 billion. Beast materials, 18.2 billion. Spiritual weapons, 54 billion. Total, 128.8 billion. He had casually let his shadows hunt monsters, then used the looted materials for alchemy and forging. And within days, he had amassed a staggering 1.288 trillion. This speed of making money, even raiding the Warrior Hall, couldn't compare. System, upgrade my auto practice function immediately. With money in hand, Su Xiaobai did not hesitate in the slightest and decisively issued the command. In just 2 days, he would be heading to the Dongfang family to stir up some trouble. Before that, the most useful thing for Su Xiaobai was none other than automatic cultivation and automatic practice, especially automatic practice. Every additional lesser, transcendent cultivation technique he successfully practiced meant a stronger ability to protect himself. Even if he ultimately failed in his mission, at least he wouldn't lose his life at the hands of an ultimate martial commander. Therefore, automatic practice had become Su Xiaobai's greatest reliance. Deducted 26.2144 billion, upgraded the one-click practice space to level 18, and increased the space-time flow rate from 131,072 times to 262,144 times. Deducted 52.4288 billion, upgraded the one-click practice space to level 19, and increased the space-time flow rate from 262,144 times to 524,288 times. Just like that, 78.6 billion was spent in an instant. Even though Su Xiaobai wanted to level up one more time to unlock the 5th practice slot at level 20, the required 100 billion was simply too much. There was no way to gather that much money in a short time. However, with the significant increase in the space-time flow rate of one-click practice, cultivating lesser transcendent techniques in the future wouldn't even take a full day. Just a few hours would be enough to reach the beginner level. Even reaching the intermediate level would only take half a day, and achieving advanced or peak levels would be much faster. Now that the automatic practice was taken care of, the next step was automatic cultivation. Deducted 26.2144 billion, upgraded the one-click cultivation space to level 19, and increased the space-time flow rate from 2,097,152 times to X times. Automatic cultivation, for 0.41 million times speed. Automatic practice, 520,000 times speed. Both had reached unimaginable, terrifying levels. With this 1,000 miles to the west technique will take only 3 days to reach the beginner level. As 410 Absolute Heavenly Body, Unified Law Codex, and Immovable King Sutra, they will all reach the intermediate level in just one more day. In my cultivation realm, I'm already an advanced martial general, just one step away from becoming a martial commander. This final step, once I cross it, it will be a complete rebirth. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. Below the martial commander level, all are mere ants. This was a truth that Su Xiaobai had gradually come to realize. Before reaching martial commander, one couldn't fly, couldn't comprehend lesser transcendent techniques. Vital energy was limited, and his body wasn't as resilient as steel. But once he became a martial commander, he could soar through the sky, could fully comprehend lesser transcendent techniques. His vital energy would boil like a raging river, and his body would be as unbreakable as iron. It was like transcending an entire life level. Once he reached the martial commander realm, his strength would skyrocket beyond imagination. Now, it's just a matter of waiting. But since I'm already here at Base 15, I should work on improving my aptitude before heading to the other world, right? Coming to Base 15, aside from dealing with the Dongfang family, Su Xiaobai's top priority was the other world. To enter the other world, one of the mandatory requirements was to have a top-tier cultivation aptitude. Yet up until now, Su Xiaobai's aptitude remained at the lowest level. Thus, when he sold off his pills, he specifically kept those that could enhance aptitude. From grade 4 to grade 6, he had them all. Without hesitation, he took out 10 one-origin heaven-opening pills and directly stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them like candy. As soon as the pills entered his stomach, the effects kicked in instantly. A burning sensation surged within his body, making him feel unbearably hot. However, The sensation came as fast as it disappeared. It worked. Su Xiaobai quickly checked his status and saw that his cultivation aptitude had changed from lowest to basic. For most people, modifying their cultivation aptitude was an agonizing experience. Even Su Linger had to grit her teeth and endure excruciating pain when upgrading hers. But Su Xiaobai was different. He was already a high-level martial general, and his true combat strength was enough to crush elite martial commanders. Moreover, due to cultivating multiple lesser transcendent body refining techniques, his flesh, bones, and meridians have been strengthened to an extreme level. A little pain from modifying aptitude was nothing to him. Without hesitation, he swallowed a bunch of grade 5 pills. These grade 5 pills were incredibly valuable. Just one could spark a war among warriors at base 18. Even at base 15, they were highly coveted. Yet, Su Xiaobai popped them into his mouth like snacks, chewing them crisply without a care. As the burning sensation returned, his aptitude evolved once more. From basic intermediate. Once the grade 5 pills were gone, Su Xiaobai moved on to grade 6 pills. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would probably be heartbroken. That was a genuine grade 6 pill, worth its weight in gold. And yet, Su Xiaobai crunched it down like a casual snack. To an outsider, it wouldn't seem like he was chewing on pills, but rather burning stacks of spiritual coins. Before long, his aptitude went from intermediate advanced. Now, he was just one step away from reaching top-tier aptitude. However, to break through this final barrier, he needed grade 7 pills, and a large quantity of them. Once the next batch of rare resources arrives, I'll collect more grade 7 pill ingredients and alchemy formulas. Then I'll push my aptitude straight to the top. The value of grade 7 pills was beyond imagination. Back then, to refine one grade 7 Qian Yuan soul-returning pill, Dongfang Rou had to trade 5 lesser transcendent techniques, one of which was even an attribute-based lesser transcendent technique. Although aptitude-modifying pills weren't as valuable as the Qian Yuan soul-returning pill, their grade 7 status alone made them extraordinarily expensive. The next day, while Elder Feng and Dongfang Rou went out to meet some people, Su Xiaobai stayed home, playing with Su Linger and Xiao Longbai. Even as he played, he didn't forget to rotate lesser transcendent techniques in his practice slots. With automatic practice reaching level 19, his cultivation speed had skyrocketed. A body refinement lesser transcendent technique reached beginner level in just 6 hours. Reaching intermediate level took only 10 hours. So apart from keeping 1,000 miles to the west technique in place, he continuously rotated the other 3 slots. Ding! Heaven-piercing record reached intermediate level. Ding! Star-shattering purple void dominance technique reached intermediate level. Ding! Azure Dragon Break reached intermediate level. With such a horrifying number of lesser transcendent techniques, his status panel finally underwent a qualitative change. Tip Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Advanced Martial General. Strength level, Elite Martial Commander. Endurance level, Ultimate Martial Commander. Agility level, Elite Martial Commander. Cultivation aptitude, high. Mastered techniques, Immovable King's Sutra, intermediate. Unified Law Codex, intermediate. 10 Absolute Heavenly Body, intermediate. Burning Heaven Flame, beginner. Chasing Sunblade, intermediate. Great Sunblade, intermediate. Heavenly Mechanism Step, intermediate. Heaven-piercing Record, intermediate. Star-shattering Purple Void Domination Art, intermediate. Azure Dragon Break, intermediate. Silk Winding Slash, intermediate. Wind Thunder Force, intermediate. Baleful Energy Blade, intermediate. Go Chun Dance, intermediate. Unlocked System Functions. One-click Cultivation, level 19. One-click Practice, level 19. One-click Auto Hunting, level 10. One-click Alchemy, level 7. One-click Collection, level 7. One-click Forging, level 7. One-click Mining, level 4. Endurance level has reached Ultimate Martial Commander. Su Xiaobai clenched his fists, feeling the power within him becoming even more solid and condensed. His strength had already been infinitely close to the ultimate martial commander level. The force of his full-strength attack was only 1,000 stars short of entering the ranks of ultimate martial commanders. Now, with the massive reinforcement from numerous lesser transcendent body-refining techniques, all of which had been upgraded to intermediate, his endurance underwent a qualitative leap. Endurance level increase means my stamina and defense are now comparable to that of an ultimate martial commander. Even if I can't win, I won't be in danger. If I need to escape, I'll have no problem doing so. For an elite martial commander to challenge an ultimate martial commander, the biggest issue was defense. The difference in realms was essentially a one-sided crushing advantage. Otherwise, Dongfang Yu wouldn't have been able to single-handedly dominate base number 15. At that moment, Su Xiaobai's expression suddenly changed as he shot forward like a blur. Boom! As soon as he arrived in the vast backyard, an unprecedented surge of power exploded from his body. A violent shockwave instantly uprooted the surrounding grass and even snapped distant trees in half. Within a 20-meter radius, the ground was stripped bare, as if hit by a missile. When Su Xiaobai opened his eyes again, they gleamed like a vast starry sky, deep and unfathomable. He took a step forward and stepped directly onto thin air. Then, as if lifted by an invisible force, he rose higher and higher. Clearly, Su Xiaobai had reached the realm countless people dream of. Martial Commander. The terrifying aura from earlier was precisely the oppressive presence of a martial commander-level expert. As expected of level 19, with a 4.41 million-fold cultivation time acceleration, it only took a few days to go from Advanced Martial General to Martial Commander. With this breakthrough, I don't need to worry about my trip to the Dongfang family anymore. Su Xiaobai smirked. Closing his eyes again, he savored the rebirth-like sensation of his new realm. Since he had just broken through, his body's transformation was still in full swing. His muscle density increased several times over. If his flesh was like normal meat before, then now, upon reaching Martial Commander, his body had become indestructible steel. Even his bones and meridians had undergone a steel-like reconstruction. Casually clenching his fist or swinging it through the air produced a sonic boom, and my internal energy vortex has transformed into an energy core. Before Martial Commander, a warrior's dantian contained an energy vortex that expanded with progression. Now, however, that vortex had solidified, forming a jagged black stone with glowing cracks, radiating a faint aura. Su Xiaobai could clearly feel that the amount of energy this energy core could store was far beyond what an energy vortex could ever compare to. It was precisely because of this energy core that he had gained the ability to defy gravity and walk freely in midair. I can feel it. My current self could one-shot my previous self with a single punch. How will this upgrade reflect on my system panel? Su Xiaobai immediately checked his updated stats. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Martial Commander. Strength level, Ultimate Martial Commander. Endurance level, Ultimate Martial Commander. Agility level, Ultimate Martial Commander. Cultivation aptitude, high. Mastered techniques, Immovable King Sutra, intermediate. Unified Law Codex, intermediate. 10 Absolute Heavenly Body, intermediate. Burning Heaven Flame, beginner. Chasing Sun Blade, intermediate. Great Sun Blade, intermediate. Heavenly Mechanism Step, intermediate. Heaven Piercing Record, intermediate. Star-Shattering Purple Void Domination Art, intermediate. Azure Dragon Break, intermediate. Silk Winding Slash, intermediate. Wind Thunder Force, intermediate. Baleful Energy Blade, intermediate. Goat Chun Dance, intermediate. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, level 19. One-Click Practice, level 19. One-Click Auto Hunting, level 10. One-Click Alchemy, level 7. One-Click Collection, level 7. One-Click Forging, level 7. One-Click Mining, level 4. I've fully reached Ultimate Martial Commander. A sharp glint flashed in Su Xiaobai's eyes. Now that he had reached full Ultimate Martial Commander level, he was completely qualified to challenge Dongfang Yu head-on. In fact, with the enhancements from his body refining techniques, Su Xiaobai might even be able to crush Dongfang Yu with ease. But more importantly, with his system reaching this level, it also meant that his 10 shadow soldiers could easily overpower Dongfang Yu as well. If he wanted, he could sweep through the entirety of base number 15 effortlessly. This rate of leveling up is absolutely exhilarating. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but grin. Originally, he thought his infiltration mission into the Dongfang family would be a challenge where he'd barely complete his task and escape safely. But now, after just 2 days, he had undergone an unimaginable breakthrough. Rescuing the hostages in the Dongfang family was no longer a pressure. To put it bluntly, he could now enter and leave the Dongfang family as he pleased. No one could stop him. They're back. At that moment, Su Xiaobai sensed something. Upon reaching Martial Commander level, his spiritual power had experienced a significant boost. His already sharp spatial awareness had now combined with his spiritual power, exponentially increasing his perception range. The moment Dongfang Rou and Elder Feng appeared, he immediately detected their presence. I should suppress my aura a little. Don't want to scare them. Su Xiaobai chuckled and used his spatial energy to conceal his Martial Commander level aura, lowering it back to the advanced Martial General level. Mr. Su, the plan is set. We'll act tomorrow. Dongfang Rou's eyes gleamed with excitement, clearly indicating a successful negotiation. Elder Feng has confirmed through his informants that my mother is imprisoned inside the Dongfang family's inner study. She handed Su Xiaobai a map. Mr. Su, the success of tomorrow's mission depends entirely on you. Su Xiaobai restrained himself extremely well, so much so that neither Dongfang Rou nor Elder Feng detected the slightest anomaly from him. When the map was spread out, Su Xiaobai took a casual glance and memorized it all instantly. However, this also aroused a bit of suspicion in him. The cabinet study room. This place is practically at the heart of the Dongfang family. If discovered, we would be immediately surrounded by the Dongfang family's people, with almost no chance of escape. But then he thought again. The person in prison was, after all, once Dongfang Yu's wife. Given Dongfang Yu's pride, keeping her in such a place was actually quite normal. Besides, with Su Xiaobai's current strength, what did he have to worry about? The one who should truly be worried is Dongfang Yu. All right, leave it to me. Su Xiaobai nodded. Dongfang Rou and Elder Feng were both excited. This had been their long-standing wish. If not for the fact that the agreed-upon date was tomorrow, they would have loved to infiltrate the Dongfang family right now and rescue her directly. Mr. Su, why do you seem a little different from before? At this moment, the perceptive Dongfang Rou asked curiously. Previously, whenever she looked at Su Xiaobai, she didn't find anything particularly outstanding about him. But now, as she observed him again, he seemed like a star hovering in the vast cosmos, deep, serene, and exuding a sense of tranquility with every move. She had felt a similar presence before from Dongfang Yu. But Dongfang Yu's aura was not this peaceful. It was filled with rage and chaos. It only brought unease. Oh, I just comprehended a lesser transcendent technique, so my strength improved a little. That's probably why. Su Xiaobai casually made up an excuse. Mr. Su, your comprehension ability is truly remarkable. Elder Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Of course, for Su Xiaobai, training for a single day was equivalent to others training continuously for 1,400 years without eating or resting. If he still couldn't comprehend anything, wouldn't that be ridiculous? All right, let's discuss the detailed plan for tomorrow. Su Xiaobai changed the topic. On the day of infiltrating the Dongfang family, Su Xiaobai left Su Ling'er and Xiao Bailong at home. Dongfang Rou, Elder Feng, and Su Xiaobai changed into the Dongfang family's exclusive uniforms and sneaked in through the western rear side of the Dongfang estate. As the #1 family in Base 15, the Dongfang estate was vast. Even if one drove a spirit-powered car around the estate, it would take at least 10 minutes to complete a full lap. The three of them covered their faces, suppressed their presence, and moved at a steady pace, gradually approaching the estate's central area. I knew it. Before they even got close, Su Xiaobai had already noticed something off. His spiritual perception was terrifyingly powerful now. Covering half of the Dongfang estate was no issue at all. Even though he only sensed some faint auras, it was enough to confirm that there were no ordinary people inside the so-called cabinet study room. Instead, it was filled with high-ranking martial generals wielding spiritual weapons, silently waiting. Not only that, but around the entire cabinet study room, there were also martial generals standing by with weapons in hand. Among them, there were even several ordinary martial commanders, as well as an elite martial commander. This aura, it's stronger than the others. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the Dongfang family's patriarch, Dongfang Yu. Su Xiaobai's eyes flashed. Although Dongfang Yu had suppressed his aura to the absolute limit, in front of Su Xiaobai's spatially enhanced spiritual perception, he was completely exposed. Well, whatever. I'm bored anyway. Let's see what kind of grand show the Dongfang family wants to put on. Su Xiaobai didn't expose the trap, pretending to be unaware as he followed Dongfang Rou and Elder Feng step by step toward the cabinet study room. Moments later, they passed through a corridor leading to the study room and quickly left the crowd, making their way to the cabinet study room at full speed. "We're here," Dongfang Rou whispered excitedly. They reached the entrance of the study room and, without hesitation, pushed the door open. But just as Su Xiaobai had sensed earlier, there was no sign of the person Dongfang Rou was looking for inside. Instead, what awaited them was a row of high-ranking martial generals gripping spiritual weapons, their gazes filled with hostility. "Damn it, it's a trap." Elder Feng's expression changed drastically. He quickly grabbed Dongfang Rou, attempting to turn and flee. Swish, swish, swish. However, shadows swiftly landed behind them, each one a high-ranking martial general. "Mr. Su," Dongfang Rou turned to Su Xiaobai, her eyes pleading. With Su Xiaobai's strength, capable of easily defeating Commander Tang, breaking out of an encirclement of high-ranking martial generals shouldn't be difficult. "It's too late." Su Xiaobai's gaze shifted toward the room opposite the cabinet study room. The doors slowly creaked open, and a middle-aged man with sharp hawk-like eyes, sword-shaped brows, and streaks of white at his temples, dressed in a black and gold dragon robe, floated out. Clearly, this middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yu. Behind him stood several ordinary martial commanders, as well as an elite martial commander, all staring at Su Xiaobai and his group with unfriendly expressions. Dongfang Yu. For the first time, Dongfang Rou's beautiful eyes showed a hint of hatred. "Where have you hidden my mother? Do you even need to ask? You all fled, so she took your place. But tell me, do you think a mere mortal could withstand the punishments of my Dongfang family?" Dongfang Yu's voice was cold and emotionless, utterly indifferent, as if the one who died wasn't his former wife, but some irrelevant stranger. "Dongfang Yu, you bastard!" Dongfang Rou's eyes instantly turned red as tears welled up. She screamed in fury. "Who do you think sent you that information? Did you really think my Dongfang family was a bunch of useless fools? But don't worry. You're still useful to me, so I won't kill you. But as for the two people you brought with you, they're just out of luck for being with you. And I also heard that, to ensure your success, you brought someone exceptionally strong this time." Dongfang Yu's gaze swept past Dongfang Rou and Elder Feng, finally stopping on Su Xiaobai. "That would be you, I assume. Do you think it could be anyone else?" Su Xiaobai shrugged with a relaxed smile. He was completely at ease. Not the slightest bit of fear, even when facing an ultimate martial commander and being completely surrounded by such a terrifying force. So young, yet already an advanced martial general. Quite a talent. "Too bad. I don't care for talent," Dongfang Yu said indifferently. "Patriarch." At this moment, a high-ranking martial general stepped forward. "The governor and his son have arrived. Bring them in," Dongfang Yu commanded. Moments later, two figures appeared in the sky. One was an elite martial commander. The other was an advanced martial master. Ro. Father, it's really Ro. The advanced martial master's face, ugly and lecherous, lit up with joy the moment he saw Dongfang Ro. Clearly, this repulsive man was the one Dongfang you had arranged for Dongfang Ro to marry. Now, Su Xiaobai finally understood why she had fled the Dongfang family. But what caught Su Xiaobai's attention even more was how this disgusting advanced martial master was hovering in the air, on a floating mercury steel board. This is a psychic master who manipulates objects using spiritual power. Psychic master. This was a concept Su Xiaobai had never heard of before. It was only after arriving at Base 15 and reading through the ancient texts in the Warrior Hall's library that he learned about this unique existence. Most warriors focus on refining their bodies, weapons, and martial techniques to enhance their strength. But psychic masters are different. They are even rarer than alchemists. And because of this, psychic masters are also incredibly terrifying. With their immense spiritual power, they can directly lift objects, slicing your throat in an instant, before you even have time to react. While warriors must fight to the death in close combat to hunt down fierce beasts, a psychic master only needs to control a few small, sharp metal shards to sweep through an entire horde of beasts effortlessly. They kill without a trace, and their area of effect attacks are unparalleled. However, they do have weaknesses. Due to their long-term practice of internal techniques and spiritual cultivation methods, they often neglect body-strengthening techniques, resulting in weak physical defense. If an enemy gets close and lands a single strike, a psychic master can be severely wounded or even killed on the spot. Psychic masters are born with extraordinary spiritual potential. But this innate ability is different from what people imagine. Even if someone has powerful spiritual potential, they must reach the martial commander level and completely unlock their spiritual C before they can truly manifest their spiritual power externally, to the point where they can control objects and kill with their mind. Before reaching the martial commander level, no matter how strong one's spiritual power is, it's useless. Thus, the martial commander level is not only a massive threshold, but also a turning point that determines one's destiny. Clearly, Su Xiaobai had no potential to become a psychic master at all. I wonder if the system can provide a method to cultivate spiritual power? The thought surfaced in Su Xiaobai's mind. If he could cultivate spiritual power, wouldn't that mean he could train in both martial arts and psychic mastery? Moreover, psychic mastery could serve as a hidden trump card, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and instantly take an enemy's life. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Host, once you upgrade the one-click cultivation space to level 20, you will receive a surprise. Suddenly, the system spoke up. Su Xiaobai was overjoyed. You mean, after upgrading the one-click cultivation space to level 20, I'll be able to cultivate spiritual power? He quickly asked, but the system fell silent, refusing to answer. Even so, Su Xiaobai was almost certain, once the one-click cultivation space reached level 20, there was a high chance that spiritual cultivation would be unlocked. If I can automatically cultivate spiritual power, damn, that would be insane. His excitement was barely contained. He couldn't wait to get his hands on 500 billion and dump it all into upgrading the one-click cultivation space. Meanwhile, as Su Xiaobai was lost in excitement over his potential path to psychic mastery, at another location, Governor Si Boyan of Base 15 spoke up. Brother Dongfang, I was in the middle of receiving an important guest when you urgently called for me. I couldn't refuse, so I brought him along. I hope you don't mind. Guests are always welcome. Since he is an esteemed guest of Governor Si, he is naturally our honored guest as well. I don't mind at all. Dongfang replied. Brother Wu, Si Boyan called out. A figure suddenly appeared in midair, descending beside Si Boyan. It was a martial commander, dressed in loose black robes and wearing glasses. He had a scholarly appearance, looking more like a refined academic than a warrior. This is Wu Honghe, an envoy from the Wu family of Base 88. See, Boyan introduced him. As for the Wu family, I'm sure I don't need to explain much. Honghe greets Lord Dongfang. Wu Honghe smiled and bowed slightly. Boom! At the mention of Base 88 and Wu family, an uproar erupted among the warriors present. The Wu family of Base 88. That was a true martial god family, with an actual martial god overseeing them. To these warriors, a martial god was as unfathomable as a deity, capable of manipulating the heavens, controlling the earth, and shaping the fate of a world. Their power was beyond imagination, while others were merely shocked. Dongfang Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and his entire body trembled involuntarily. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. Almost instinctively, he glanced at the spatial ring on his finger. That's right. Inside his spatial ring was something closely tied to the Wu family. The Great Transcendent Technique, 1,000 miles to the west technique. The Wu family wasn't originally from Base 88. They came from Base 84. However, Base 84 was destroyed by otherworld beasts, forcing the Wu family to relocate to Base 88. And at that time, Dongfang Yu had been at Base 84. The martial god guarding Base 84 had been slain by the otherworld beasts. The city walls were breached, and endless waves of beasts flooded in, wreaking havoc. Every family fell into chaos. Dongfang Yu, already a martial commander back then, saw an opportunity while fleeing. He secretly killed the young master of the Wu family, stole his spatial ring, and obtained numerous treasures, including the 1,000 miles to the west technique. After learning that the Wu family had survived and relocated to Base 88, Dongfang Yu didn't dare to go near them. He immediately fled to the distant Base 15 and established the Dongfang family there. To avoid being discovered, he sealed the technique with a blood restriction, studying it in secret. Unfortunately, Great Transcendent Techniques were too difficult, and he had made zero progress to this day. And now, he had unexpectedly encountered a member of the Wu family right here. I'm here to discuss establishing a trade route between Base 88 and Base 15 with Governor C. I apologize if this causes any inconvenience. Wu Honghe smiled and clasped his hands. No problem at all. Dongfang Yu quickly composed himself. In fact, I invited the governor here today for a joyous occasion. As the governor can see, my useless fourth daughter has returned. Your young master has mentioned many times that he wishes to marry her. Now that everyone is here, why not bear witness to this marriage and make it official? So that's what this is about. Su Xiaobai suddenly realized. Dongfang Yu had orchestrated everything. He had leaked information to lure Dongfang Ro back, arranged for trusted individuals to bring certain matters to light, and finally, invited the governor himself to ensure this trap was witnessed by all. This guy is quite the schemer. Dongfang Yu, don't think you can do whatever you want. I'd rather die than let you succeed. Dongfang Ro gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. Oh, no problem. If you die, then I'll make sure that old man Feng beside you suffers the cruelest torture until his last breath. Dongfang Yu's expression remained indifferent. Damn, this guy had planned everything to perfection. He knew Dongfang Ro valued family, so he used her mother as bait. He knew she cherished loyalty, so he lured Feng Lao here as leverage. A flawless scheme, except there is one flaw in his plan. Su Xiaobai smirked, just as he was about to step in, put on an act, and turn the tables in a flashy display. Boom! The ground shook violently. Everyone's expression changed drastically. A beast tide is coming. Damn it, the beast tide is coming faster and faster. Look, it's here. It's still the same one. The phone by Tian Hu asterisk. Asterisk phone by Tian Hu. A named beast in the story, likely a powerful or legendary creature. They're all here. The 3 SS rank beasts that died last year are back. Wait, why do I feel like this dimensional rift has gotten even bigger? The tremors from the earthquake were still ongoing. On the southern walls of Base 15, all the warriors who were constantly on standby for beast tides turned their gazes toward a point 30 kilometers away. There a massive, irregular, diamond-shaped tear in space loomed, as if something had violently ripped it apart. Like an abrupt Photoshop glitch asterisk, the scene displayed within the rift was completely out of place with its surroundings, as though it belonged to an entirely different world. Asterisk Photoshop glitch PS. This refers to the way the space-time rift looks unnatural, like a poorly edited image. One after another, colossal beasts, each hundreds of meters tall, towering into the skies, began emerging from the rift. Among them were many familiar faces to the warriors of Base 15. 3 SS-ranked beasts, 7 S-ranked beasts. Each step they took made the ground tremble. Each sky-shaking roar tore apart the clouds above. Their savage, bloodthirsty eyes locked onto the massive walls in the distance. The human stronghold they had failed to conquer even after 177 assaults and countless deaths. Meanwhile, in the Dongfang family estate, Dongfang Yu, Si Boyan, and Wu Honghe all felt their expressions change. In an instant, their figures shot skyward. As expected, it's them. High in the air, they looked out toward the distant, roaring beasts. They were all familiar faces. They had been killing these beasts for years, yet they reappeared every single time. And with each resurgence, their numbers only increased. If they want to come, let them. Killing them is effortless. Dongfang Yu's voice was cold. SS-ranked beasts were merely equivalent to elite martial commanders. In the past, before he reached the ultimate martial commander level, he had struggled to fight against them, often needing to join forces with other clans. But ever since he attained the ultimate martial commander rank, he had crushed every beast tide effortlessly. Whenever the tide came, he would obliterate them and send them back to where they came from. A single small rank difference. Yet the gap in power was immeasurable. This was why Base 15 had been able to thrive for so many years without any real threat from the beast tides. With fewer casualties, more warriors survived, allowing the base to develop even faster. Is that the entrance to the other world? Suddenly, a voice came from behind the three of them. Startled, they turned around. Standing behind them, hovering in midair, was Su Xiaobai, gazing at the massive space-time rift leading to the foreign world. When did this kid get behind us? We didn't sense him at all. He's actually a martial commander? Dongfang Yu, Si Boyan, and Wu Honghe were all stunned. None of them had noticed when Su Xiaobai arrived behind them. More shockingly, they hadn't realized that his true strength was actually at the martial commander level. He had only exuded the aura of a high-ranking martial general, yet none of them had managed to see through him. This meant this guy possessed a special breathing technique that even they couldn't penetrate. So that's what the other world looks like. Unlike Base 18, where the entrance to the foreign world was out of sight and no one knew where the beast came from, the rift at Base 15 was fully visible at all times. With a single glance, one could see every movement from the other side. 3 SS-ranked beasts, 7 S-ranked beasts. This is definitely more terrifying than Base 18. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh. Sir Suhi. Below, Dongfang Ro and Elder Feng were momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Xiaobai appear in the sky. Hadn't he only been a high-ranking martial general just days ago? How had he already reached the martial commander level? Martial commander or not, a mere ordinary commander is still nothing more than an oversized ant in my eyes. Dongfang Yu's gaze turned cold. He was ready to kill Su Xiaobai immediately. To him, the approaching beast tide wasn't even worth worrying about. As an ultimate martial commander, he could slaughter as many SS and S-ranked beasts as he wanted. But just then, from the rift in the foreign world, a new presence emerged. A vast, violent aura surged forth, filled with unimaginable killing intent. Dongfang Yu's expression changed drastically. Not just him. Si Boyan and Wu Honghe's faces darkened as well. He whipped his head around, just in time to see another figure stepping out from the other world. It was a humanoid beast, completely white, without eyes, ears, nose, or mouth, yet it had 8 massive wings spread out behind it. And its rank was SSS ranked. SSS ranked. This is bad. Across all of Base 15, only Dongfang Yu had reached ultimate martial commander. Si Boyan, as a spiritual warrior, relied on intangible, long-range mental attacks. His strength was always evaluated at a level higher than ordinary warriors. But at best, he was just on the threshold of ultimate martial commander, capable of matching Dongfang Yu at most. But the two of them combined could never stop an SSS-ranked beast. It was just like what happened at Base 18. There, even a single S-ranked beast had required 5 martial commanders to hold it back. At the same level, an SSS-ranked beast, especially one from the other world, was vastly stronger than its martial commander counterpart. Dongfang family, listen to my orders. Suddenly, Dongfang Yu's voice echoed across the entire base, reaching every warrior in the Dongfang family and beyond. Evacuate Base 15 immediately. Retreat to Base 18. What? Evacuate. Every warrior in the Dongfang family and Base 15 was stunned. Dongfang Yu, Base 15's only ultimate martial commander, is ordering a full retreat. Did this mean that this beast tide is going to completely annihilate Base 15? Brother Dongfang, do you know what you're doing? Deserting in the face of battle is a serious crime. Upon hearing this, Si Boyan's expression darkened. As a governor of Base number 15, he always prioritized the base above all else. Dongfang Yu was the strongest combatant against the SSS-class fierce beast. Yet, without even attempting to fight, he chose to flee. With just himself and the remaining elite martial commanders from the other two families, how could they possibly fend off an SSS-class beast? Governor, do you still think we have a chance? Dongfang Yu had already regained his composure. You and I have both faced an SSS-class beast directly before. You should know how powerful they are. Even if we tied every martial artist in Base number 15 together, we wouldn't stand a chance against an SSS-class beast. Si Boyan's expression flickered. Dongfang Yu was right. SSS-class beasts were simply too strong. Even if several ultimate martial commanders joined forces, they still couldn't defeat one. If the beast entered a berserk state, even ultimate martial commanders could fall. There was a time when Base number 15, before Dongfang Yu advanced to an ultimate martial commander, had barely survived the annual beast tides through the relentless struggle of elite martial commanders. If SSS-class beasts had only emerged after the base had enough ultimate martial commanders, they might have had a chance. But now, with only Dongfang Yu standing at the top, the moment an SSS-class beast appeared, there was no way to stop it. Dongfang Yu had always been decisive. Back at Base number 84, he had done the same thing. The moment he sensed things were going south, he fled without hesitation. He wasn't like those fools who risked their lives for people who had nothing to do with them. His own life was the top priority. Lord Dongfang is abandoning the base. If he runs, what will happen to us? Our strongest warrior is fleeing. How can we possibly withstand this beast tide? Base number 15 is doomed. The martial artists of Base number 15 were in utter despair. If even Dongfang Yu was running, it meant that this beast tide was far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. This wasn't a rare occurrence. Base number 84 had suffered the same fate. To this day, Base number 84 remained in ruins. Even if it were rebuilt, it would be meaningless. Without a martial god-level figure to suppress the threats, rebuilding would be a complete waste of time. The beast tide came every year. Even if they managed to kill this one, what about next year? And even if an SSS-class beast was killed, it would simply resurrect the following year. To put it bluntly, from the moment an SSS-class beast appeared, Base number 15 was doomed to fall. The mighty head of the Dongfang family, an ultimate martial commander, and you're this much of a coward? At that moment, Su Xiaobai spoke up. His words were merciless as he openly mocked Dongfang Yu. Boom! Dongfang Yu's expression turned icy. Without hesitation, he swung his sword back at Su Xiaobai. He had long wanted to kill Su Xiaobai, but the appearance of the SSS-class beast had delayed him. Now, hearing Su Xiaobai's words, his anger flared up uncontrollably. He no longer held back and attacked instantly. An ultimate martial commander's sword strike was like a blinding flash of light in the sky. In less than zero point 0.1 seconds, the surrounding energy was violently drawn in, condensing on a Dongfang Yu's blade. His power, fueled by his rage, exploded forth, dying. This strike was so fast that no one present could react. Even Si Boyan, caught off guard, could only form a quick mental barrier to absorb part of the impact. Dodging was impossible, yet Su Xiaobai caught it. His system panel had placed him at the level of an ultimate martial commander across the board, and that was only his base strength. With countless lesser, transcendent techniques boosting him, even Dongfang Yu would be no match for him. Trying to launch a sneak attack on him? Laughable. In an instant, Su Xiaobai's blade, the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, materialized. Immovable King, Unified Law, Great Sun Slash, Sun Chasing Technique, 5 Supreme Techniques, Star Shattering Force, Killing Aura Convergence. At the same time, Su Xiaobai activated all of his lesser, transcendent techniques. They say quantity leads to quality. When one masters enough lesser transcendent techniques and comprehends their synergy, their entire strength advances to a higher tier. At this moment, Su Xiaobai's aura skyrocketed more than 5-fold. Slash! His strike seemed slow but was, in reality, lightning fast. The moment Dongfang Yu drew his blade, Su Xiaobai's was already there, infused with all his techniques, crashing down head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. The terrifying shockwave erupted, sweeping outward in all directions. A battle between ultimate martial commanders was no different from a clash of human-shaped nuclear bombs. What's going on with this kid? Si Boyan, as a psychic master and the closest to reaching the ultimate martial commander level, was the first to notice the shift in the battle. His face twisted in shock. Dongfang Yu and Su Xiaobai had clashed at close range, seemingly evenly matched. No, the outcome was already decided. Si Boyan's face paled. He saw Dongfang Yu's body being forced back through the air. At the same time, the protective armor-type spiritual weapon around Dongfang Yu's neck flashed once before its light faded completely. Dongfang Yu's armor-type spiritual weapon was completely destroyed. After their clash, Dongfang Yu quickly retreated, his expression even uglier than Si Boyan's, his eyes filled with shock and fear. If Si Boyan could sense it, how could he not? The high-grade armor-type spiritual weapon he had painstakingly acquired, capable of withstanding multiple attacks from ultimate martial commanders, had just been destroyed in a single strike from Su Xiaobai. And that wasn't even the worst part. Su Xiaobai was using the Dongfang family's own lesser, transcendent techniques. But that wasn't what terrified him the most. Su Xiaobai was merely an ordinary martial commander, yet his blade had completely overpowered his own sword, transmitting all its force straight to him. In other words, if not for his armor, he would have taken a direct hit. Run! I have to escape. Dongfang Yu made his decision instantly. He had no idea where his damned daughter had found such a terrifying ally. But if he took another hit, he might die right then and there. No matter what, survival came first. But would Su Xiaobai let him escape? Su Xiaobai was never one to show mercy. Dongfang Yu's sudden strike had already enraged him. Run? In your next life. Swoosh! Just as Dongfang Yu was about to flee, a spatial blade silently materialized in Su Xiaobai's palm and sliced ruthlessly across Dongfang Yu's throat. The spatial blade appeared again, silent and unseen. It appeared for only a brief instant. Aside from Si Boyan, who detected a faint trace due to his immense mental power, no one else had any idea what had just transpired. I can't move. Dongfang Yu suddenly realized that he could no longer control his limbs. It was as if his body had been disconnected from his mind. Below his neck, he felt absolutely nothing. Could it be? In that instant, realization struck Dongfang Yu like lightning. His eyes widened in shock, filled with boundless unwillingness. No, impossible. Agonizing pain surged through him. His vision shifted, His head slid cleanly off his neck. Before the stunned eyes of everyone present, his severed head, along with his now headless corpse, fell through the air, accompanied by a cascade of blood. By the time Dongfang Yu's head and body landed on the ground, his life force had completely vanished. His eyes remained wide open in death. He had died without even knowing what had killed him. Patriarch, my lord, master, cries of shock erupted from below. Si Boyan swiftly distanced himself from Su Xiaobai, his mental power immediately forming the strongest possible psychic barrier around his entire body. Wu Honghe did much the same. He recoiled in terror and hastily pulled out a silver long halberd for protection. The way they looked at Su Xiaobai was as if they had just seen a ghost, fear flickering in their eyes. The entire exchange between Su Xiaobai and Dongfang Yu had happened in the blink of an eye. It was like an explosion of radiant light in the sky, followed by an earth-shaking shockwave. Within mere seconds, Dongfang Yu plummeted from the sky, his head and body separated. Apart from Si Boyan, who barely sensed something amiss, no one else even knew what had happened. But the outcome was clear. The sole ultimate martial commander of Base 15, the head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yu, was dead. Dongfang Ro and Elder Feng were still in a daze. Just moments ago, they had been trembling with anxiety over Dongfang Yu's threats, at a complete loss for what to do. But in the blink of an eye, a beast tide had erupted, a terrifying force had exploded in the sky. And then, Dongfang Yu was dead. Had they not seen his body split in two with their own eyes, they would have never believed that the strongest warrior of Base 15 had died so effortlessly. And what shocked them the most was that the one who had slain Dongfang Yu was none other than Mr. Su, the man they had brought here. They had known that Su Xiaobai was powerful, a high-ranking martial general, capable of slaying enemies above his level. But they had never imagined that he was this powerful. That was a true ultimate martial commander. And yet, he had been slain just like that, as if he were nothing more than a mere chicken. Senior, please stay calm. I had no deep ties with Dongfang Yu. We were nothing more than casual acquaintances. Si Boyan hastily explained. He tried to maintain a composed expression, but the cold sweat forming on his forehead betrayed his inner panic. He was scared out of his mind. Too strong. If he had been somewhat confident in countering Su Xiaobai's earlier strike, the technique that actually beheaded Dongfang Yu was beyond his comprehension. Even now, he had no idea what had killed Dongfang Yu. That was precisely why he immediately distanced himself from any association with Dongfang Yu. He was terrified of being caught in the crossfire and meeting the same fate. After all, this was a man who could effortlessly slaughter an ultimate martial commander. If Su Xiaobai wanted to kill him, there was no way he could escape. Senior, as you just heard, I have no connection to Dongfang Yu. Please understand. Wu Honghe quickly echoed, his heart still reeling from the shock of Dongfang Yu's death. Too strong, a mere martial commander, yet somehow this powerful. Even the strongest martial gods of his Wu family had never possessed such might at this level. But Su Xiaobai had done it. A genius? No, a monster, a freak of nature. I have no interest in you two. Su Xiaobai spoke indifferently, examining a spatial ring in his hand, the very one he had taken from Dongfang Yu's falling corpse. Dongfang Yu is dead. His belongings? Naturally, they belonged to Su Xiaobai now. Si Boyan and Wu Honghe, he couldn't care less about them. What truly intrigued him was Dongfang Yu's spatial ring. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai sensed something. His spiritual energy fluctuated slightly as he snapped his head toward the southern wall, toward the SSS rank beast. The commotion from Su Xiaobai and Dongfang Yu's battle had long since caught the attention of the distant SSS rank beast. Despite having no facial features, its gaze locked onto Su Xiaobai and Dongfang Yu's location from dozens of kilometers away. From the rippling energy, it could tell. That was its target. It opened its mouth. The surrounding aura condensed into tiny motes of light, gathering rapidly. The instant Su Xiaobai turned to face it, the beast unleashed a massive energy beam several meters wide. The beam hurtled toward them in an instant. And of all places, Si Boyan was right in its path. Both Su Xiaobai and Si Boyan were instantly engulfed by the fiery blast. Si Boyan, after all, was merely an elite martial commander. Even with his psychic warrior abilities, at best, he could hold his own against an ultimate martial commander. Defeating one? Impossible. And defending against the attack of an SSS rank beast? Delusional. As the energy beam dissipated, Si Boyan's entire body was charred beyond recognition. His flesh had been burned to blackened cinders, his skin entirely reduced to ash. His teeth were shattered, his eyes were gone, his life force completely extinguished. Like Dongfang Yu before him, his scorched corpse plummeted lifelessly to the ground. Si Boyan's death was even more tragic. He was unrecognizable. Wu Honghe's face turned deathly pale. But then, he suddenly sensed something. His gaze snapped toward the other figure engulfed by the blast. Su Xiaobai. Damn, that actually hurt a little. Su Xiaobai stood completely unscathed. Only a few singed spots marked the edges of his clothing. In that split second before the beam struck, he had activated every defensive technique at his disposal. Aura shield, chi barrier, and he had barely resisted the attack. Not only did you kill someone, but you even destroyed his spatial ring. Su Xiaobai glanced at Si Boyan's charred corpse. Then, he looked at the SSS rank beast. His eyes burned with murderous intent. How am I supposed to let this slide? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 9. All of you go, skin alive. Being attacked, Su Xiaobai could tolerate that. But cutting off his financial resources? That he could not accept. Si Boyan was, after all, the governor of a major base. Not to mention a psychic master, a rare and powerful special profession, who knew how many valuable treasures were stored in his spatial ring. A spatial ring wasn't some kind of defensive artifact. It could be easily destroyed in an instant. Some warriors, in their dying moments, would rather crush their spatial rings than let others claim their fortune. This was exactly why Su Xiaobai never left his enemies a chance to act. Not only would he not give them time to escape, he wouldn't even give them a chance to crush their rings. Although Su Xiaobai had just claimed that he had no interest in Si Boyan or Wu Honghe, that was true for the people themselves. But their spatial rings? Oh, he was very interested. And now look at what happened. The man was dead. The spatial ring was gone, too. His losses? At the very least, hundreds of billions in wealth. The mere thought of it made Su Xiaobai's blood pressure spike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At Su Xiaobai's command, 9 formidable auras suddenly erupted from within the Dongfang family estate. 9 figures shot into the sky like meteors, streaking toward the SSS rank beast beyond the southern wall. Why only 9? Because Su Xiaobai had left one shadow behind to guard Su Linger and Xiaobai Long. And honestly, to deal with a mere SSS rank beast, sending out 9 of his shadows was already an act of generosity. 9 martial commanders just made a move. But they're just ordinary martial commanders. On the other side, there's an SSS rank beast, and even SS rank and S rank ones too. How can they possibly hold out? Wait, why are they charging past the wall? Are they insane? They're actually attacking that SSS rank beast. Get out of the way. The warriors stationed on the southern wall were stunned. 9 ordinary martial commanders going up against an SSS rank beast. If that wasn't insanity, what was? The SSS rank beast itself seemed equally unimpressed. As if these little characters weren't even worth noticing, it lazily lifted its massive, snow-white claw, preparing to smack them to death. But what happened next left every warrior on the wall wide-eyed with shock. The 9 figures, each wielding a different weapon, their bodies glowing with powerful martial techniques, struck before the beast could even bring its claw down. 9 devastating attacks landed simultaneously. And then, that towering hundreds of meters tall SSS rank beast was sent stumbling backward. Moo! A pain-filled roar shook the sky. The SSS rank beast was enraged. It tried to retaliate, but to those 9 shadows, its movements were laughably slow. Before it could even land a strike, they dodged effortlessly and counterattacked, raining down blow after devastating blow. The other SS rank and S rank beasts nearby tried to step in to help. One of the 9 shadows broke away from the group. A flash of steel, cold light flickered. By the time the glow faded, the bodies of several SS rank and S rank beasts were suddenly covered in massive, gruesome gashes. Blood sprayed like a fountain, triggering their berserk state. They've gone berserk. It only took a few slashes to force even SS rank beasts into a desperate rage. Can I hold them off? Berserk mode was a last-ditch trump card for alien beasts. The downside? Once it wore off, the beast would be crippled by extreme weakness. That's why they never activated it unless absolutely necessary. But to Su Xiaobai's shadows, so what if they went berserk? They were still going to die. From the southern wall, the warriors watched in stunned silence. The berserk SS rank beasts were getting manhandled like helpless children. Their roars turned into screams of agony. And then, boom, 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 the berserk beasts collapsed. With their life force fading rapidly, the shadows casually went up and finished them off in just a few strokes. Moo! The SSS rank beast had had enough. It roared at the sky and began to grow. Its body expanded to a terrifying 1,000 meters tall. 1,000 meters. At that size, Base 15 itself looked like a mere child's toy in comparison. Now, in its berserk state, the beast's strength had skyrocketed to a whole new level. The once helpless creature was finally able to counterattack. Several shadows were struck and slammed into the ground. But were they dead? Not even close. With the sheer number of lesser transcendent martial techniques empowering them, the damage caused by an SSS rank beast? Barely a scratch. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blinding streak of light shot across the sky, heading straight for the berserk SSS rank beast. It was Su Xiaobai. Damn it, that was over 100 billion. No, even more than that. Die for me. Fueled by seething rage, Su Xiaobai's body erupted with blinding brilliance. In his hands, sculpted moon azure dragon gleamed like a miniature sun. And then, he struck. With just one slash, the pure white body of the SSS rank beast was torn open by a massive, gaping wound. Su Xiaobai didn't stop. Slash after merciless slash rained down. The once mighty SSS rank beast was helpless under his assault. It collapsed, sending tremors rippling through the land. The shockwave could be felt for thousands of miles. Even then, Su Xiaobai showed no mercy. He raised his blade and hacked furiously at its head. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently. On the southern wall, every single warrior watching swallowed hard. This was an SSS rank beast. Dongfang Yu himself had feared its power, and yet here it was getting its skull split open like a watermelon. In the end, the SSS rank beast let out one last agonized cry before its head was cleaved apart. It was dead. Su Xiaobai, satisfied, lowered his blade. The massive corpse gradually dissolved into nothingness. From the southern wall, warriors erupted into deafening cheers. Damn it, when I get to the other world, if I see you again, I'll cut you down every time. Su Xiaobai spat venomously. But at that moment, from within the rift leading to the alien world, a pair of eyes opened, dark golden eyes, watching him. The moment their gazes met, a terrifying sense of danger gripped Su Xiaobai's heart. His instincts screamed at him. This isn't a martial god's presence. This is a martial king. Su Xiaobai's expression was solemn. Martial king level. This was an existence that completely stood above martial gods. Due to the restrictions of the interdimensional space-time rift, it could not pass through directly. Yet, even with the distance of the world's fissure between them, its gaze alone was enough to exert such immense pressure on Su Xiaobai. One could only imagine how terrifying the true power of a martial king-level being was. If a martial king-level beast from the other world were to truly appear here, it wouldn't even need to make a move. Just a glance, just a mere aura, would be enough to claim Su Xiaobai's life. The dark golden eyes met Su Xiaobai's gaze briefly, seemingly sending out a warning signal before vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the oppressive sensation that had been weighing down on Su Xiaobai's bloodline also disappeared entirely. He let out a breath of relief. It seems that behind the other world, there truly are some hidden bosses. This SSS-class beast was probably sent here by it on purpose, right? The dangers of the other world are truly extraordinary. This was Su Xiaobai's first time witnessing the other world so directly. On the other side of the space-time rift, apart from the dark golden pupils, what he saw was a desolate landscape. The environment was generally similar to Earth. However, the fact that it could produce so many powerful beasts, as well as beings like martial kings and martial emperors, was enough to prove that the other world contained many unimaginable sights beyond human comprehension. But this is exactly the kind of danger I'm looking for. The greater the danger, the greater the treasures hidden within. A gleam flashed in Su Xiaobai's eyes. Such a vast and resource-rich land surely contained unimaginable treasures. If he could set up one-click collection, one-click auto-hunting, and one-click auto-mining in the other world, the profits would be absolutely explosive. The beast tied at base number 15 was completely dealt with. The Dongfang family also changed leadership following Dongfang Yu's death. Dongfang Rou was the daughter of the family, ranked 4th. Based on inheritance rights, there were still 3 older brothers ahead of her. So logically, she shouldn't have had any right to take over the Dongfang family. However, with Su Xiaobai's overwhelming strength backing her, the other 3 brothers didn't even dare to bring up the matter of succession. Moreover, Su Xiaobai had originally planned to execute those who had joined Dongfang Yu in attempting to kill him. It was only after Dongfang Rou's repeated pleas that he chose to let it go. In exchange, Su Xiaobai received his reward for assisting this time, the whereabouts of a great transcendent attribute cultivation technique. Mr. Su, that great transcendent cultivation technique is hidden within the ruins of base number 84. Dongfang Rou said seriously. When base number 84 was overrun and destroyed by the beasts, not a single member of the Xia family chose to flee. All of them fought to the death. The martial god who fell at the time was from the Xia family. Dongfang Yu once served as a guest elder in the Xia family and learned that they had an underground arsenal where they stored the cultivation techniques they had collected. He had even heard rumors about a great transcendent cultivation technique. When base number 84 fell and the families relocated, many people later attempted to return and loot the area. However, due to the presence of powerful roaming beasts and the fact that very few knew about the Xia family's underground arsenal, there's a high chance that it still exists to this day. Dongfang Yu originally wanted to go searching for it, but after making no progress in deciphering the 1,000 miles to the west, he simply gave up on the idea. If you are determined to obtain this great transcendent cultivation technique, you can make a trip to base number 84. Perhaps you might find what you seek. An underground arsenal. That means that aside from the great transcendent cultivation technique, there are likely many other cultivation techniques stored within as well. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. This information is truly valuable. But for the average person, it's an unbearable burden. After all, a martial god had perished at base number 84 back then, and even the other martial gods had deemed the situation unwinnable and chose to flee with their families. This made it clear just how terrifying the beasts in that place must be. At the very least, they had to be at the martial god level. Even if someone wanted to take the risk and return to loot, they might not even know about the existence of the Xia family's underground arsenal. And while Dongfang Yu had this knowledge, he was too cowardly and lacked the ability to comprehend the great transcendent technique, so he abandoned the idea. This meant that a treasure trove was still buried beneath the ruins of base number 84, just waiting for a strong enough individual to claim it. Base number 84. I don't need to go personally. I'll send my shadow to check it out first. A place that dangerous, Su Xiaobai wouldn't recklessly risk himself. With the existence of the shadow, which was unafraid of death and could serve as cannon fodder, it was only natural to let it assess the current danger level first. System. Dispatch the shadow to these coordinates. Su Xiaobai immediately read out the coordinates for base number 84. Dispatch successful. Just moments after the system's notification sounded. Shadow has been killed. Entering cooldown period. It died that quickly. Su Xiaobai's brow furrowed. Base number 84 was indeed guarded by some terrifyingly powerful beast. His shadow, which could easily crush ultimate martial commanders, had been instantly killed upon arrival. This meant that at the very least, there were martial commander level threats, if not martial gods, or even stronger beings. Our current strength isn't enough. I'll wait until I've grown stronger before trying again. The utility of the shadow was becoming more evident. If it was instantly killed, it meant the gap in power was too vast. Su Xiaobai going himself would be suicide. If it managed to resist for a short while, that meant the enemy's strength was comparable. He could go without worry. And if the shadow not only survived, but also managed to kill enemies, then it would be safe to explore and unlock the underground arsenal freely. Dongfang Ro certainly knew how to handle matters. Aside from the information about the Great Transcendent Technique, she also represented the Dongfang family in giving Su Xiaobai an additional 100 billion as compensation, a token of appreciation for sparing the lives of the family's members. The heavens cherish life. If I can avoid killing, I will. It's only natural. Su Xiaobai spoke righteously, but his actions were honest. He accepted the 100 billion without hesitation. If the Dongfang family can casually take out 100 billion, then, as the head of the family, Dongfang Yu's spatial ring should contain at least as much, if not more. Su Xiaobai took out Dongfang Yu's spatial ring. With just a casual glance, his eyes immediately lit up like light bulbs. Treasures. Treasures. All of them are treasures. This Dongfang Yu must have been quite the hoarder. But I have to say, well done. Dongfang Yu wasn't just rich. He was absurdly rich. The mountain of rare treasures alone was enough to make Su Xiaobai drool. Not to mention the massive accumulation of precious materials, spiritual weapons, cultivation techniques, pills, and more. Just one glance at it all made Su Xiaobai feel utterly refreshed. After all, Dongfang Yu had been an ultimate martial commander, ruling over a major base for years. This was the culmination of his life's wealth. How could it be anything less than staggering? But now, all of these spoils had changed ownership. Everything now belonged to Su Xiaobai. Dongfang Yu's total spirit coins, 178.7 billion. Adding the 100 billion from Dongfang Ro, that makes a total of 278.7 billion. This was the largest sum of money Su Xiaobai had ever encountered. With this money, all of Su Xiaobai's system functions could receive a massive upgrade. System, I want to upgrade the one-click cultivation space. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaobai decisively chose to upgrade one-click cultivation first. The appearance of Si Boyan, a psychic master, had filled him with longing for psychic power. If he could achieve dual cultivation in martial arts and psychic power, it would mean not only a skyrocketing increase in strength, but also possessing a trump card even deadlier than the spatial blade. Controlling objects from afar, killing from a distance, destroying everything with just a flick of the finger. This feeling was simply too wonderful. 524.288 billion deducted. One-click cultivation space upgraded to level 20. Space-time acceleration increased from 4,194,304 times to times. Ding! One-click cultivation space upgraded to level 20, unlocking an additional new feature. Psychic cultivation. Psychic cultivation enhances the host's psychic power training, unlocking the psychic orb level. As expected, Su Xiaobai was overjoyed. The system had not deceived him. Level 21 click cultivation space truly unlocked the cultivation of psychic power. As the system notification sounded, a new entry appeared in Su Xiaobai's status panel. Psychic orb level, psychic orb level. Rift. Psychic orb. Could it be that giant golden sphere I saw floating above Wang Yang's ocean when I advanced to Marshal General? Su Xiaobai recalled his past experience. Upon reaching the martial general level, one could grasp psychic power, which originated from the golden sphere in the sea of consciousness, the psychic orb. Its power seeped out from the cracks within. Those with talent for becoming a psychic master would see their psychic orb completely explode the moment they reached the martial commander level, spreading throughout their entire sea of consciousness and granting them an immense and transcendent psychic force, strong enough to influence physical matter. Only with this foundation could one be considered to have the potential to become a psychic master. But for those without talent, like Su Xiaobai, even after reaching martial commander, his psychic orb had only developed some cracks without any sign of exploding. The immense psychic power within the orb remained sealed, making it impossible for him to become a psychic master. Integrating the psychic orb into one-click cultivation space. The system notification sounded. In the one-click cultivation space, a shadow of Su Xiaobai sat cross-legged, with spiritual energy rapidly circulating through his meridians. At this moment, a golden sphere appeared above his head. Looking closely, the golden sphere was covered in cracks, and these cracks were increasing at a visible rate over time. If my psychic orb level is Rift, what comes after Rift? Su Xiaobai had no idea. Just then, boom! Su Xiaobai's eyes widened in shock, his mind suddenly thrown into chaos. Inside his sea of consciousness, the golden sphere suddenly exploded. An incomparably dazzling light erupted, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness in a blinding white. As the light faded, Su Xiaobai was stunned to discover that his entire sea of consciousness had transformed into a deep, dark golden color. Standing on the dark golden Wangyang, he only needed a single thought to make the distant ocean waters rise. With a thought, the water could be molded into any shape. With a thought, the entire ocean could be flipped upside down. So, this is psychic power strong enough to influence reality. Su Xiaobai's mind snapped back to reality. He glanced at his current psychic orb level. Psychic orb level, Wangyang. So the level beyond Rift was Wangyang? Then what was beyond Wangyang? Su Xiaobai was eager to understand the ranking system of psychic masters. Unfortunately, there were too few psychic masters. The only one he had encountered had already turned into human barbecue. Let's give it a try. Su Xiaobai looked at the apple on the table. With a thought, the apple was pulled by an invisible force, flying steadily into his hand. This psychic power is incredible. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Another thought. Immediately, a teacup from a distance floated towards Su Xiaobai. With a simple hand gesture, the teacup suddenly seemed to be torn apart, splitting into 5 floating shards. Go! With a flick of his finger, one of the ceramic shards shot out like a bullet, piercing through the solid concrete wall, leaving a clean hole behind. So powerful. And this is just an ordinary ceramic teacup. What if it were a spiritual weapon instead? At such a speed, it could likely pierce through even a martial commander in an instant. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobai immediately took out the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Releasing his grip, the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon floated midair. Go! With a flick of his fingers, the weapon streaked across the air like a shadow, then crashed onto the backyard grass, creating a deep crater. When the speed was fast enough, it could generate an unprecedented impact. Like an air cannon, the destructive power would be immense. Damn it, it's all because of that SSS-level beast. If it hadn't killed C. Boyan, I would have at least gotten my hands on a Psychic Master's training manual. Su Xiaobai gritted his teeth in frustration. Ever since his psychic orb successfully exploded and reached the Wangyang level, he had officially become a Psychic Master. Yet despite possessing psychic power strong enough to influence reality, he lacked the corresponding cultivation technique to train it further. If he had a proper training method, his psychic attacks could reach an entirely new level. Wait, wasn't there a category called Psychic Shield in one-click forging? A thought struck Su Xiaobai. One-click forging had an enormous variety of categories. Since he had been focused on crafting the spiritual weapons he needed, as well as those in high demand, he had overlooked some niche options. Psychic shields were one of them. Su Xiaobai quickly opened the one-click forging space and found the psychic shield category. Just like spiritual weapons, psychic shields were divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier levels. A quick glance told him that the higher the level, the rarer the required materials. Moreover, the materials for psychic shields were completely different from normal ones, mostly consisting of metal minerals imbued with psychic energy. Fortunately, his spatial ring contained enough treasures, just enough to forge a basic psychic shield. Su Xiaobai immediately selected the basic psychic shield option. Scanning materials. Placing materials. Placement successful. Forging in progress. 5 minutes later. Forging complete. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully crafted basic psychic shield. Defying Heaven's Roar. Defying Heaven's Roar? That name sounds so domineering. From within the forging furnace, a shield took shape. Entirely rhombus-shaped, its surface matte black with a cold metallic sheen, composed of numerous diamond-shaped fragments seamlessly inlaid together. It silently floated outward. With a flick of his wrist, Su Xiaobai held Defying Heaven's Roar in his hand. Its chilling aura, smooth texture, and every polished detail exuded perfection. With a thought, Su Xiaobai attempted to connect with the psychic shield using his mental power. The moment he touched it, his mind was instantly drawn in, completely enveloping the psychic shield. He could sense even the tiniest details with absolute clarity. So that's how it works. The entire psychic shield is composed of 108 identical diamond-shaped fragments, which means that as long as my mental power is strong enough, I can instantly split it into 108 individual pieces and control them at will. Su Xiaobai gently flicked his finger. The psychic shield immediately disassembled, transforming into exactly 108 identical diamond-shaped fragments that hovered in the air. Under Su Xiaobai's control, they swirled around him like a school of fish, twisting and turning. Each fragment seemed to come alive. However, a closer look revealed that the 4 edges of each fragment were razor-sharp, sharp enough to slice through the throat of a Martial Commander-level expert with just a single stroke. And if these fragments were further reinforced with the mental power of a psychic master, along with the penetrating force of momentum, their lethality could be amplified tenfold. Yet, Su Xiaobai also realized the difficulty. Controlling 108 pieces for practice is fine, but if I truly want to wield all 108 as weapons, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously with my current level of mental power control, it's completely impossible. Su Xiaobai had encountered the limits of his mental power. It was like the famous ambidextrous combat technique. Trying to write 2 different words with both hands at the same time was extremely difficult. If you focused on one hand, the other would inevitably pause. Of course, mere dual tasking was easy for a psychic master like Su Xiaobai, but controlling 108 things at once? That was the real challenge. Right now, I can only flexibly control up to 8 fragments at most. In other words, Su Xiaobai's current upper limit was 8 simultaneous controls. If he tried to control even one more fragment, his combat effectiveness would drastically decline. After all, he had only recently advanced to become a psychic master. How could he possibly master such perfect and powerful control right from the start? With more time spent auto-cultivating, breaking through a few more realms, or acquiring a few more mental power techniques, by then, controlling 108 fragments would be easy, and even 1008 wouldn't be a problem. But for now, I don't need to refine my multitasking ability to that extent. As long as I can precisely control one piece, that's enough. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. A psychic master was his hidden trump card, a secret weapon meant to be revealed only at the critical moment. And at that moment, one perfectly controlled fragment was enough to kill the enemy instantly. This was the terrifying power of dual cultivation in psychic and martial arts. Just when the opponent thought they had won, their throat would suddenly be slit open. By the time they realized what happened, it would be too late. Now that my psychic mastery is established and my one-click cultivation space has reached level 20, there's no real need to push it further. But my one-click practice function is at level 19, and I can unlock the 5th training slot once it reaches level 20. System, upgrade the one-click training space. Su Xiaobai commanded immediately, deducting 104.8576 billion spirit coins. One-click practice space upgraded to level 20. Time acceleration increased from 524 to 88x to 1048 576x. Ding! One-click practice space upgraded to level 20. A new function has been unlocked. Five-fold training. Five-fold training unlocks an additional training slot, allowing simultaneous training of 5 techniques. Hearing that over 100 billion had just been deducted, Su Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. The higher the level, the more absurd the cost. Casually spending hundreds of billions of spirit coins. This was an amount that even a martial commander would need years to accumulate. But for the sake of growing stronger, a mere 100 billion was nothing. Besides, it wasn't even his own money. Just killing a few enemies here and there, and the funds poured in effortlessly. His income was practically like money raining from the sky. I just spent 1.5 trillion in total. After adding up what I still have left, I can barely scrape together 1.3 trillion. Let's upgrade auto hunting by 2 levels. One-click alchemy to level 10 and auto mining to level 5. After all that, my funds will be almost gone. Su Xiaobai had already calculated the cost of every system function at each level and immediately issued the upgrade commands. Deducting 23.6196 billion. Auto hunting upgraded to level 11. Shadow clones increased to 11. Deducting 70.8588 billion. Auto hunting upgraded to level 12. Shadow clones increased to 12. Deducting 1.7496 billion. One-click alchemy upgraded to level 8. Maximum pill grade increased to lower king grade. Deducting 5.2488 billion. One-click alchemy upgraded to level 9. Maximum pill grade increased to middle king grade. Deducting 15.7464 billion. One-click alchemy upgraded to level 10. Maximum pill grade increased to upper king grade. Ding! One-click alchemy upgraded to level 10. A new function has been unlocked. Multiplication 2. Multiplication 2. Upon successful pill refinement, the output will be doubled. A smile appeared on Su Xiaobai's face. With this multiplication effect, his alchemy yield would now be quadrupled. That meant, moving forward, 1 furnace of pills would equal 4, and every single one would be of perfect quality. The profit, just thinking about it, was exhilarating. Deducting 4 billion. Auto mining upgraded to level 5. Number of mining gremlins increased to 5. Ding! Auto mining upgraded to level 5. A new function has been unlocked. Rapid mining. Rapid mining doubles the efficiency of mining gremlins. Not bad. With rapid mining, Su Xiaobai's metal or income would double, and his chances of discovering rare mineral veins would also double. Another massive revenue boost. Now that I've upgraded everything to this point, it's time to take a trip to the other world. Su Xiaobai gazed into the distance. The other world was only a few dozen kilometers away from his location, a place filled with unimaginable dangers and terrifying creatures, but also boundless opportunities. His purpose in coming to Base 15 was precisely to explore the other world. Of course, he wouldn't stay there for too long. Until he truly became a martial king, he wouldn't venture too deep. Otherwise, who knew what deadly threats awaited? Only by playing it safe could he stay strong and thrive. As Su Xiaobai's thoughts wandered, ding! 1,000 miles to the west has reached the beginner level. It's done. Upon hearing this wonderful notification sound, Su Xiaobai's eyes instantly lit up. He had already cultivated more than a dozen lesser transcendent techniques, but he had never practiced even a single great transcendent technique. This 1,000 miles to the west was his first true step into the world of great transcendent techniques. Boom! Almost at the very moment the system notification rang, an enormous, complex, and incredibly profound torrent of information surged into Su Xiaobai's mind. Within this information, Su Xiaobai saw unprecedented deep insights and theories. It was at this moment that he finally truly understood what a great transcendent technique really was. If a lesser transcendent technique was like a small boat drifting on the vast ocean, then a great transcendent technique was like a massive warship sailing through the same waters. While the difference seemed to be only in size, the fundamental disparity between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. It was no exaggeration to say that no matter how many lesser transcendent techniques Su Xiaobai cultivated, their benefits would never compare to even a single great transcendent technique. 1,000 miles to the west. So this is what it is. So this is what it means. One step 100 miles, one step 1,000 miles, one step 10,000 miles. This is simply too mystical. The wisdom of the predecessors is truly unparalleled. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A great transcendent technique had opened a door to an entirely new world for him. The vast knowledge behind that door made him completely intoxicated. He finally understood why only a martial god-level warrior could comprehend and cultivate a great transcendent technique, and why a martial commander-level warrior wouldn't even be able to read it, let alone understand it. The sheer volume of information involved was something that a martial commander simply couldn't grasp. Only after reaching the martial god level could one truly decipher the hidden meanings behind those words. It was like asking an elementary school student to study a university course. Even if they recognized every character, they would still be utterly confused when trying to understand the content. A moment later, Su Xiaobai returned to reality, opened his eyes, and a trace of purple light flickered in his gaze. The benefits of a great transcendent technique are simply immense. It has completely broadened my horizons. I wonder how much my attribute panel has improved. Su Xiaobai quickly checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Ordinary Martial Commander. Strength level, Ultimate Martial Commander. Endurance level, Demigod Martial Commander. Agility level, Demigod Martial Commander. Cultivation aptitude, Advanced. Mastered techniques, Immovable King Sutra, Intermediate. Unified Law Codex, Intermediate. 10 Absolute Heavenly Body, Intermediate. Burning Heaven Flame, Beginner. Chasing Sun Blade, Intermediate. Great Sun Blade, Intermediate. Heavenly Mechanism Step, Intermediate. Heaven Piercing Record, Intermediate. Star-Shattering Purple Void Domination Art, Intermediate. Azure Dragon Break, Intermediate. Silk Winding Slash, Intermediate. Wind Thunder Force, Intermediate. Baleful Energy Blade, Intermediate. Goat Chun Dance, Intermediate. 1,000 miles to the west, Beginner. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 20. One-Click Practice, Level 20. One-Click Auto Hunting, Level 12. One-Click Alchemy, Level 10. One-Click Collection, Level 7. One-Click Forging, Level 7. One-Click Mining, Level 5. As expected, after glancing at his attribute panel, Su Xiaobai's eyes filled with excitement. He knew very well that advancing as a martial commander became increasingly difficult as one progressed. The effects of accumulating numerous lesser transcendent techniques to trigger qualitative changes were also gradually weakening with his rising realm. If Su Xiaobai wanted to continue challenging higher-level enemies, he had to rely on the benefits brought by great transcendent techniques. And reality proved his expectations to be correct. The moment 1,000 miles to the west was successfully cultivated, Su Xiaobai's agility level immediately surged to demigod. But what surprised him even more was that not only did his agility increase, but even his endurance level had also been boosted to demigod. Just how fast am I now? Su Xiaobai's figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters high in the sky. Fixing his gaze in a particular direction, his body turned into a streak of light and instantly tore through the air. The surrounding scenery blurred into streaks. The air shrieked from sheer speed. So fast, Su Xiaobai's pupils contracted. Even he himself was shocked at the sheer velocity he had reached. Before mastering 1,000 miles to the west, his speed had been around supersonic level. But now, he was moving at nearly 10 times the speed of sound. Yes, a single 1,000 miles to the west had granted Su Xiaobai a nearly tenfold speed boost. No, this is definitely not a speed that a demigod martial commander should have. My movement speed is already just one step away from a martial god. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed sharply. In fact, the system's attribute panel didn't differentiate between early, mid, and late stages of a level. So sometimes, even if his abilities improved, the panel wouldn't reflect it immediately. And Su Xiaobai's agility level had just undergone a huge leap, from the late stage of Ultimate Martial Commander Straight to the late stage of Demigod Martial Commander. This was no minor upgrade like before. The transformation brought by a great transcendent technique was a fundamental shift, almost at the level of a martial god. No exaggeration. If Su Xiaobai were to successfully cultivate another agility-based, great transcendent technique right now, his agility level would instantly break through demigod and reach true martial god level. Great transcendent techniques, truly terrifying. This also explains why martial gods are extremely secretive about their techniques, going to great lengths to prevent them from leaking, because the benefits granted by these techniques were simply too overwhelming. That's 1,000 miles to the west. At that moment, as Su Xiaobai flashed past the northern wall of Base 15, he unintentionally caught the attention of those below. Wu Honghe happened to be standing atop the northern wall, discussing trade routes between Base 88 and Base 15 with a new base governor, a temporary replacement for Si Boyan. Su Xiaobai's sudden appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. The new base governor and the council members behind him all instinctively paid their respects upon sensing Su Xiaobai's overwhelming presence. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how he had effortlessly slaughtered an SSS-class beast. Not to mention, Dong Fengyu had also perished at Su Xiaobai's hands. Naturally, their respect and fear for him were boundless. However, when Wu Honghe saw Su Xiaobai streak across the sky, his pupils suddenly constricted and his body trembled violently. A look of sheer disbelief appeared on his face. That's 1,000 miles to the west. As a member of the Wu family, how could he possibly not recognize the Wu family's pride and famed technique, the 1,000 miles to the west technique? Back in the day, the Wu family's martial god ancestor had relied on this very technique to gain widespread fame and prestige, and even managed to secure a place on humanity's martial god Earth rankings, reaching as high as 83rd place. When 1,000 miles to the west technique is activated, its most distinctive feature is a faint purple aura surrounding the user. Wu Honghe had once heard the ancestor jokingly describe this purple aura, saying it represented purple chi from the east, vanishing across 10,000 miles. Yet now, he was witnessing the shadow of 1,000 miles to the west technique in the hands of someone other than the ancestor. That same unmistakable purple aura had appeared. And most importantly, the person using it was merely an ordinary martial commander. 1,000 miles to the west technique has been leaked. This must be reported immediately. Wu Honghe made the decision in an instant. 1,000 miles to the west technique was the Wu family's most secretive great transcendent cultivation method, something the Wu family's ancestor had obtained through unimaginable difficulty. If it were to spread freely, then how could the ancestor's status remain unshaken? Right now, only one outsider had learned it. But what if there were 2, 3, 4, or even more in the future? One day, the Wu family's ancestor might end up suffering losses because of the very technique he had worked so hard to acquire. Lord Governor, I've already reached a conclusion regarding the trade route between Base 88 and Base 18. I will depart immediately and ensure this matter is settled. Wu Honghe casually used this as an excuse and quickly left the northern wall. Before leaving, he glanced back at Su Xiaobai, who had already soared into the sky, his eyes flashing with a strange light. With Su Xiaobai's strength, the Wu family could have formed an alliance with him and established a friendship. But Su Xiaobai had actually cultivated the 1,000 miles to the west technique. This was something the Wu family could never tolerate. Thus, there was only one fate awaiting Su Xiaobai death. That very day, Wu Honghe left Base 15 and rushed toward Base 88 at full speed. Ding! Shadow has been killed, entering cooldown. The system notification rang in Su Xiaobai's mind, causing him to raise an eyebrow. My strength has increased tremendously. Both my endurance and agility have reached sub-divine levels, yet my shadow was still instantly killed. It seems that whatever is lurking at Base 84 must at least be a martial god-tier beast. Now that his power had grown, Su Xiaobai attempted to send his shadow again. After all, this was about obtaining a great transcendent cultivation technique. How could he be careless? However, not long after dispatching the shadow, it was killed once more. This confirmed that the danger at Base 84 was absolutely at the martial god level or beyond. No wonder Base 84 had been annihilated. I should head to the other world first. Even someone like Commander Tang managed to return from there alive. Surely, I won't be that unlucky, right? If I gather enough resources from the other world, accumulate sufficient wealth, and upgrade my system functions a few more times, maybe even unlock some new cheats, then I'll finally be able to explore Base 84. And not just Base 84, even the ultimate base I'll qualify to enter. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. He had once discussed bases with Governor Xiao Longyu of Base 18. Bases were categorized. Base 18 was among the weakest, just an ordinary small base. Base 15, on the other hand, was a large base ranking in the lower middle tier among the 10,008 human bases. Some of the stronger large bases even had martial gods stationed there. Above large bases were super bases. There were quite a few super bases around the world, with the weakest ones guarded by elite martial gods. Slightly stronger ones were protected by peak martial gods. Only a handful were overseen by transcendent martial gods, also known as quasi-martial kings. But even super bases weren't the strongest. The true core of humanity's power, and the greatest bastion against the other world, was the ultimate base, Base 1. Base 1 was humanity's very first established base, and its vast territory was beyond question. Countless martial gods had emerged from there. Rumor had it that its overall strength surpassed all other bases in the world combined. Most crucially, Base 1 was the only place guarded by a martial king-tier human, humanity's final frontline against the other world, yet also the world's safest haven. Naturally, gaining entry and being recognized as a resident of Base 1 was nearly impossible. Su Xiaobai couldn't stay in Base 15 forever. His goal was to make his way to Base 1. Only there could he reach the pinnacle of this world, uncover all its secrets, and stand at the peak of humanity. More importantly, only by reaching Base 1 and obtaining its resident ID would he no longer have to worry about the safety of Su Ling'er and Xiao Bailong. Because, according to rumors, Base 1 still upheld the last remnants of humanity's once glorious laws. Before it was renamed Base 1, it stood in the center of the world, the most authoritative and powerful country, a land known as Asterisk. When the Great Cataclysm struck, was the only nation that managed to defend itself and establish a human base. To resist the monstrous threat and save humanity, the government launched a series of global base transformation plans, giving the surviving humans a fighting chance. It was no exaggeration to say that was the very origin of humanity after the Great Cataclysm. But precisely because of its immense power, entering Base 1 required a minimum of martial god-tier strength. Su Xiaobai wasn't expecting to reach the top overnight. He could take things step by step, gradually grinding through the other world, farming resources, and raising his strength bit by bit. Eventually, he wouldn't just become a resident of Base 1. He could even become one of its core elites. But before that, I need to stay busy for the next few days. Gathering a large supply of grade 7 qualification-modifying pills won't be easy. The cost alone is already making my heart ache. The Otherworld's teleportation array had strict requirements. Only those with top-tier cultivation aptitude could use it. This was an unchangeable rule. Even if the teleportation array was activated, those who failed to meet the standard couldn't undergo spatial transfer. Thus, Su Xiaobai began his preparation. He refined all the materials obtained through one-click collection, auto-mining, and auto-hunting into various pills and spirit weapons, then sold them in targeted trades. Next, he visited the Treasure Pill Pavilion, Beast Treasure Pavilion, and Heavenly Weapon Pavilion, scouring all three. In an instant, his wealth skyrocketed to nearly 500 billion, but he didn't use it to upgrade his system functions. Instead, he took that 500 billion to base 15's black market and went on a frenzy, buying up refining and forging materials. That's right. He was leveraging the massive profit margins between raw materials and finished products to amass the greatest fortune possible in the shortest amount of time. 3 days later, Su Xiaobai's fortune had ballooned to a staggering 3.4 trillion. But his biggest gain wasn't just money. It was that his cultivation had advanced once again. When Su Xiaobai was breaking through, he was in the auction house of the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion, competing with a bunch of families from base number 15 over the ownership of a large piece of mixed primordial sulfur crystal. This piece of mixed primordial sulfur crystal was huge and of high purity. According to Su Xiaobai's estimation, its value was close to 4 billion. However, unexpectedly, a family suddenly appeared, fiercely competing against Su Xiaobai. Whatever price Su Xiaobai offered, they would immediately raise it by another billion. The auction price quickly soared to 5.1 billion. Su Xiaobai was also getting annoyed. A mere family with only an ordinary martial commander overseeing them dared to challenge me, truly ignorant of their own mortality. However, in order to maintain his composure and avoid acting like a villain who bullies others, Su Xiaobai decided to endure and just bid higher to secure the mixed primordial sulfur crystal. After all, this crystal was of great value to him. Even if he overpaid, it wouldn't be a loss. But unexpectedly, that family raised the price again. 6.1 billion. Su Xiaobai was on the verge of losing his temper. But before he could even speak, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. The terrifying power nearly leveled the entire auction house in an instant. Elite Martial Commander. All the surrounding families were shocked and looked at Su Xiaobai in fear. Fortunately, they reacted in time. Otherwise, just the sheer force of that energy could have severely injured them. The family that was originally competing with Su Xiaobai did not hesitate in the slightest. They immediately chose to withdraw. There were only a few elite martial commanders in base number 15. Each one of them was an existence that could not be provoked. Earlier, they thought Su Xiaobai was just an ordinary martial commander, so they dared to compete with him. But now, without a second thought, they immediately backed down. However, Su Xiaobai had no time to care about them now. He was completely immersed in the changes brought about by his breakthrough. His entire body once again experienced the immense transformation and benefits similar to when he had broken through to the Martial Commander level. After reaching the Martial Commander realm, every step forward became increasingly difficult. Naturally, every breakthrough brought immense benefits. Su Xiaobai quickly checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Elite Martial Commander. Strength level, Demigod Martial Commander. Endurance level, Demigod Martial Commander. Agility level, Demigod Martial Commander. Cultivation aptitude, Advanced. Master Techniques, Immovable King Sutra, Advanced. Unified Law Codex, Advanced. 10 Absolute Heavenly Body, Advanced. Burning Heaven Flame, Beginner. Chasing Sunblade, Advanced. Great Sunblade, Advanced. Heavenly Mechanism Step, Advanced. Heaven Piercing Record, Advanced. Star-Shattering Purple Void Domination Art, Intermediate. Azure Dragon Break, Intermediate. Silk Winding Slash, Intermediate. Wind Thunder Force, Intermediate. Baleful Energy Blade, Intermediate. Go Chun Dance, Intermediate. 1,000 Miles to the West, Beginner. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 20. One-Click Practice, Level 20. One-Click Auto Hunting, Level 12. One-Click Alchemy, Level 10. One-Click Collection, Level 7. One-Click Forging, Level 7. One-Click Mining, Level 5. I've fully reached the demigod level. Su Xiaobai's heart surged with excitement. He had only been at base number 15 for less than a week. Yet his realm and strength had skyrocketed at an insane rate, rising from an elite martial commander to an extreme martial commander, and now reaching the level of a demigod martial commander. However, reaching the martial god level requires more than just improving my realm. The gap from demigod to true martial god was an unprecedentedly massive threshold. If reaching the martial commander realm was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate to become superior to ordinary people, then achieving the martial god realm meant standing at the very peak of Earth, overlooking all living beings. The distance and gap to cross were enough to make countless people despair. Martial commander and martial god. A difference of just one word, yet a difference as vast as heaven and earth. Su Xiaobai had already reached the demigod level. His strength was approaching the martial god realm at an incredible pace. One step. He was just one step away. Perhaps with just one more breakthrough, reaching the extreme martial commander level, he could shatter this bottleneck and truly reach the peak. Feeling this immense ambition, how could Su Xiaobai still care about that minor incident earlier? He directly secured the mixed primordial sulfur crystal and, under everyone's shocked gazes, left the auction house of the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion. After making a round of purchases, Su Xiaobai began refining a Grade 7 pill to modify cultivation aptitude, the 5-turn Luo Yi pill. A single 5-turn Luo Yi pill would start at least 10 billion on the market. If it were a perfect grade pill, its value would soar even higher. At this moment, Su Xiaobai had 16 5-turn Luo Yi pills in his possession. In reality, the materials he had purchased were only enough to refine 4 pills. However, thanks to his one-click alchemy's 4x yield buff, he had obtained an enormous fortune of 16 pills. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai casually tossed one 5-turn Luo Yi pill in his mouth and began chewing. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills for pills. He kept eating until he reached the 12th pill, when he finally felt the familiar burning sensation inside his body. His cultivation aptitude was gradually changing. The burning sensation intensified. Fortunately, Su Xiaobai's current strength was powerful enough that he only broke out in a sweat and didn't feel much pain. He continued eating and finished the remaining 4 pills. Finally, the burning sensation receded like a tide. Su Xiaobai immediately checked his cultivation aptitude. Cultivation aptitude, top tier. Done. Su Xiaobai clenched his fist in excitement. This was a top-tier aptitude obtained by burning through nearly 300 billion. From the lowest cultivation aptitude, he had forcefully elevated himself to the pinnacle. No wonder most families refuse to waste resources on someone with the lowest cultivation aptitude. 300 billion could be used for so many other things. Spending that just to modify cultivation aptitude. Moreover, even if one's aptitude reached top tier, they would still need to train diligently, comprehend techniques, and practice weaponry. Aptitude was merely a starting point. Becoming a true powerhouse was never guaranteed. That's why big families simply skipped this step and directly invested in top-tier geniuses who could quickly become strong and bring them benefits. Linger, you and Xiaobai Long stay home and train properly. Also, wear this armor every day, don't take it off. I'll only be gone for a few days and we'll be back soon. Be good, okay? Before heading to the other world, Su Xiaobai carefully instructed Su Ling. MHM, I'll definitely train well and not cause trouble. Big brother, come back soon. Su Linger nodded obediently. Xiaobai Long let out a yeah sound, rubbing its head against Su Xiaobai's face, reluctant to part. After saying farewell, Su Xiaobai flew toward the otherworld teleportation array. With a flash of intense white light, the scene before him suddenly distorted and changed. When his vision cleared, Su Xiaobai was completely stunned. This is the stronghold of Base 15 in the otherworld. In Su Xiaobai's imagination, the otherworld should resemble Base 15, an environment of constant warfare where cities were built to resist the invasion of otherworld beasts. However, the reality before his eyes had no trace of a city at all, only a small, dilapidated town. The houses were crudely built from mud, with ruins and broken walls scattered everywhere. The tallest building wasn't even 3 stories high. The roads were riddled with potholes. It looked no different from some impoverished tribes in the wilderness. "Greetings, my lord." At that moment, the guard responsible for the teleportation array immediately ran over and respectfully saluted Su Xiaobai, not daring to show any negligence upon seeing an elite martial commander arrive. "Why does this stronghold look like it's not developing very well?" Su Xiaobai asked in confusion. "My lord, this is your first time here, so you may not know. This stronghold may be small, but it faces a large number of otherworld beast attacks. It has been built and destroyed several times before, each time falling completely to otherworld beast invasions. So, to make reconstruction easier and to minimize losses, we decided to maintain it in this state." The guard replied, "Are the otherworld beasts that strong?" Su Xiaobai's eyes flashed. "Very strong." A trace of fear passed through the guard's eyes. "Every single one of them is at least S rank. It takes at least 180 people working together with great effort just to kill one. They are far stronger than S-rank beasts on Earth. On Earth, there were already S-rank, SS rank, and even SSS rank beasts. And when beast tide struck, those Earth beasts would become the accomplices of otherworld beasts. With just a roar, the otherworld beasts could command them, forming an army to attack human bases. The only reason Base 15's last beast tide hadn't escalated into a major catastrophe was that the otherworld beast hadn't had time to summon Earth's beasts before Su Xiaobai and his shadows slaughtered them all on the spot. This proved that, at the same level, otherworld beasts were a tier above Earth's beasts. It was as if Earth's beasts had an innate instinct to obey otherworld beasts. Could it be that Earth's great cataclysm was caused by this otherworld? A bold guess suddenly emerged in Su Xiaobai's mind. He then continued to gather information about the stronghold from the guard. The otherworld was vast, so vast that they had yet to find its boundaries. This stronghold was not located directly at Base 15's otherworld passage entrance, but was thousands of miles away, because too many powerful beasts lurked at the passage entrance. If they attempted to go there, it would be suicide. This was just a small stronghold. Most of the people stationed here were ordinary martial commanders, with only a handful of elite martial commanders. Among them were warriors not only for Base 15, but also from Base 11, Base 39, and Base 45. Once stationed here, they typically only returned home once every 6 months, because it took that long to save up enough teleportation fees and sufficient profit to make the trip worthwhile. The biggest advantage of the stronghold was that most of the surrounding beasts were S-rank, with very few SS-rank threats. That was the only reason they had been able to survive here for so long. Beyond the basics, Su Xiaobai also learned something deeply connected to the otherworld. Just as he had suspected, the otherworld was incredibly rich in natural treasures and mineral resources. Many elite martial commanders came here to leave the stronghold and search for treasure elsewhere. Any discovery could bring them an astronomical fortune. And not to mention, the corpses of otherworld beasts alone were extremely valuable. Any part of their body was worth at least 5 times that of Earth's beast materials. The more rare and useful parts could even fetch 10 times the price. That was one of the main reasons why ordinary martial commanders from other bases were willing to take the risk and stay here for half a year at a time. Moreover, about 4,000 kilometers from the stronghold, there was a settlement of otherworld humans. According to the guard's description, Otherworld humans resembled Earth's humans in appearance. They had a head, 2 hands, and 2 feet, with eyes, ears, noses, and mouths just like humans. However, some were exceptionally tall, with skin tones ranging from green to brown-red to dark yellow. Some even had long horns growing from their foreheads. Despite these differences, Otherworld humans also practiced cultivation and followed the martial path. Most crucially, they cultivated lesser, transcendent techniques. Earth's Techniquise frequently clashed with Otherworld humans, with victories and losses on both sides. Even Dongfang Yu had come here before, slaughtering several elite martial commander-level Otherworld humans and obtaining several lesser, transcendent techniques manuals. I see. No wonder Dongfang Ro has so many lesser transcendent techniques. Dongfang, you must have collected them from here. Su Xiaobai suddenly understood. Lesser transcendent techniques were rare treasures. Even martial commanders coveted them. But Su Xiaobai, who had over a dozen such techniques, was already uninterested in them. In that case, although the stronghold is disappointing, the environment is exactly what I envisioned. As long as I send my shadows here to hunt otherworld beasts, collect their materials, and dispatch treasure-seeking goblins and mining goblins to excavate resources. TSK. Just thinking about the profits makes me excited. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. And since otherworld humans cultivate lesser transcendent techniques, that means there must be great transcendent techniques as well. If I explore deep enough, I might even obtain 1 or 2 great transcendent techniques. What a jackpot! Whoa! Just as Su Xiaobai was fantasizing about his grand fortune, a deep, urgent horn suddenly echoed throughout the stronghold. At the same time, tremors could be felt through the ground. Damn it! Those beasts are attacking again. This time, I'm going to chop them all to pieces. They didn't learn their lesson last time? Fine, let's teach them again. I was just wondering how to make money for repairing my spiritual weapon. Martial commanders who had been resting in the stronghold instantly soared into the sky, their gazes fixed on the distant horizon. Su Xiaobai also took to the air. It's S-rank otherworld beasts. He immediately spotted several towering figures, each hundreds of meters tall. Not just one, there are several of them. Seeing this, Su Xiaobai grinned widely. These were piles of gleaming spirit coins waiting to be collected. They're all mine. Without hesitation, he sent his shadows charging toward the S-rank otherworld beasts. Meanwhile, above Base 15, a warship the size of an ocean liner slowly entered the base. Wu Honghe, you better not be lying. The 1,000 miles to the west is my Wu family's greatest secret. If word gets out that our family's great transcendent technique was leaked, and that a mere ordinary martial commander managed to comprehend it, our Wu family's reputation will be utterly ruined. On the warship's deck, a figure stood with hands behind his back. The aura emanating from this person unmistakably belonged to a demigod martial commander. A great transcendent martial technique is the foundation of a martial god-level family, and also a symbol of its prestige. The Wu family's martial god is renowned for the 1,000 miles to the west technique, which has secured them a place on the martial god rankings and earned them the reverence of countless people. Thus, many are aware of the existence of the 1,000 miles to the west technique. If word got out that this prized technique, which the Wu family took immense pride in, had been leaked and secretly learned by an outsider, it would be akin to a ruthless slap in the face, utterly disgracing the family. If another martial god forcibly learned it, they might still find excuses or justifications to save face. But the one who obtained it turned out to be just an ordinary martial commander. This was no longer just a matter of humiliation. It would be an unprecedented disgrace to the entire Wu family, turning them into the biggest laughingstock among all martial god families. Lord Songlong, I would never dare to utter a single false word. I personally witnessed the matter regarding the 1,000 miles to the west technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't have abandoned an important trade agreement to rush back to the family. But, Lord Songlong, I must warn you, be extremely careful of this so-called ordinary martial artist. On the surface, he appears to be just a mere martial commander, but in reality, he was able to easily kill Dongfang Yu. I was right next to Dongfang Yu at the time, yet I couldn't even see how he struck. Even an SS-level exotic beast was slain by him, and under his command is a group of warriors comparable to peak martial commanders. None of them should be underestimated. Wu Honghe gave a slight nod, maintaining a respectful attitude. When he spoke about Dongfang Yu's death and the SS-level exotic beast being slain, a flicker of lingering fear appeared in his eyes. So what? Dongfang Yu was merely a peak martial commander. An SSS-level exotic beast would fall with just a single axe strike from me. Are you suggesting that I, the noble demigod commander of the Wu family, am not a match for some insignificant brat? Wu Canglong turned his head and spoke coldly. His physique was tall and powerful, standing at a towering 2 meters. Clad in black armor, he radiated the imposing aura and dominance befitting the commander of a martial god family. No, of course, that is not what I meant. Wu Honghe hurriedly explained. Enough nonsense. The patriarch is not here, and the upper ranks of the Wu family have unanimously sent me to eliminate this threat completely. We have arrived at Base 15. Take me to him immediately. Once I kill him, we will swiftly return to base. The beast tide has just ended, and it's time for me to return to the other world for further training. A look of impatience flickered in Wu Canglong's eyes. The beast tide at Base 88 had just concluded, and through that life-and-death slaughter, his strength had once again seen a significant breakthrough. As the most promising candidate in centuries to become the Wu family's second martial god, he was the hope of the entire clan. He himself longed to break free from the shackles of the martial commander realm and ascend to the absolute peak of martial god. If not for this sudden incident, which was of utmost importance and required immediate action, he would have already ventured into the exotic realm, battling fierce beasts. That was why he was in such a foul mood right now. He just wanted to end this nuisance as quickly as possible. Lord Canglong, we've arrived. Below is the residence of the criminal, Su Xiaobai. At that moment, the warship had reached the sky above Su Xiaobai's villa. My lord! A streak of light shot toward Wu Canglong and came to a halt before him. It was the new governor of Base 15. Upon sensing the demigod martial commander aura emanating from Wu Canglong, the governor's heart tensed. For the Wu family to send a demigod martial commander here aboard a warship, they must be plotting something significant. With a casual sweep of his spiritual perception, he could detect numerous ordinary, elite, and even peak martial commanders within the warship. Instantly, the governor realized that something major was about to happen. My lord, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Please forgive me. A banquet has been prepared at the governor's mansion in your honor. If you would be so kind. Scram! Before the governor could finish, Wu Canglong coldly spat out a single word. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of inviting me? The governor's words caught in his throat. Rage surged in his heart, but he dared not show it. Since the criminal is right below, let's move. Everyone, seal off the entire core district. No one is to escape. Wu Canglong ignored the governor completely. With a single command, streams of light shot out from the warship. All the martial commanders swiftly took their positions, encircling the core district from all directions, both on the ground and in the air, completely sealing off Su Xiaobai's villa. Who are you? A few ordinary martial commanders, dressed in the robes of the Dongfang family, jumped forward. These individuals had been assigned by the new Dongfang family head to guard Su Linger, and they were prepared to strike at any sign of intrusion. However, upon seeing that they were surrounded by ordinary, elite, and even peak martial commanders, their expressions changed dramatically. They tried to pull out their communicators to report the situation, but the Wu family's warriors gave them no chance, ruthlessly cutting them down on the spot. Oomph! A bunch of ants. Wu Canglong descended from the warship, his gaze full of disdain and contempt. As a demigod martial commander, Base 15 was nothing more than an oversized toy to him. What were governors and families to him? Mere ants utterly beneath him. Roar! Inside the villa's garden, a small white dragon sensed the impending danger. It instantly took on a ferocious stance, shielding Su Ling'er behind it while letting out a menacing snarl at Wu Songlong. Su Xiaobai, are you still not coming out obediently? Wu Songlong's voice, infused with spiritual power, resounded across half of Base 15. Many warriors turned their attention toward the scene. The neighbors around Su Xiaobai's residence, realizing the severity of the situation, fled without hesitation. The governor's face darkened. The core district represented the base's prestige. Wu Songlong's blatant disregard for his authority was an open humiliation. But what could he, a mere elite martial commander, do against a demigod martial commander's provocation? What was he supposed to do? Rush in and throw his life away? Lord Songlong, that girl is Su Xiaobai's woman, and that white dragon is his pet. Wu Honghe informed him. A woman and a pet. They're an eyesore. Die. Wu Songlong extended a single finger and slashed through the air. A sharp crescent-shaped energy blade materialized and shot towards Su Ling'er and the white dragon. Suddenly, a sword aura and a blade aura flew forth, shattering the crescent-shaped energy attack. Two figures clad in black cloaks and white masks appeared out of thin air, standing protectively in front of Su Ling'er and the white dragon. My lord, those are the subordinates of Su Xiaobai I mentioned. Wu Honghe exclaimed. Just two subordinates? Elite martial commanders? So what? They are nothing but... Wu Songlong's voice abruptly cut off. Two streaks of chilling light slashed across Wu Songlong's neck almost simultaneously. A dazzling flash of light flickered, and the top-tier protective armor spiritual weapon that Wu Songlong had been wearing all along was completely destroyed. At that very instant, two shadows erupted with unprecedented speed, striking in the blink of an eye, so fast that even Wu Songlong had no time to react. If not for the protective power of this top-tier armor spiritual weapon, Wu Songlong would have already been reduced to a headless corpse. What kind of power is that? Wu Songlong's pupils shrank sharply, terror surging wildly in his heart. An overwhelming sense of crisis engulfed him. Too fast, so fast that he couldn't detect even the slightest warning. Wait, that flash of purple light, just now? Yes, that's right, it was 1,000 miles to the west. Aside from Su Xiaobai himself, there are actually two other people who have secretly learned and mastered the Wu family's great transcendent technique. And the power these two had just unleashed was strong enough to instantly shatter his top-tier armor spiritual weapon. One had to understand, this armor had just been repaired after surviving a ferocious beast tide. Even a demigod-level martial commander would have to expend significant effort to completely destroy it. At the very least, it should not have been shattered so effortlessly with a single strike. The power of these two individuals has already surpassed what I can withstand. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Songlong immediately chose to flee the instant his armor shattered. Yes, the mighty Wu family, claiming the title of demigod commander, had sent Wu Songlong specifically to kill Su Xiaobai. And yet, at this moment, he turned and fled like a streak of light. Weren't they just elite martial commanders? How could they be this powerful? And judging by the glow of their techniques just now, they were simultaneously using at least a dozen lesser transcendent techniques, all mid to high tier. What kind of monsters are they? Wu Songlong was screaming internally in terror. He had thought today's battle would be an easy one-sided massacre, but he never imagined that he would be the one getting crushed instead. In just an instant, before he could even blink, his top-tier armor spiritual weapon was destroyed. How am I supposed to fight this battle? Wu Songlong made his decision in a split second. When he bolted, everyone was too stunned to react, including the Wu family's martial commanders. All they saw was the sudden disappearance of two black-cloaked figures, surrounded by a familiar purple glow of 1,000 miles to the west. And before they could even cry out in shock, their demigod commander, Wu Songlong, turned and fled. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had just happened. Even a newly appointed governor looked utterly confused. Elder Songlong, Wu Honghe, who had been right beside Wu Songlong, was the first to react to his retreat. The moment he realized Wu Songlong was fleeing, his expression changed drastically. Almost instinctively, he decided to follow suit. But it was too late. The Shadow's long sword had already pierced mercilessly through his forehead. Whoosh! Suddenly, a searing red flame erupted out of thin air, like a raging sun descending upon the world. In an instant, it engulfed all the Wu family martial commanders. This was the lesser transcendent elemental technique, Burning Heaven Flame. Su Xiaobai himself had never used it, but his shadow frequently used it in the wilderness to hunt monsters. Any living being touched by these flames would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The Wu family martial commanders were no exception. Before they could even let out a scream, they, along with their armor and spiritual weapons, were completely consumed by the inferno. The firestorm appeared high above Su Xiaobai's villa, radiating such intense heat that it could be felt clearly from 10 kilometers away, a testament to its sheer destructive force. However, beneath this apocalyptic blaze, Su Ling-er and Xiao Bailong remained completely unharmed, as if existing in an entirely separate world. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Base 15, countless people witnessed this terrifying scene, a sea of flames engulfing the sky, resembling the end of the world. One shadow wielded Burning Heaven Flame, annihilating the Wu family's martial commanders. The other shadow unleashed Xinquan Technique, Heavenly Mechanism Step, Soaring Sky Transformation, 1,000 miles to the west, and every other lesser transcendent technique it had learned. And in the blink of an eye, it pursued Wu Songlong with relentless attacks. At first, Wu Songlong barely managed to defend himself, but he soon realized, to his despair, that he was no match for this black-cloaked figure. His opponent was too strong. Every strike carried power far beyond his own. Their attack speed, reaction time, and movement technique were all at an unfathomable level. A deep sense of hopelessness welled up within him. With no other option, Wu Songlong activated a blood-burning technique, temporarily unleashing his full potential, nearly reaching divine-level strength. However, to his horror, he found that he could only repel the Shadow's attacks, not even injure it. Damn it, why does he have so many defensive techniques? Gangqi, shield armor. Is he a monster? In utter despair, Wu Songlong crushed the life talisman given to him by the Wu family's ancestor. He only had one such talisman, and he had never intended to use it unless absolutely necessary. Once broken, it would create a barrier personally set by a martial god's avatar and simultaneously summon a projection of their spirit. Wu Songlong had been reluctant to use it, because doing so would signify that he had encountered an unsolvable crisis. It would greatly diminish his standing in the ancestor's eyes. If he had been up against a divine-level opponent, using the life talisman would be understandable. But to be forced into using it against an elite martial commander? The humiliation was unimaginable. But he had no choice. His life was at stake. The life talisman shattered. A translucent barrier immediately enveloped Wu Songlong. The Shadow's attack struck it, causing a tremor. But it did not break. Stop this. At the same time, a spiritual projection materialized beside Wu Songlong. A man in a regal purple robe, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, appeared. The sheer pressure of his presence spread across Base 15, sending chills down the spines of both warriors and ordinary citizens alike. The new governor trembled in fear. A martial god's avatar. Reaching the level of martial commander meant transcending one's physical form. But reaching martial god's avatar was yet another leap in evolution. Standing before martial god's avatar felt like standing before a deity, which is why they were called gods among humans. Ancestor, save me. Wu Songlong cried out in despair. But the martial god's avatar's arrival did nothing to deter the shadow. A shadow felt no fear. It did not recognize threats. It only followed orders. Its mission was to kill Wu Songlong. So martial god's avatar or not, it meant nothing. In just 3 seconds, the shadow unleashed over 100 sword strikes, shattering the protective barrier through sheer force. Under the enraged roars of the Wu family's martial god's avatar, and Wu Songlong's final scream of despair, the shadow severed Wu Songlong's head. The moment Wu Songlong died, the martial god's avatar's projection collapsed. Far away, within Base 88's Otherworld base, the Wu family's martial god's avatar let out a furious roar. "Boy, I will kill you." Back at Base 15, Su Xiaobai calmly heard the system's notification. "Host, all targets have been eliminated." A sharp glint flashed through Su Xiaobai's eyes. Just now, when he heard from the system that someone was invading, he felt both shocked and furious. He had only just entered the other world, and already someone was making a move against Su Linger. Fortunately, the invaders weren't strong. In less than a minute, the system notified him that all intruders had been eliminated and that the spoils of war had been credited to his account. Only then did Su Xiaobai breathe a little easier. It seems that base number 15 is not safe. Once I finish exploring the Otherworld city they mentioned, I'll head back immediately. The S-rank Otherworld beasts that had attacked earlier were slain before Su Xiaobai even had a chance to make a move. His shadows had already cut them down like slicing melons. And this time, unlike before, the Otherworld beasts' corpses did not dissolve and regenerate, meaning Su Xiaobai gained a massive haul of Otherworld beast materials. He had to admit, Otherworld beasts were treasures from head to toe. More importantly, they were gigantic. Slaughtering even a single one yielded an astonishing fortune. After a quick estimate, Su Xiaobai realized that just the materials from these few S-rank Otherworld beasts he casually killed were worth at least 20 billion. If I keep hunting more, I'll be filthy rich in no time. This battle also made him famous throughout the stronghold. Elite martial commanders could kill S-rank beasts with precision. After all, there was a gap in power between ranks. However, seeing the shadows do it so effortlessly was a first. And most shocking of all, these black-cloaked elite warriors were all under Su Xiaobai's command. One by one, people came forward to establish connections with him. During these conversations, Su Xiaobai learned something. Aside from Otherworld tribes, they had also discovered an Otherworld city. However, it was quite far away, roughly 20,000 miles from the stronghold. With his 1,000 miles to the west and the support of his spiritual telekinesis, covering that distance at full speed would take him only an hour. But according to the elite martial commander who found it, even from a great distance, he could sense multiple powerful presences, so strong that he didn't dare approach. There was a possibility that demigod martial commanders resided within the Otherworld city. To an elite martial commander, a demigod martial commander was essentially no different from a martial god. Either could kill him with a single finger. But to Su Xiaobai, was a demigod martial commander even a problem? I hope this Otherworld city doesn't disappoint me. If I can find a great transcendent cultivation technique, this trip will be well worth it. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. System, transfer my treasure-hunting goblins and mining goblins to the Otherworld and dispatch them automatically. Automatic dispatch complete. Immediately, Su Xiaobai moved his goblins into the Otherworld to start collecting resources for him. As for auto-hunting, he didn't even need to say anything. The system had already sent them out to hunt demigod-level Otherworld beasts. Let's go. Time to see what this Otherworld city looks like. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the Wu family was completely slaughtered by the shadows, Dongfeng Rou and Elder Feng finally arrived with a large group of Dongfeng family members. From the new governor, they learned everything that had just happened. Once again, they were left in shock. A demigod martial commander had been mercilessly slain by Su Xiaobai's subordinates. Even the intervention of a martial god had been useless. Just days ago, Su Xiaobai had nowhere near this level of power. Yet in just a few days, his strength had grown at an absolutely terrifying rate. However, this also gave rise to a new concern. Su Xiaobai's subordinates had shown no regard for the Wu family's martial god. Killing Wu, Songlong, and incinerating the Wu family's martial commanders. This would definitely provoke the wrath of the Wu family's martial god. It wouldn't be long before he came knocking on Su Xiaobai's door, demanding justice. I hope he can withstand it this time. Dongfang wrote her lip. Su Xiaobai's rapid growth was shocking. But no matter how fast he progressed, the gap between a martial commander and a martial god remained insurmountable. If things got out of hand, their only option would be to flee again, to somewhere the Wu family's martial god couldn't find them. Damn, these invaders were filthy rich. 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion. Holy crap, I've struck gold. Soaring through the sky at 10 times the speed of sound, Su Xiaobai was on his way to the otherworld city. On the way, he opened his Qinquan space and examined the spoils collected from Wu Songlong and his men. Just a quick glance at the storage rings made Su Xiaobai's eyes light up with excitement. These invaders are stupidly rich. Mountains of spirit coins, a dazzling array of rare treasures, precious metals, and rare herbs. All kinds of spiritual weapons, cultivation techniques, and elixirs. It's an absolute treasure trove. There were even some unfamiliar artifacts, such as miniature formation scrolls. These scrolls could be unfurled and activated instantly, though they required preparation time to deploy. Clearly, these were meant for navigating the otherworld. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai swept everything into his Qinquan space. After tallying his spoils, excluding all the rare treasures, spiritual weapons, and elixirs, just his spirit coin balance alone had skyrocketed to a staggering 9.725 trillion. That meant the invaders had just delivered 9.7 trillion in cash, plus a mountain of invaluable treasures. Ha ha! Su Xiaobai was grinning ear to ear. If it weren't for concerns about Su Linger's safety, he'd welcome these invaders every day. They were basically delivering wealth straight to his doorstep. System, I want to upgrade. With money in hand, Su Xiaobai's first priority was, of course, upgrading his system functions. Upgrade auto hunting to level 13. Auto hunting was his greatest economic engine and his strongest combat force, so it had to be upgraded first. Even with 9.7 trillion in cash, he only dared to level it up once. Any further, and he'd burn through everything. Deducting 2.12576.4 trillion. Auto hunting upgraded to level 13. Shadow count increased to 13. Damn, 2.1 trillion per level. Just hearing that price tag made Su Xiaobai's heart ache. One-click cultivation and one-click practice already have high multipliers, so there's no rush to upgrade them further. I should unlock new features first. To unlock a new system function, all existing features had to be upgraded to level 8. The only ones still below that threshold were one-click collection, level 7, one-click forging, level 7, one-click auto mining, level 5. Deduct 262.144 billion. One-click collection upgraded to level 8. Treasure hunting goblins increased to 8. Deduct 524.288 billion. One-click forging upgraded to level 8. Maximum forging level increased to top-tier transcendent spiritual weapons. Deduct 200 billion. One-click auto mining upgraded to level 6. Mining goblins increased to 6. Deduct 1 trillion. One-click auto mining upgraded to level 7. Mining goblins increased to 7. Deduct 5 trillion. One-click auto mining upgraded to level 8. Mining goblins increased to 8. Ding! Congratulations, host. All system functions have reached level 8. A new function has been unlocked. One-click enhancement space. One-click enhancement space. Consume designated materials to enhance any item, improving its attributes. Host, you only need 12.8 million spirit coins to easily unlock one-click enhancement space instantly. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Su Xiaobai's eyes widened like bronze bells. Enhancement. It's really an enhancement function. For a long time, Su Xiaobai had been wondering if there was a function that could enhance his martial arts techniques, spiritual weapons, or other treasures. And now, the system had actually unlocked this new feature. Unlock. Unlock immediately. Su Xiaobai couldn't wait any longer and was eager to unlock it right away. Deducting 12.8 million, unlocking one-click enhancement space. One-click enhancement space. Level 1 enhancement limit +1. As the system's notification sounded, next to Su Xiaobai's one-click auto mining space, a brand new space appeared. Inside, there was a black mechanical-looking furnace. At the center of the black furnace was a vortex-like activation port, and in the middle, a glowing, transparent orb. System, can this enhancement space really enhance anything? Spiritual weapons, martial arts techniques, pills, everything. Su Xiaobai asked. Yes, host. Any item, even a mere stone or a blade of grass, can be enhanced. But the prerequisite is that you must prepare the corresponding materials required for enhancement. The system replied. In that case, let's start by enhancing my sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. With the enhancement system in hand, Su Xiaobai instinctively wanted to enhance his weapon first. His sculpted Moon Azure Dragon was only a mid-tier spiritual weapon. He was eager to see how it would compare to high-tier or even top-tier spiritual weapons after enhancement. Enhancement item placed. Host, please place the required enhancement materials according to the list. As the system prompted, a list of materials required to enhance the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon appeared. 3 pieces of Shadow Sunleaf Gold, 1 pound of Flying Dragon Sand Phoenix Dust, 125 grams of 4-season Clear Dare Steel, and 200 milliliters of Cloud Gut Steel Liquid. Su Xiaobai quickly scanned the list, and his eyes lit up. I have all these materials. Thanks to his one-click collection and auto-mining abilities, he had a constant supply of fresh resources. Not to mention, he had recently obtained a massive amount of rare treasures from the Wu family invaders. In other words, Su Xiaobai lacked everything except materials. Enhancement materials placed. Proceed with enhancement. Yes. Enhancement in progress. Please wait. The activation port of the furnace opened. All the materials were swept into the dark vortex, along with the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, which was also absorbed into it. Soon, the glowing orb in the activation port lit up, emitting a dark golden radiance. The vortex seemed to be spinning rapidly. At the same time, a 7-colored progress bar appeared at the top of the furnace. About 5 minutes later, the 7-colored progress bar disappeared, and the dark golden glowing orb suddenly turned green. Then, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Enhancement successful. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon Enhancement +1. The sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, now radiating green light, floated out. At the same time, a new set of stats appeared beneath it. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon +1. Level, mid-tier spiritual weapon. Overall amplification, 2x. Overall amplification, 2x. What does that mean? Su Xiaobai didn't quite understand. He picked up the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, which was still glowing faintly green. It doesn't feel any different from before. He swung it lightly, but didn't notice any increase in weight or spiritual energy absorption. It seemed exactly the same as before. Let's test it with a martial technique. Stopping in place, Su Xiaobai infused spiritual energy into the weapon and slashed toward a nearby mountain. As soon as the blade struck, his eyes widened in shock. A massive blade aura, over 100 meters long, shot across the sky and split the entire mountain in half. So that's where the enhancement takes effect. Su Xiaobai suddenly understood. The one-click enhancement didn't strengthen the object itself. Instead, it enhanced its effects when used. For example, his previous estimate was that the blade aura would only reach about 50 meters. But now, it had doubled to 100 meters, covering the entire sky. Judging from the destructive power of the blade aura, the overall attack power had increased by 2-fold. In other words, my attack power has literally doubled for free. Su Xiaobai was ecstatic. What did doubling attack power mean? It meant that while others trained hard for half a year to slightly increase their strength, he could surpass them instantly just by enhancing his weapon once. System, I want to keep enhancing the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. If one enhancement doubled the power, then wouldn't two enhancements triple it? If he enhanced it 100 times, he felt like he could slay a martial god with a single strike. Host, your current one-click enhancement space is at level 1, with an enhancement limit of +1. Please upgrade the one-click enhancement space first. I get it. I need to upgrade the system function first. Upgrade. Spend all my remaining money to upgrade as much as possible. Su Xiaobai made a decisive choice. Deducting 64 million, one-click enhancement space upgraded to level 2. Enhancement limit +2. Deducting 20 million, one-click enhancement space upgraded to level 3. Enhancement limit +3. Deducting 1.6 billion, one-click enhancement space upgraded to level 4. Enhancement limit +4. The system finally stopped when it reached level 4. Clearly, Su Xiaobai had run out of money. Without wasting time, he placed the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon back into the furnace and checked the materials required for +2 enhancement. No problem. The materials are just double the original ones. And materials? I have plenty. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai selected Enhance. Once again, all the materials and the sculpted Moon Azure Dragon were absorbed into the furnace. The dark golden light shone. The 7-colored progress bar reappeared. While on his way to Otherworld City, Su Xiaobai leisurely waited for the 5-minute enhancement to complete. Finally, the progress bar reached 100%. The sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, now glowing blue, floated out. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, +2. Level, mid-tier spiritual weapon. Overall amplification, 3x. 3x now. Su Xiaobai immediately pulled out the weapon and unleashed a blade aura. As expected, this time, the blade aura expanded to 150 meters. The attack split the earth, forming a deep chasm. Amazing! Su Xiaobai couldn't hold back his excitement. With each enhancement multiplying his power, slaying a martial god wasn't a dream anymore. Without hesitation, he enhanced it 2 more times. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, +4. Level, mid-tier spiritual weapon. Overall amplification, 5x. With 5x power and combining it with his martial techniques, Su Xiaobai felt that no one below martial god level could withstand his strike. If weapons can be enhanced, I wonder what happens when I enhance martial techniques. Let's do it right away. System, enhance the 1,000 miles to the west for me. The 1,000 miles to the west was the only great transcendent technique Su Xiaobai possessed. Since he was going to enhance something, of course, it had to be the most powerful one. Moreover, Su Xiaobai was curious to see just how far a great transcendent technique could reach after enhancement. Please place the required materials for enhancement. As soon as Su Xiaobai placed 1,000 miles to the west down, a long list of required materials for enhancement instantly popped up. Su Xiaobai glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Just the first few treasures on the list. He didn't have any of them. Each of them is worth at least hundreds of billions. Completing the entire list? Without 1 or 2 trillion, I should forget about it. It was clear just how terrifyingly difficult it was to enhance a great transcendent technique. Su Xiaobai immediately swapped the 1,000 miles to the west with the Chinquan technique. The Chinquan technique was only a micro-level attribute technique, but because of its spatial attributes, it was destined to be highly useful, especially Spatial Blade, which remained one of Su Xiaobai's trump cards. Please place the required materials for enhancement. The materials needed to enhance the Chinquan technique were listed. Su Xiaobai quickly scanned the list. There were quite a few materials required, but their value was relatively lower. After all, this was just a micro-level technique, several grades below the Great Transcendent. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai placed all the required materials. The enhancement process began, and the Chinquan technique, along with all the materials, were absorbed into a vortex. A dark golden light shone brightly. What changes will the enhanced technique have? Su Xiaobai was extremely curious. He could understand how spiritual weapons doubled in power after enhancement. But could a technique's power also double? 5 minutes later, the progress bar was full, and the Chinquan technique emerged, glowing with a soft green light. At the same time, its updated data was displayed. Chinquan technique, +1. Level, micro-level technique. Overall enhancement, 2 times. Su Xiaobai immediately noticed changes in himself. The Chinquan space has expanded. The first and most noticeable change was the expansion of his Chinquan space. Originally, it was almost completely packed, but after enhancement, it suddenly doubled in size. My spatial awareness has also improved. Previously, Su Xiaobai could only sense within a few hundred meters, but now his perception range had doubled, and his sensitivity had sharpened significantly. Even my spatial speed has increased. Whoa, it has also doubled. That means my movement speed has received a new boost. Finally, there's the spatial blade. Su Xiaobai raised his hand, and a crescent-shaped spatial energy blade, now twice as large as before, floated in his palm. Go! The spatial blade vanished instantly, flickering 30 meters away before disappearing completely. The attack power, range, and overall strength of the spatial blade have all doubled. Su Xiaobai was overjoyed. The overall enhancement of the Chinquan technique was almost equivalent to leveling up, except that no new abilities had appeared. However, all existing abilities, including power, range, and speed, had been doubled. This one-click enhancement is insane. It's completely beyond common sense. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but marvel. If the previous system functions could all be explained logically in reality, then how could this one-click enhancement be explained? No one had ever heard of spiritual weapons mysteriously doubling in power just by enhancing them. Nor had anyone heard of techniques that, after being enhanced with materials, would automatically gain a +1 boost to all effects. Even the glowing light surrounding them was something completely unique, a divine artifact. This one-click enhancement is absolutely an unfathomable divine artifact. One-click cultivation and one-click practice were direct ways to increase strength, but even they required patience and time, and they didn't necessarily guarantee an immediate power surge. But one-click enhancement was different. As long as you had the required materials, your strength could instantly multiply. Just now, after enhancement, Su Xiaobai's strength had nearly doubled. Even if not a full 100% increase, his combat power had skyrocketed by at least 50%. Enhance. Enhance everything that can be enhanced. With such a divine artifact in his hands, Su Xiaobai naturally wanted to make full use of it, enhancing everything that could boost his strength. One item after another floated in midair. Chinquan technique, enhanced to +4. 7 Fiend Demon Flame Armor, enhanced to +4. Heaven-Defying Roar, enhanced to +4. Unified Law Codex, enhanced to +1. Immovable King's Sutra, enhanced to +1. 10 Absolute Heavenly Gang Body, enhanced to +1. Sunslaying Blade, enhanced to +1. Su Xiaobai practically used up all the materials he had originally set aside for alchemy and forging. With each enhancement, his strength increased significantly. However, since the enhancement materials for small great transcendent techniques were unique and limited, he could only enhance each one to +1. But he was more than satisfied. A +1 enhancement meant a complete doubling of its power. Finally, just as Su Xiaobai was about to reach the Otherworld City, all enhancements were completed. He checked his current status panel. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Elite Martial Commander. Strength level, Demigod Martial Commander. Endurance level, Normal Martial God. Agility level, Normal Martial God. Cultivation aptitude, Top tier. Techniques mastered. Immovable King Sutra, Advanced +1. Unified Law Codex, Advanced +1. 10. Absolute Heavenly Gang Body, Advanced +1. Heaven Burning Flame, Beginner, Sun Slaying Blade, Advanced +1. Great Sunblade, Advanced +1. Heavenly Step, Advanced +1. Sky Carrying Record, Advanced. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, LV20. One-Click Practice, LV20. One-Click Auto Hunting, LV12. One-Click Alchemy, LV10. One-Click Collection, LV8. One-Click Forging, LV8. One-Click Mining, LV8. Holy shit. When Su Xiaobai saw his status panel, his eyes widened. After just one round of enhancements, his endurance and agility had skyrocketed to the martial god level. Ha ha ha! Su Xiaobai could no longer suppress his excitement and burst into laughter. Martial god. I truly became a martial god. He had thought he would need to master another great transcendent technique or break through to another realm before his stats would advance. Who would have thought that this one-click enhancement would instantly fulfill his wish? From this moment onward, without exaggeration, Su Xiaobai had officially stepped into the ranks of the human elite. As he basked in unparalleled joy, unable to stop laughing, a massive silhouette of a city emerged on the horizon. He had arrived at the Otherworld City. To avoid being discovered, Su Xiaobai chose to slow down and deliberately put on a black cloak and mask. After all, this was the Otherworld. Although 2 of his attribute panel stats had already reached the level of an ordinary martial god, the Otherworld was not just home to ordinary martial gods. If he were to accidentally encounter an elite martial god, an extreme martial god, a transcendent martial god, or even a martial king, his life would be forfeit. Moreover, his primary goal in coming to the Otherworld City was to catch a glimpse of this world, gathering as much intelligence and profit as possible, especially great transcendent cultivation techniques. If he could avoid fighting and act discreetly, that would be for the best. %%. Just as Su Xiaobai was approaching, a strange and bizarre voice suddenly rang out. An alien star. We'll be using alien for Otherworld's residents. At the rank of an ordinary martial commander, Su Xiaobai had already sensed this presence approaching long before, but he neither avoided it nor greeted it. Instead, he simply waited for the figure to draw near. When Su Xiaobai looked up, he saw a figure over 2 meters tall, humanoid in shape but with 3 eyes on its forehead, fiery red skin, and clad in armor, staring at him with an unfriendly expression while speaking in a language he couldn't understand. He retrieved a sound assimilation stone from his spatial storage. The people at the stronghold had told him that with this stone, he could quickly learn the language of the Otherworld. However, since sound assimilation stones were incredibly rare and expensive, only super bases possessed them. Coincidentally, the loot from Wu family's group had included a significant number of these stones. As soon as the sound assimilation stone melted in his mouth, the once mysterious and incomprehensible language suddenly became perfectly clear and intelligible. Mask. Take off your mask. This is my 3rd warning. If you refuse, I will execute the rules on you. Su Xiaobai now understood every word the 3-eyed alien had spoken. Looks like this guy is a guard of Otherworld City. So, wearing masks is prohibited in the city. Then I'll just take it off. To avoid drawing too much attention, Su Xiaobai removed his mask. Seeing this, the 3-eyed alien's wariness gradually subsided. Not someone from 4 Direction City, but still just another worthless low-class being. The 3-eyed alien took out a glowing stone and spoke into it. Clearly, the stone was a communication device used for contact and coordination. Low-class being? Hearing this description, Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Looks like I really need to learn more about the structure of this Otherworld City. Slash. A blade of spatial energy flickered in Su Xiaobai's hand, instantly slicing the communication stone in half. Its glow faded, rendering it useless. Before the 3-eyed alien could react, Su Xiaobai moved like lightning, seizing the alien's throat in an iron grip. Speak another word of nonsense, and I'll kill you. Su Xiaobai spoke in a perfectly fluent alien language. 1 hour later, Su Xiaobai casually flicked his fingers, sending a burst of fire that reduced the three-eyed alien's corpse to ashes. After nearly an hour of interrogation, he had gained a rough understanding of the structure of Otherworld City. In the Otherworld, martial commanders were referred to as spirit rank warriors. Below the spirit rank were various stages: pseudo-warriors, warriors, martial masters, and martial generals, classified as Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 4. At Tier 5, warriors gained the ability to fly, which is why they were called spirit rank warriors. Above martial commanders, spirit rank warriors, martial gods were known as transcendent rank warriors. Other than these naming differences, ranks like martial king and martial emperor remained the same as on Earth. Additionally, warriors were categorized into ordinary, elite, extreme, and quasi-transcendent levels. However, in Sunluo Cloud City, where Su Xiaobai was heading, there was an actual transcendent rank warrior stationed, equivalent to an ordinary martial god. Damn, I almost got screwed. Upon learning this, Su Xiaobai couldn't help but curse aloud. He had initially assumed there were no martial gods in the city, which was why he had boldly come here. But who would have thought a martial god was actually present? Thankfully, his instant enhancement ability had pushed his strength to ordinary martial god level just in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared approach and would have immediately turned around and left. The information from the three-eyed alien didn't stop there. The Otherworld was primarily divided into cities, much like how human bases were organized. Sunluo Cloud City was merely a lower-level small city, typically guarded by spirit rank warriors. However, since this city was stronger than most small cities, it was protected by a martial god-level warrior. In larger cities, the guardians were typically at the quasi-king level. Above large cities were giant cities, ruled by true martial kings. As for what lay beyond giant cities, even the three-eyed alien had no idea. He had never seen a giant city, let alone anything higher. Great transcendent techniques? Of course, Su Xiaobai hadn't forgotten to ask about great transcendent cultivation techniques. But in the Otherworld, there was no such term as great transcendent. Instead, they were referred to as super spirit level cultivation techniques. Only super spirit level warriors could practice them, which is why they were categorized by rank instead of achievement. Then, are there any super spirit level techniques? No. What about spirit level techniques, lesser transcendent? Extremely rare. Unless you pass the Illusory Tower. Illusory Tower? Su Xiaobai's eyes flashed. From the three-eyed alien, he had learned an astonishing truth about the Otherworld. The Otherworld had something akin to a global virtual network, similar to Earth's internet. However, while the internet functioned through computers and broadband, which had long since vanished after the Great Cataclysm, the virtual network was powered by Heaven's will, omnipresent and ever active. The Illusory Tower was one of the virtual network's features for spirit rank warriors, serving as both a trial and a ranking system. If I can clear a certain number of floors, I'll be rewarded with cultivation techniques and gain the attention of powerful figures in the virtual network. It seems there's far more to this other world than I imagined. How fascinating. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with excitement. He hesitated no longer and continued toward the Otherworld City. As he got closer, the differences between the Otherworld City and human bases became more apparent. Human bases had steel walls to fend off beast tides, while Otherworld City walls were made of dirt, but dirt that was harder than steel. Furthermore, several glowing formation diagrams were carved into the walls, indicating that defensive formations would activate upon an attack. Soon, he entered the city, and when he saw the bustling, otherworldly scene before him, Su Xiaobai's eyes shone with exhilaration. Now this is exactly the Otherworld I had imagined. Sunluo Cloud City was called a small city, but in reality, it was even more massive than Base Number 15. Base Number 15 could accommodate nearly 60 million people. Yet, Sunluo Cloud City was large enough to house at least 100 million people. Its vastness was simply unimaginable, but this was understandable. With a martial god overseeing Sunluo Cloud City. It was essentially classified as a super base among human settlements on Earth. For a super base, having this scale was nothing unusual. What truly astonished Su Xiaobai, however, was that all the buildings in Sunluo Cloud City exuded a strong, ancient Earth-style aesthetic. Within this ancient style, there were even traces of influences from ancient Greece, ancient Rome, and ancient Egypt. It looked like a grand, melting pot of cultures, yet miraculously, everything blended together seamlessly. On the streets, people of all kinds were passing by, each with varying skin tones and exotic features. Some were exceptionally tall, some had disproportionately long arms, some had elongated legs, and some were hunched over. Some weren't even human by normal standards. Aside from their humanoid shape, hardly anything about their bodies resembled actual humans. Warriors, martial masters, martial generals, they're all here. Ordinary martial commanders, elite martial commanders, ultimate martial commanders. I can even sense the presence of a demigod martial commander, though it's quite far away. And over in that direction, there's an especially overwhelming aura. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the martial god overseeing this place. Though the beings of this foreign world use classifications like spirit level and super spirit level for Su Xiaobai, a true human, terms like martial commander and martial god felt much more fitting. Rumble. At that moment, a commotion rapidly approached from afar. Su Xiaobai's spatial perception immediately expanded outward. On the broad street, a carriage appeared, though instead of horses, it was pulled by three S-class ferocious beasts. Their bodies shimmered with iridescent scales, twin horns jutted from their heads, and flames flickered from their hooves. Clearly, they were no ordinary creatures. Behind the carriage was a floating, luxurious seat, crafted from rare metallic minerals and precious woods, radiating extravagance. Seated on it was a man dressed in opulent robes, an ordinary martial commander, brandishing a long whip in his hand. He laughed wildly as he mercilessly lashed at the pedestrians lining the streets. Anyone struck by his whip either suffered severe injuries or died on the spot. Yet, despite this blatant brutality, no one dared to rebuke him. Even elite martial commanders barely managed to dodge his whip in time. Though they frowned, they neither acted against him nor spoke a word. Clearly, this man had an immense background. Could he be the son of a martial god? It seems that no matter where you go, Earth or a foreign world, the nature of life remains the same. A cold glint flashed through Su Xiaobai's eyes. Soon, the carriage drew near. The surrounding people scrambled to get out of the way, but Su Xiaobai walked steadily along the street's edge, undeterred. A few unlucky foreigners failed to dodge in time. The whip lashed down. Their bodies were too weak, and they died instantly. Blood pooled across the ground. Their lifeless eyes remained wide open in shock. Everyone else had fled. Only Su Xiaobai remained standing. Who else would the man lash at if not him? But Su Xiaobai wasn't so easily struck. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the whip. The man didn't seem to care. After all, a mere elite spirit-level warrior dodging his attack was no big deal. He simply looked away and continued whipping pedestrians. The carriage moved past Su Xiaobai. Once it was a fair distance away, the crescent-shaped spatial blade hidden in Su Xiaobai's palm quietly disappeared. The man, who had been laughing wildly and whipping bystanders without restraint, suddenly froze in place. A thin, narrow wound appeared on his throat. Blood seeped out drop by drop. His aura was gone. He was dead on the spot. As expected, the martial god's son. He's already started roaring in fury. Almost the instant the man died, Su Xiaobai's immense spiritual senses detected an enraged roar from the martial god's direction. Even across half the city, he could feel the sheer rage in that voice. Soon, the martial god's terrifying aura surged toward this location. Su Xiaobai smirked. With a single step, he vanished from sight. With every 10 steps, a life is taken. 1,000 miles away, none remain. Once the deed is done, I dust off my robe concealing my name and merit. Su Xiaobai felt as though he had truly begun to grasp this state of mind. Without paying further attention to the chaos surrounding the martial god's wrath, Su Xiaobai continued wandering through Sunluo Cloud City. He soon found places similar to the Treasure Pill Pavilion, Beast Treasure Pavilion, and Heavenly Weapons Pavilion from the human world. Though the names were different, their functions were identical. For example, the Treasure Pill Pavilion was known as Tower Upon Tower here. The Beast Treasure Pavilion became Cloud Summit Palace. The Heavenly Weapons Pavilion was called Blood Slaughter Alliance. Looks like the human world must have borrowed these concepts from the foreign realm. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai stepped inside. Inside Tower Upon Tower, they were actually selling grade 9 pills. However, low-grade origin stones? Su Xiaobai frowned. It seemed these were the currency used in the foreign world. But he couldn't exactly exchange spirit coins for origin stones, could he? Who in the other world would recognize spirit coins? Host, the system offers a free one-click exchange feature. 1 billion spirit coins can be exchanged for 1 low-grade origin stone. The system's notification instantly rang in his mind. What the? 1 billion spirit coins equal 1 low-grade origin stone, which means this grade 9 pill worth 10,000 origin stones is actually priced at 1 quadrillion. Su Xiaobai was stunned. No wonder grade 9 pills were so outrageously expensive. Their price completely exceeded his financial reach. Right now, my entire wealth might only amount to a dozen low-grade origin stones at best. And this is just low-grade currency. What about mid-grade, high-grade, or supreme grade? The conversion rate must be astronomical. But as Su Xiaobai continued browsing, he stumbled upon something that filled him with immense excitement. Inside Tower Upon Tower, there was a stable supply of alchemy ingredients. In the human world, alchemy ingredients were mostly traded on the black market. Even places like the Treasure Pill Pavilion rarely sold them, since they barely had enough for their own use. But in the other world, things are different. The abundance of resources allowed them to sell both refined pills and raw alchemy ingredients. This is a massive opportunity. Looks like I need to do some major business in this other world. But not just yet. For now, this is what I need. Su Xiaobai stood on the 7th floor of Tower Upon Tower and gazed into the distance. There he saw a mysterious, pitch-black crystal spire. It was deep and ominous, as though it could swallow even light itself. Through spatial perception, he learned its true identity. The Virtual Network Division. If we talk about high technology in the other world, there's no doubt that this Virtual Network Division is at the pinnacle of cutting-edge advancements in this realm. After the Great Cataclysm, humans still couldn't reconnect to the internet, and communicators barely had any signal beyond a short range. Yet, in this vast other world, which is countless times larger than Earth, there exists a virtual network that spans the entire world. According to the information Su Xiaobai gathered, the virtual network is connected through the omnipresent Heaven's Will, linking countless cities, countless races, and countless regions. Its scale is beyond comprehension. The omnipresent Heaven's Will. This is interesting. That means as long as I log into the virtual network, I can access information about the entire other world, right? That's actually good news. A glint flashed in Su Xiaobai's eyes. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the Virtual Network Division. On the way, he encountered some demigod martial commanders, leading troops in search of clues regarding the death of the City Lord's son. Many peak-tier martial commanders and demigod martial commanders from the other world were being interrogated. As for elite martial commanders, they weren't even under suspicion. After all, the City Lord's son was at least at the standard martial commander level and was equipped with top-tier armor and various life-saving techniques. Without an overwhelming power gap of at least 2 ranks, it would have been impossible to kill him so swiftly that he couldn't even call for help. Thus, Su Xiaobai, the true culprit who was only at the elite martial commander level, simply walked past them without raising suspicion. So this is the Virtual Network Division? It really feels like stepping into another world. Upon entering, Su Xiaobai had the illusion of being inside a human base's warrior hall. The floor was smooth and reflective. The decor was full of sci-fi aesthetics. Yet when he turned around, the opposite side was still lined with traditional-style shops. This bizarre blend of two different eras felt quite surreal to him. "I want to enter the virtual network." Su Xiaobai approached the reception desk and stated his purpose directly. Moments later, he was led to a private training room. Besides various training facilities, the room contained a transparent, cylindrical device. According to the staff's explanation, as long as one entered the device, focused their mind, and elevated their spiritual power, they would immediately be transported into the virtual network world. Su Xiaobai followed the instructions. Stepping inside, he closed his eyes and extended his spiritual power upward. The moment his spiritual power touched a certain activation mechanism, his consciousness suddenly detached. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the transparent device or the training room. Instead, he found himself in a bustling city, filled with people and lively commotion. "Please enter a username." A mechanical voice suddenly rang out. It was impossible to tell if the voice was male or female. A username? Using his real name was out of the question. Might as well use an alias. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Su Xiaobai directly used the name of his spiritual weapon as his in-game alias. Username successfully registered. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Welcome to the virtual network world. The virtual network world offers tremendous assistance in combat, cultivation, and martial techniques. Combat, cultivation, martial techniques? So, in a way, the virtual network is also a martial technique marketplace. On Earth, there is no such thing as a martial technique marketplace because all major factions kept their techniques strictly confidential. Unless one participated in high-end auctions meant for elite warriors, the only other way to acquire martial techniques was through plundering. But in the other world, the virtual network had taken over that role, offering martial techniques, training methods, and battle experience to all. Your current access level is level 1. You may enter Newborn City and the Illusory Tower. In Newborn City, you can use training points to purchase martial techniques, training manuals, and combat guides. You can also trade with others to obtain martial techniques, cultivation insights, and battle strategies. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. So that's how it works. The virtual network had its own currency, training points. With training points, one could trade with others. Battle experience, cultivation insights, and martial techniques. All these could be exchanged without needing a physical copy, just through text or images. That's the true function of the virtual network. Currently, the primary way to earn training points is through the Illusory Tower. The Illusory Tower has a total of 108 floors. Based on statistical analysis, ordinary spirit-level warriors can reach the 10th floor. Each floor cleared grants 100 training points. Clearing the 10th floor grants an extra spirit-level martial technique. Elite spirit-level warriors can reach the 20th floor. Floors 11 and beyond reward 200 training points per floor. Clearing the 20th floor grants an extra spirit-level martial technique. Peak spirit-level warriors can reach the 30th floor. Floors 21 and beyond reward 300 training points per floor. Clearing the 30th floor grants an extra spirit-level martial technique. Pseudo-transcendent warriors can reach the 40th floor. Floors 31 and beyond reward 400 training points per floor. Clearing the 40th floor grants an extra super spirit martial technique. Transcendent level warriors cannot challenge the Illusory Tower. The system will automatically upgrade their access level and unlock new locations. Pseudo-transcendent, also known as demigod level, could only reach the 40th floor, and transcendent warriors couldn't challenge the tower at all. Then who was meant to clear the floors beyond the 40th? Just as Su Xiaobai pondered this, the virtual network's mechanical voice answered his unspoken question. If your strength is exceptional, you may continue challenging higher floors. Each floor cleared will reward training points according to the previous rules. If you're stuck on a floor, you may repeatedly challenge it. As long as you show progress in the virtual network statistical records, you will receive training points. Additionally, each floor has its own leaderboard. If you rank in the top 100 of a floor, you will receive extra training points. Every time you break your own ranking record, you will earn additional training points. So that's how it works. Beyond the 40th floor, it all depended on personal skill. The stronger you were, the higher you climbed, and the more training points you earned. If you weren't strong enough, no problem. You could refine your techniques, study battle strategies, and repeatedly challenge the same floor. As long as you improved or climbed the leaderboard, you'd still be rewarded. With this system, training points could continuously accumulate. Finally, please note that when you enter the virtual network world, real-world martial techniques cannot be used. Only techniques recognized by the virtual network will be effective. As a newcomer, the system will gift you 3 spirit-level martial techniques, 1 for body refinement, 1 for weapon mastery, and 1 for elemental abilities. Please make your selection and proceed to the illusory tower to begin your challenge. The martial techniques from reality can't be brought into the virtual network. Su Xiaobai's expression changed. Then, can the martial techniques from the virtual network be brought into reality? The martial techniques from the virtual network can be brought into reality. Upon receiving this answer from the virtual network, Su Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the martial techniques learned in the virtual network couldn't be used in reality, then what was the point of the virtual network at all? Why would he waste his time here? Immediately, a martial technique selection window popped up. Body refining techniques, weapon techniques, attribute techniques. Under these 3 categories, there are countless spirit-level, lesser transcendent techniques densely packed together. Seeing this, Su Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, unfortunately, he could only choose 3 of them. There's actually the 10 absolute heavenly gang body in the body refining techniques. The Immovable King Sutra is here too. Damn, all the lesser transcendent techniques I've trained in before. I can find them all here. Su Xiaobai was startled. At this moment, he started to doubt. Were these martial techniques really created by humans on Earth? Or were they from the Otherworld realm? Could it be that even before the passage between the Otherworld realm and Earth was torn open, humanity had already been in contact with the Otherworld realm? That possibility couldn't be ruled out. After all, the reason humans could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and Earth to become warriors might be deeply connected to the Otherworld realm. But now wasn't the time to ponder this. Su Xiaobai spent nearly 10 minutes filtering through the options. Finally, he confirmed his choices for 3 martial techniques. Body refining technique, 5 Peaks Golden Bell body. Weapon technique, 7 Slaughter Breaking Army. Attribute technique, 1 Thought Furious Flame. The reason he didn't choose techniques he was already familiar with was simple. He wanted to maximize his gains and bring back as many lesser transcendent techniques to reality as possible. Once he selected the 3 lesser transcendent techniques, 3 genuine martial manuals instantly appeared in his hands. Although the virtual network could grant him techniques, that didn't mean he could obtain them without effort. He had to comprehend and study them himself. Only by thoroughly mastering the techniques could he truly claim them as his own. System. Su Xiaobai immediately called out to his cultivation system in his mind. Host, I'm here. Phew. Su Xiaobai instantly let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that his system wouldn't be able to enter the virtual network. If that were the case, just mastering these 3 lesser transcendent techniques would take him an enormous amount of time. But with the system's assistance and its one-click training space, his efficiency would be much higher. Cultivate on my own? Impossible. If he had a cheat-like advantage and didn't use it, wouldn't he be a fool? What kind of idiot would do that? Roughly 10 minutes later, Su Xiaobai had already memorized the 3 lesser transcendent techniques inside out. He immediately replaced his currently practiced techniques with the newly obtained ones. Now, all I have to do is wait. Su Xiaobai was in a great mood. He looked around the newborn city and saw many otherworld beings engrossed in reading or practicing techniques. But for him, there was no need to waste any time or effort on that. So, he decided to stroll around Newborn City. Martial Technique Hall. Before long, Su Xiaobai found a place that piqued his interest. The Martial Technique Hall was structured similarly to the Virtual Network Hall. To his surprise, there were actually great transcendent techniques available for purchase here. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. A single great transcendent technique costs at least 10,000 training points. If an Ares-level martial commander fights through 40 floors, they'd earn exactly 10,000 training points. It seems that obtaining a great transcendent technique in the virtual network isn't that easy either. But it's still way better than on Earth. On Earth, even a martial god would struggle to obtain a great transcendent technique. But in the otherworld realm, as long as a transcendent-level warrior cleared 40 floors of the illusory tower, they would not only receive a great transcendent technique as a reward, but could also accumulate enough training points to exchange for another one. That meant getting 2 great transcendent techniques, which was far easier than obtaining them on Earth. Of course, that was only if one could achieve success in the virtual network and pass the required floors of the illusory tower. Otherwise, it was meaningless. Su Xiaobai continued browsing. Lesser transcendent techniques generally cost between 1,000 to 5,000 training points. Lesser transcendent attribute techniques were relatively more expensive, with the most expensive one reaching 8,000 training points, almost the same price as a great transcendent technique. However, lesser transcendent techniques were of little use to Su Xiaobai. So, he simply left the Martial Technique Hall and continued exploring Newborn City. Cultivation Hall. Soon, he discovered the Cultivation Hall. After taking a look inside, he realized it mainly sold cultivation manuals written by powerful experts. These manuals recorded how those experts trained, broke through, accelerated their advancement, and handled cultivation bottlenecks. For most people, these were priceless treasures. But for Su Xiaobai, they were trash. Cultivation experience, bottleneck handling techniques, breakthrough secrets, all of that was completely useless in the face of his one-click training space. That system didn't care about experience. It just accelerated time and forcefully pushed him past any cultivation barriers. So, Su Xiaobai ignored the cultivation hall. But the battle hall intrigued him. The battle hall sold combat experience manuals. Experience fighting ferocious beasts. Experience fighting martial artists. Experience fighting various mysterious races. Su Xiaobai didn't have cultivation points, so he could only use his perception ability to listen in on what others were discussing about these manuals. After a while, he realized they weren't particularly useful to him. His combat strategy was simple. Use an overwhelming number of techniques to boost his power and crush his opponents. Tactics? Tricks? Just grab the spiritual weapon and start swinging. The only useful information was about the unique abilities of ferocious beasts and the weaknesses of strange races. After leaving the battle hall, Su Xiaobai finally arrived at his ultimate destination, the Illusory Tower. The Illusory Tower soared into the clouds, resembling the dark, crystal-like architecture of the virtual network, but with more intricate and artistic geometric patterns. All around the tower, both in the sky and on the ground, large crowds gathered. Each crystal surface displayed live rankings for every floor. Look, Shadow Slayer just moved up in rank again. An extreme spirit-level warrior reached the 49th floor. A genius. White Wolf just broke the 51st floor record, 2 minutes and 34 seconds. How'd he do that? Look, the 101st floor record just changed. Xian Guang, Overlord, surpassed Tian Wenhua to claim first place. Hearing all this chatter, Su Xiaobai grew even more curious. Training point leaderboard. Holy crap. First place is 1.05 million points. That's 105 great transcendent techniques. Let's check the 108th floor's record. How long does it take to pass? When he looked up, his eyebrows twitched. The highest record is only at the 105th floor. That's right. The highest record for clearing the tower stopped at just the 105th floor. And the record time for reaching the first place on the 105th floor was a staggering 639 hours. If we count a day as 24 hours, 639 hours equals more than 15 days. Spending half a month just to pass one level. That shouldn't be possible. The entire illusory tower has 108 floors. Even if it's tough, shouldn't someone have at least reached the 107th floor? Did they really stop at the 105th floor? Su Xiaobai was puzzled. The other world undoubtedly had a much longer history than Earth, and the virtual network had also existed for an incredibly long time. After all, the virtual network connected the entire other world, where the number of living beings was beyond imagination. Su Xiaobai had every reason to believe that among them, there were definitely countless prodigies far stronger than himself. Monstrous geniuses, true freaks. Especially the martial kings, martial emperors, and even stronger beings. They were destined to be extraordinary from birth. And yet, despite this, in all of the other world's long history, not a single person had fully cleared all 108 floors of the illusory tower. No one has even reached the 106th floor. This is truly unbelievable. Initially, Su Xiaobai thought that since he could enter the illusory tower as soon as he arrived, this place was probably just some beginner training ground and wouldn't be too difficult. But to his surprise, the difficulty of the illusory tower was far beyond expectations. There were still 3 entire floors that had never been conquered. Kid, you're new here, aren't you? A being from the other world, with a triangular head and silver skin, overheard Su Xiaobai's words and sneered. He glanced at Su Xiaobai up and down. Reaching the 105th floor is already terrifying. Do you even know what that level represents? Oh, what does it represent? Su Xiaobai asked curiously. Lucky you, I just passed the 43rd floor and I'm in a good mood, so I'll explain it to you. Otherwise, you'd be walking around clueless. The triangular-headed otherworlder smirked and spoke leisurely. You should know the rules. After surpassing the transcendent level, you can't challenge the tower anymore. That means the highest level one can reach is the subtranscendent level. For most subtranscendents, their limit is the 40th floor. After the 41st floor, the difficulty spikes significantly. You have to be an exceptional subtranscendent to continue. If you reach the 50th floor, congratulations. You're already among the top-tier experts at the subtranscendent level. To clear the 60th floor, your power must be at the transcendent level. Cross-realm power? Su Xiaobai's mind stirred. In the outside world, he did have the strength to fight across realms. But in the virtual network, all martial arts techniques were disabled, meaning he had lost his advantage. To reach the 70th floor, you need to be an elite transcendent. To reach the 80th floor, you must be at the peak transcendent level. To reach the 90th floor, you need to be at the subking level. To reach the 100th floor, you must be at the One Origin Martial King level. Su Xiaobai's pupils shrank sharply upon hearing this. A subtranscendent, which was just a step above the demigod martial commander level, had to reach the power of a subking to clear the 90th floor. That was already terrifying. But after the 100th floor, the power requirement skyrocketed to Martial King level. This also made him memorize the Martial King ranking system. So the first level of Martial Kings was called the One Origin Martial King. Kid, what do you think? Shocked yet? Feeling small after hearing that subtranscendents can possess Martial King level power. But don't be too discouraged. Those who can achieve this level are basically the prodigies and holy sons of the myriad races. They're born with celestial bodies, holy bodies, and even imperial bodies. Plus, they have an insane amount of resources poured into them. So it's no surprise they can reach such heights. Prodigies of the myriad races. Celestial bodies, holy bodies, imperial bodies. Su Xiaobai silently took note of these new terms. Then what happens after the 100th floor? He was curious. If those prodigies can reach a level beyond the One Origin Martial King, clearing all 108 floors shouldn't be a problem, right? If only it were that simple. The triangular-headed otherworlder rolled his eyes. After the 100th floor, each level becomes insanely difficult. A one-origin Marshal King can barely handle the 102nd floor. To clear the 103rd floor, you need to be at 2-origin Marshal King level. For the 105th floor, you must be a 3-origin Marshal King. The 106th floor is even harder. You might need to be a 4-origin Marshal King to have a chance at clearing it. As for the 107th floor, no one knows how difficult it is because no one has ever seen it. But based on estimates, the 107th floor probably requires a 5-origin Marshal King level. And as for the 108th floor, that's at the Sub-Emperor level. Heh, kid, now you finally understand why the highest record is only 105 floors, right? A Sub-Transcendent reaching the 3-origin Marshal King level. Just think about how terrifying that is. The words of the triangular-headed Otherworlder left Su Xiaobai utterly shaken. As expected, he had underestimated the Otherworld. A Sub-Transcendent, which was merely at the Subdivine Marshal Commander level, could actually achieve power on par with a 3-origin Marshal King. That meant crossing 2 entire major realms. On Earth, Su Xiaobai was already among the strongest humans, capable of fighting an entire major realm above his level. But compared to the prodigies of the Otherworld, he was nothing. Even with cheats, I can't keep up with them. That's insane. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh. The power ceiling of the Otherworld was just too overwhelming. No wonder humanity was so worried. If the gateway between worlds expanded, these prodigies from the Otherworld could wipe out humanity and conquer Earth in no time. But the stronger the challenge, the more interesting it is. This illusory tower just keeps getting more exciting. How far can I go before I become a true martial god? Can I reach the level of those prodigies? Or maybe, just maybe, I'll be the first to see the 107th floor. Su Xiaobai's blood boiled with excitement. The harder the goal, the more he wanted to reach it. The prodigies of the Otherworld had all been stuck at the 105th floor, unable to break through the 106th stage. What kind of horror awaited beyond it? If possible, he wanted to find out for himself, to surpass those so-called prodigies and stand at the very peak. Ding! 5 Peaks Golden Bell body has reached the highest level. Ding! 7 Slaughter Breaking Army has reached the highest level. Ding! 1 Thought Furious Flame has reached the highest level. At that moment, the system notification rang. Su Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, his face filled with shock. Highest level. System, what's going on? How did it suddenly skyrocket to the highest level? Su Xiaobai was stunned at first, but then his face lit up with joy. Host, the 3 cultivation techniques you provided seem to have some special properties. The one-click cultivation space can comprehend all their principles in an extremely short time and directly reach the highest level. The system's response was something Su Xiaobai couldn't quite understand. But one thing was crystal clear. Any cultivation technique obtained from the virtual network could be placed in the one-click cultivation space, skipping the beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages to reach the highest level in an instant. Holy **T. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I can instantly master any technique to the highest level with ease? A surge of uncontrollable excitement welled up in Su Xiaobai's heart. What did reaching the highest level instantly mean? It means I don't have to toil like other cultivators from different realms, practicing tirelessly, analyzing, contemplating, and painstakingly comprehending cultivation techniques over long periods. All I have to do is accumulate enough training points, visit the cultivation technique hall, buy as many techniques as possible, place them into the one-click cultivation space, wait a short while, and boom! The technique would be mastered at its highest level. With this, his strength would skyrocket like a rocket in mere moments. Ha ha! At this thought, Su Xiaobai could no longer contain his ecstasy and burst into laughter on the spot. A 3-horned alien nearby looked at him with a bewildered expression. Did this guy just get scared stupid by what he had said earlier? Thanks for clearing things up. Now, I should go challenge the illusory tower. Su Xiaobai grinned. With that, he turned and flew toward the entrance of the illusory tower. Kid, I am Dong Duan. What's your name? The 3-horned alien called out from behind. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Su Xiaobai casually reported his secondary alias before stepping into the illusory tower without looking back. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. That's quite a nice name, but I should focus on my own progress. Damn, I was so close. Just a little more, and I could have made it into the top 100 to earn rewards. Led by the staff, Su Xiaobai entered the illusory tower and stepped into the Gate of Illusions. According to the staff, the challenges inside the illusory tower take place in an entirely different world, allowing participants to unleash their full power without worrying about destruction. This truly is another world entirely. As soon as Su Xiaobai stepped through the Gate of Illusions, he felt the ground beneath him soften. This was no longer a concrete floor, but a vast desert of barren soil. The world stretched endlessly, with nothing but rugged, towering rocks, stripped of any plants or trees, removing all distractions for battle. Welcome to the first floor of the illusory tower. A mechanical voice from the virtual network echoed. Please choose your weapon. A list of weapons appeared in a floating window. Can I pick 2 weapons? Su Xiaobai's thoughts stirred. You may choose as many as you like. In that case, give me a long blade and a psychic flying shield. As a dual cultivator of both martial arts and psychic abilities, Su Xiaobai naturally wanted to combine and maximize the advantages of both professions. 2 weapons materialized out of thin air. Both were basic spirit weapons. Let's go. Su Xiaobai placed the psychic flying shield on the ground and swung his long blade. The first floor challenge begins. As the virtual network's mechanical voice rang out, 3 massive tigers covered in frost emerged from the distance, their bloody maws open as they roared at Su Xiaobai. S-rank alien beasts. Facing 3 of them at once would be overwhelming for an ordinary martial commander. The difficulty was no joke from the very start. But for Su Xiaobai, this was nothing. His gaze sharpened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. His figure suddenly lunged forward at breakneck speed, his long blade glowing red with an ominous aura. First kill, Dragon Slayer. 3 arcs of blood-red light streaked across the air. The 3 S-rank alien beasts were instantly cleaved in half, dead on the spot. First floor cleared. Reward, 100 training points. Would you like to proceed to the second floor? Proceed. Although he was moving to the second floor, the environment remained unchanged. The only difference was that the 3 S-rank alien beasts had vanished, replaced by 5 new ones. Oh, familiar faces. The new S-rank alien beasts were Trihorn Flame Rhinos, one Su Xiaobai had encountered before at Base 18. I killed you once before, guess I'll just do it again. Su Xiaobai smirked as he launched himself forward like a cannonball, his long blade flashing once more. Su Xiaobai effortlessly swept through 10 floors without breaking a sweat. The number of enemies kept increasing, from 3 to 5, 7, 10, 15. They grew stronger as well. But for Su Xiaobai, they were nothing. He didn't even need his blade. Just a flick of his finger was enough. With a single spark, a sea of flames erupted, engulfing all the alien beasts in an instant. After all, he was an elite martial commander, and his 3 lesser transcendent cultivation techniques had already been pushed to the highest level. Clearing 10 floors? Child's play. 10th floor cleared. Reward, 100 training points. Bonus, you have earned 1 spirit-level cultivation technique. Please select your technique. A familiar selection window appeared. Su Xiaobai didn't hesitate and chose a lesser transcendent strength technique, Light Slaying Jade Shatter technique. He initially wanted to select a special attribute technique like Chinquan technique, since such techniques were almost as valuable as great transcendent techniques. But of course, the virtual network wasn't that easy to fool. It only offered elemental techniques like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, storm, and poison. Even lightning techniques had to be purchased with training points. Considering this, Su Xiaobai opted for Light Slaying Jade Shatter technique, which enhanced his explosive strength. Light Slaying Jade Shatter technique selected. A physical copy of the technique dropped into Su Xiaobai's hands. Virtual network. I now have 1,000 training points. Can I exchange them for another technique right here? You may exchange immediately. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai exchanged 1,000 points for another technique. Qinkuan technique, the complete micro-level space attribute technique. It was impossible to find on Earth, but in the virtual network, it was clearly priced, available for just 1,000 training points. However, if it were an outsider, they would never spend 1,000 training points on a mere entry-level attribute cultivation technique, even if it was space-related. For them, space attributes were indeed rare and highly useful, but they were also extremely difficult to cultivate. Rather than investing time in studying space attributes, they would be better off focusing on body tempering techniques or weapon techniques, which would provide a greater overall improvement. But for Su Xiaobai, was this even a problem? No matter the technique, he didn't need to spend time or effort painstakingly comprehending it. He could simply throw it into his one-click cultivation space, wait for a short while, and instantly achieve the highest mastery. Moreover, Su Xiaobai had been longing for the full version of the Qinkuan technique for a long time. Now that he had finally come across it and had the opportunity to purchase it, what was there to hesitate about? He would max it out immediately and bring it back to reality. Would you like to proceed to the next level? After making the purchase, the virtual network system prompt sounded. No rush. Let me finish reading these 2 techniques first. After each level, the virtual network would check in, ensuring challengers had enough time to digest their previous battles and improve themselves. But Su Xiaobai didn't need to digest anything. His only task was to memorize the newly acquired techniques and store them in his one-click cultivation space. A moment later, both techniques were placed inside. Proceed. Even though the techniques were still being cultivated and hadn't been fully mastered, levels 11 to 20 were designed for elite martial commanders to clear. He had nothing to fear. He could multitask, clearing levels to earn training points while auto-training. Level 11 challenge, start. As the virtual network's voice echoed, 3 SS-ranked ferocious beasts appeared before Su Xiaobai. They were enormous, phoenix-like creatures bathed in endless flames. A mere flicker of their wings sent waves of heat rippling through the air. Flames? Let's see whose fire is stronger. Raging flame roar. With a flick of his finger, a streak of furious flame flashed into the air and vanished. An instant later, a massive explosion erupted among the 3 SS-ranked exotic beasts, a raging inferno engulfing everything, reducing them to ashes. The level 11 leaderboard has been completely updated. Who is this sculpted moon azure dragon? He shot up to 13th place in level 11 all of a sudden. He cleared it in under 10 seconds. Must be a holy clan or immortal clan prodigy making their debut. The leaderboard update instantly drew widespread attention and discussion. Su Xiaobai was an elite martial commander. The rankings before level 10 only recorded ordinary martial commanders, meaning only those at that level could be listed. But level 11 and beyond were the domain of elite martial commanders. The moment Su Xiaobai cleared the level, his name was automatically logged into the leaderboard. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon, Dong Heduan, who was analyzing his strategy for level 43, caught sight of the name and immediately rushed over, his eyes locking onto Su Xiaobai's 13th place ranking. This guy climbed the rankings the moment he arrived? He got some real skills. Just then, a nearby crystal screen flickered, drawing Dong Heduan's attention. He was stunned to see that the name Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon had also appeared on the level 12 leaderboard, ranked 18th. But that was just the beginning. Every few seconds, a new ranking update would appear. Su Xiaobai's name continued climbing, floor 11, floor 12, floor 13. In less than 10 minutes, he had charged all the way to level 20. I must have underestimated him. Maybe he really is a holy clan or a mortal clan prodigy. Dong Heduan couldn't help but sigh. Level 20 cleared. You have earned 200 training points. Additionally, you are rewarded with a spirit level cultivation technique. Please choose your desired technique. The virtual network system prompt sounded again, and a selection window popped up before Su Xiaobai. This one, after a quick glance, he decisively chose a lesser, transcendent spirit technique specializing in internal meridian reinforcement, the Purple Micro Still Water Codex. This technique functioned similarly to the Immovable King Sutra, enhancing internal meridians, bones, blood, and spiritual energy. Su Xiaobai had just used an attribute technique, conjuring a sea of flames to incinerate the exotic beasts, but while he could instantly kill enemies earlier, he needed multiple attacks for later encounters. The lesser transcendent attribute techniques consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Previously, Su Xiaobai had 3 lesser transcendent techniques, including the Immovable King Sutra, which reinforced his internals, allowing him to dominate effortlessly without worrying about spiritual energy consumption. But in the virtual network, all his techniques had been wiped clean. It was like starting over. To avoid slowing down later, due to energy depletion, he decided to get a technique specifically for enhancing spiritual energy capacity, ensuring greater endurance. I now have 3,480 training points. The base reward for clearing level 20 was 2,000 points, while the extra 1,480 came from breaking ranking records. Just enough to buy 3 lesser transcendent techniques. Su Xiaobai quickly reviewed his options. He needed full-spectrum enhancement, 4 body tempering techniques. He wanted power-type, body-strengthening, agility-based, and internal reinforcement techniques. All of them. For weapon techniques, he prioritized saber techniques first, leaving others for later. After all, his goal was to climb the tower. Immediate explosive power was crucial. For attribute techniques, fire-based ones had the greatest destructive power. Lightning attributes were even stronger, but their techniques started at a whopping 3,000 training points. Too extravagant. I'll take these 3. Su Xiaobai selected 2 power-type techniques and 1 saber technique, all focusing on raw attack power. No dodging, no elaborate tactics. Just pure, overwhelming force. Ding. The Qianquan technique has reached the highest level. Ding. The light-slaying Jade Shatter technique has reached the highest level. As soon as Su Xiaobai acquired 3 new lesser transcendent techniques, the system prompt chimed in. A surge of information flooded his mind, his power skyrocketing once more. So this is the full version of the Qianquan technique. As expected of a space attribute technique, the amplification is insane. Su Xiaobai opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within. With the Qianquan technique at its peak, his lost spatial awareness immediately returned. His teleportation range extended to 100 meters. The spatial amplification effect also surged dramatically. If the intermediate version of the Qianquan technique boosted agility by 5-fold, then the highest level now granted a 10-fold speed increase. This speed boost nearly rivaled 1,000 miles to the west. This alone demonstrated why special attribute techniques were so difficult to comprehend. Not only that, but his Space Blade technique had also undergone a drastic transformation. Raising his hand, Su Xiaobai conjures Space Blade. No longer a crescent shape. It had transformed into a full circle. A perfectly thin, mirror-like ring. Any cut from it was lethal beyond measure. But the most important part is these 2 new spatial abilities, spatial gravity and spatial compression. Spatial gravity, as the name suggests, allows a specific space to be subjected to a gravity pull up to 100 times stronger, making movement extremely difficult for the target. If the target is weak, it's not just a matter of difficulty in movement. It will be crushed on the spot, reduced to nothing but a puddle of blood. Spatial compression, similar in principle to spatial gravity, allows space to squeeze the opponent from all directions, further restricting their movement. With the addition of these 2 new abilities, my attack methods have increased, and my power has grown even stronger. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just imagine, when you strike with a blade, spatial gravity instantly crushes down, while spatial compression restricts your movements, making it impossible to defend in time. At that moment, the attack will land directly on the enemy's body, causing devastating injuries or even killing them on the spot. If the opponent is strong, a surprise attack with a spatial blade could finish them off in an instant. In short, a complete version of Qianquan technique has allowed Su Xiaobai to glimpse the boundless potential of spatial attributes in the future. And yet, Qianquan technique is merely a micro-level attribute technique. What if it were upgraded to Lesser Transcendent, or even Great Transcendent? Su Xiaobai could already faintly understand how those holy sons among the top geniuses could achieve strength comparable to martial gods or even martial kings despite only being in the demigod martial commander realm. As for the power-based technique, light-slaying, jade-shattering technique, it has also given Su Xiaobai new insights. Because he had mastered it at the highest level, it granted him a tenfold increase in strength. In other words, the addition of these two techniques had instantly caused Su Xiaobai's strength to skyrocket exponentially. Virtual network, can I see my current strength stats? Su Xiaobai asked. Yes. As soon as the virtual network responded, a window displaying Su Xiaobai's stats popped up before him. Name: Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Martial rank: Elite Spirit rank. Estimated strength level: Subtranscendent level. Estimated endurance level: Subtranscendent level. Estimated agility level: Subtranscendent level. Techniques mastered: 5 Peaks Golden Bell Body, highest level. 7 Slaughter Breaking Army, highest level. 1 Thought Furious Flame, highest level. Qianquan Technique, highest level. Light Slaying Jade Shattering Art, highest level. Subtranscendent level? That means I'm at the demigod martial commander level. Just 4 lesser transcendent techniques, plus 1 micro-level technique, when mastered to the highest level, had allowed him to leap across 2 entire rank tiers. This proved that the power boost from lesser transcendent techniques at their highest level was even more terrifying than Su Xiaobai had imagined. And this was only the virtual network's basic estimated ranking. With spiritual weapon boosts and power technique enhancements, his actual combat strength would be even higher. Inside the virtual network, his real power was now almost at the level of an ordinary martial god. Excellent. Now that I have these 4 new techniques, let's keep pushing forward. This time, I'm going to charge straight to the 40th floor. Su Xiaobai's eyes flashed with determination. The rankings for the 21st floor have changed. Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon. Him again. He ranked 5th. He's completely dominating the rankings. From the 11th to the 21st floor, he holds records in all of them, and they're all within the top 10 or top 15. What's going on? Isn't it supposed to take longer the further you progress? Why does it seem like he's clearing the floors faster? He's ranked 7th on the 22nd floor. 15 seconds. That's even faster than his previous records. He must have had a breakthrough in his techniques. Otherwise, there's no way he could improve this much. 23rd floor. 41 seconds. Ranked 8th. 24th floor. Another new record. He's insanely fast. A holy son. He must be a holy son from some prestigious bloodline. Outside, countless people were monitoring the rankings in real time. Since changes in Illusory Tower rankings were directly linked to individual progress and recruitment interests, countless powerful factions were watching closely. Naturally, the sudden rise of Sculpted Moon Azure Dragon had caught the attention of many major organizations within the virtual network. Ding! You have new mail. Ding! You have new mail. Ding! You have new mail. The notifications kept popping up as Su Xiaobai continued his tower challenge. With a quick glance, he saw that most of them were recruitment offers from various organizations across different realms, offering lavish benefits in an attempt to win him over. However, Su Xiaobai wasn't interested in the slightest. He immediately deleted them all, except for one, an incoming friend request from Dong Heduan. As soon as the request was accepted, a voice message came through. "Kid, you're seriously amazing," Dong Heduan exclaimed. "You blasted through 26 floors, and you're ranking in the top positions in all of them. You must be a holy son from some celestial clan, right? I'm just from a small tribe. Nothing worth mentioning. Su Xiaobai replied casually as he swung his blade, slicing 8 SSS-level ferocious beasts in half in a single strike. Tisk TSK. A small tribe producing a genius like you is a once-in-a-million-year event. I bet your inbox is flooded right now. Pretty sure every major faction in the virtual network is trying to recruit you. But listen to me. If you're going to join one, make sure it's only the 5 great alliances. Ignore all the others. Only the 5 great alliances can truly help you grow to your full potential. Dong Heduan warned. The 5 great alliances? Su Xiaobai paused. With a casual wave of his hand, an ocean of flames rained down from the sky, incinerating every remaining SSS-level ferocious beast. Listen carefully. Joining the 5 great alliances is crucial. Among the myriad races, aside from the celestial clans and holy clans, only the 5 great alliances are truly deep-rooted, with terrifying foundations. Any other faction could crumble at any moment, but the 5 great alliances will never fall. You should know the top 3 already. Bloodslayer Alliance dominates the spiritual weapon trade, controlling 90% of the market. Their Bloodslayer army and Bloodwing guards are elite warriors. Pavilion of the Tower monopolizes the elixir trade, boasting elite warriors known as the Tower Guardians. But be warned, never provoke their alchemists. Cloud Sky Palace, renowned for its beast material trade, with elite warriors called the Six-Horned Palace Guards who fight in the Outer Realms constantly. And the last 2 alliances? The Dark Banquet, a legendary assassins guild, and the Virtual Network Army, the hidden rulers of the virtual network itself. Just as Dong Heduan finished speaking. Ding! You've received an invitation from Bloodslayer Alliance. Ding! You've received an invitation from Pavilion of the Tower. Ding! You've received an invitation from Cloud Sky Palace. Ding! You've received an invitation from Dark Banquet. Ding! You've received an invitation from Virtual Network Army. All 5 invitations had arrived at once. Moreover, unlike before, when there was only a notification for new mail, the virtual network now directly provided invitation messages from the 5 great alliances, explicitly indicating which faction or race the invitation came from. The virtual network suggests that you choose the Virtual Network Army, which will offer you the best benefits and privileges that others cannot enjoy. The virtual network even took the initiative to add another line. Aren't the Virtual Network Army and the Dark Banquet enemies? Su Xiaobai was puzzled. Why would there still be messages from the Dark Banquet? And why would they be explicitly highlighted? It seems the relationships between the 5 great alliances aren't as simple as Dong Heduan described. At this point, Su Xiaobai finally began to grasp the structure of the entire Otherworld. It was far more complex than humanity's 10,008 bases. The 5 great alliances, plus various other factions like the Immortal Clan, the Holy Clan, and many others, were all mixed in together, forming a scale beyond imagination. For Su Xiaobai, any of the 4 major alliances, besides the Dark Banquet, which was an assassin organization, could bring him immense benefits. The most obvious choice, without a doubt, was the Virtual Network Army. Why had he ventured into the Illusory Tower? It was to obtain more cultivation points, purchase more lesser transcendent or even great transcendent techniques, and bring them back to reality to strengthen himself. If he joined the Virtual Network Army, at the very least, he would receive special privileges in purchasing techniques and earning cultivation point rewards. However, in the end, Su Xiaobai quietly deleted all these invitation emails. His visit to the Otherworld was purely to explore and understand it, and perhaps to acquire some techniques along the way. His primary goal was to remain low-key. Being listed on the leaderboard was fine, since it was just a small account. But once he joined a faction, he would inevitably attract attention and countless gazes. At that point, it wouldn't just be his small account that was noticed. He himself would be completely exposed under the eyes of the Otherworld. Emails from the 5 great alliances? I didn't see any. Maybe I'm too weak to be on their radar. Su Xiaobai responded calmly. You didn't receive them? That's impossible. With your exceptional talent, how could they ignore you? Don't worry. Just wait a little longer. They definitely won't overlook you. Dong Duan was puzzled. Su Xiaobai didn't bother explaining. After ending the voice call, he spoke directly to the virtual network. Proceed to the next level. Right now, the priority wasn't which faction to join, but rather advancing through as many tower levels as possible, earning more cultivation points, and acquiring more techniques as rewards. Only by doing this could Su Xiaobai ensure that when the Otherworld and Earth truly went to war in the future, he would be able to contribute a power strong enough to rival the Otherworld forces. Meanwhile, at Humanity's Base Number 1, the only base with a Martial King-level powerhouse in residence, inside the virtual network monitoring room, a middle-aged man in a white robe, with a firm expression and eyes that seemed to contain the swirling of stars, suddenly appeared in the room. The two martial gods on duty, along with the many martial commanders, immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Greetings, Eighth Elder. This white-robed man was none other than Meng Qianzheng, one of the 12 elders of Base Number 1. Each of the 12 elders of Base Number 1 was at the Martial King level. Meng Qianzheng was no exception. His presence alone made the martial gods and martial commanders feel as if they were standing before a blazing sun. The fundamental difference in their life essence inspired natural reverence. Have we received any response? Meng Qianzheng asked. Eighth Elder, we've sent out 8 consecutive invitation messages, but the recipient hasn't responded. It's most likely a lost cause. One of the martial gods sighed. The virtual network monitoring room was dedicated to connecting with the virtual network, operating 24/7 to identify and recruit elite talents emerging from the Otherworld. And it wasn't just the Otherworld factions doing this. Humans were doing it too. After all, humanity had been entering the Otherworld for over 1,000 years. For the past millennium, humans have been meticulously laying the groundwork in the Otherworld, secretly establishing a small yet stable organization to recruit talents for the human faction. Some might wonder, isn't the Otherworld hostile to humanity? Why would any Otherworld choose to join the human faction? The truth was, humanity's real enemies weren't all Otherworld races, only a specific race within the Otherworld that had discovered Earth. Otherwise, given the sheer power of the Otherworld, those from the Immortal Clan and Holy Clan, who reached martial king-level combat strength at the martial commander rank, could easily form an army and invade Earth. How could humanity possibly withstand them? There was also another crucial factor. Earth was merely a tiny speck. Even after the Great Cataclysm expanded its size by more than 10,000 times, it was still insignificant in the eyes of the overwhelming forces of the Otherworld, nothing more than a barren land. In terms of cultivation aptitude, human talents were inferior to the Holy Clan's prodigies. In terms of resources, Earth was far less abundant than the Otherworld. In terms of techniques, weapons, and treasures, humans had nothing impressive to offer. As a result, rather than opposing the Otherworld, humanity had been desperately trying to integrate into it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.